what's the end? True crime cafe where secrets bleed. Truth a bullet, truth a need. True crime cafe where lies collide. Order up a story no one can hide. No one can hide. Blood on the counter splattered like rain. Coffee stains tell stories of pain. Spoons clink and whispers in the night. Beneath the night. Shadows dance beneath the neon light. Who drank the poison? Who lit the flame? Everyone's guilty, no one takes the blame. True crime cafe where secrets bleed. Truth a bullet, truth a need. True crime cafe where lies collide. Order up a story no one can hide. Black boots stomping floors of regret. Ashtrays full but we're not done yet. Clock ticks louder, the walls close in. Every scene tastes like original sin. Who's the killer? Who's the saint? Fingerprints smudge, they don't paint. Truth or dare or just pretend? What's the start? What's the end? True crime cafe where secrets bleed. Truth a bullet, truth a need. True crime cafe where lies collide. Order up a story no one can hide. Who's the killer? Who's the saint? Fingerprints smudge, they don't paint. Truth or dare or just pretend? What's the start? What's the end? True crime cafe where secrets bleed. Truth a bullet, truth a need. True crime cafe where lies collide. Order up a story no one can hide. No one can hide. Blood on the counter splattered like rain. Coffee stains tell stories of pain. Spoons clink and whispers in the night. Beneath the night. Shadows dance beneath the neon light. Who drank the poison? Who lit the flame? Everyone's guilty, no one takes the blame. True crime cafe where secrets bleed. Truth a bullet, truth a need. True crime cafe where lies collide. Order up a story no one can hide. Black boots stomping floors of regret. Ashtrays full but we're not done yet. Clock ticks louder, the walls close in. Every scene tastes like original sin. Who's the killer? Who's the saint? Fingerprints smudge, they don't paint. Truth or dare or just pretend? What's the start? What's the end? True crime cafe where secrets bleed. Truth a bullet, truth a need. True crime cafe where lies collide. Order up a story no one can hide. Who's the killer? Who's the saint? stains tell stories of pain. Spoons clinking whispers in the night. Beneath the night. Shadows dance beneath the neon light. Who drank the poison, who lit the flame? Everyone's guilty, no one takes the blame. True crime cafe where secrets bleed. Truth a bullet, truth a need. True crime cafe where lies collide. Order up a story no one can hide. Black boots stomping floors of regret. Ashtrays full but we're not done yet. Clock ticks louder, the walls closing. Every sip tastes like original sin. Who's the killer, who's the saint? Fingerprints smudged, they don't paint. Truth or dare or just pretend? What's the start, what's the end? True crime cafe where secrets bleed. Truth a bullet, truth a need. True crime cafe where lies collide. Order up a story no one can hide. Who's the killer, who's the saint? Fingerprints smudge, they don't paint. Truth or dare or just pretend? What's the start, what's the end? True crime cafe where secrets bleed. Truth a bullet, truth a need. True crime cafe where lies collide. Order up a story no one can hide. Blood on the counter splattered like rain. Coffee stains tell stories of pain. Spoons clinking whispers in the night. Beneath the night. Shadows dance beneath the neon light. Who drank the poison, who lit the flame? Everyone's guilty, no one takes the blame. True crime cafe where secrets bleed. Truth a bullet, truth a need. True crime cafe where lies collide. Order up a story no one can hide. Black boots stomping floors of regret. Ashtrays full but we're not done yet. Clock ticks louder, the walls closing. Every sip tastes like original sin. Who's the killer, who's the saint? Fingerprints smudged, they don't paint. Truth or dare or just pretend? What's the start, what's the end? True crime cafe where secrets bleed. Truth a bullet, truth a need. True crime cafe where lies collide. Order up a story no one can hide. Who's the killer, who's the saint? Fingerprints smudge, they don't paint. Truth or dare or just pretend? What's the start, what's the end? True crime cafe where secrets bleed. Truth a bullet, truth a need. True crime cafe where lies collide. Order up a story no one can hide.
Alrighty then. Welcome back to the cafe, folks. Yes, we are open for business. Great to see you all today. Thank you so very much for joining me, and I hope you're all having an amazing day and staying warm because it's a chilly one here. As you can tell, I'm wearing a hoodie, and I don't ever do that because I always get hot. But today, It's cold. It feels like wintertime. It even smells like wintertime out there. I am not good for this, so wasn't ready. So be it. Here we are back in the cafe. Today, folks, we are having a wide open discussion. Idaho 4, Jack and Lilly, Charlie, whatever you want to talk about, it's your choice. You start talking about it, we will discuss it. That is the goal for today. I have plenty of things to talk about myself, but leave it up to whatever discussions you guys start talking about. We're going to do it and see what comes out of that. So thank you guys once again for being here today. I hope you're all having an amazing day and staying warm. I appreciate you all so very much. Share this out, guys, and please, if you will, make sure to hit that like button on your way through the door, if you will. Well, let's get this up in an algorithm and get this stuff moving. I appreciate you guys very much. You know what happens next, guys. So let's do this thing. Here we go.
Flicker like broken halos. Whispers gather in the smoke-filled air. Tables carved with secrets and shadows. Every story's a wound laid bare. The kettle's boiling with a restless rage. Justice written on an unseen page. I sip the silence, bitter taste, waiting for the ghosts to show their face at the True Crime Cafe. We serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betray. Cracked reflections are liars. Ashes fall where the guilty once stood. The jukebox hums like a funeral choir. Echoes pounding through the neighborhood. Every scar is a candlelit vow. We hunt the highway, demand the now. No more silence, no more disguise. We'll paint the night with sharpened cry. At the True Crime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betray. It's a battlefield hymn, a requiem dripping from the bottle's rim. The guilty write stories in invisible ink, but we'll drag it all up from the edge of the brave. At the True Crime Cafe, shadow will pay.
Alrighty then. Hello and welcome back. Good to see you again. Thank you for joining me today. Looks like we got 37 amazing peeps in the house today, and we are working on 23 likes. We're getting there. Keep hitting that button, folks, please, and share this out if you will. I do appreciate you guys so very much. And it's great to see you all here again at the cafe. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Come on in. Get comfortable if you will. And please, please, please share this out. Let everybody know what we're doing today. I appreciate you guys very much so. Oh man, what a day. It is cold, rainy, crappy caca outside for sure. I don't like it. I'm not ready yet. My fireplace back there's not keeping very much heat in here. Sorry. I'm cold. Come on in, everybody. Grab a place to sit. Holy shnikes, that was quick.
It was quick.
Yes, it was. Welcome, sir. How
You're
are
right.
you?
It's chilly today.
It is cold. Did you
Yeah.
do your ride this morning?
Yeah, I did my ride. I was out there for about a little over half hour.
I bet that was nice to get back indoors after that one.
Woo, it was refreshing.
I'll bet.
Tell you that much.
Like taking an ice bath or something.
I was fast this morning.
Yeah. I had to go to the doctor's this morning, and I hadn't been outside, and I was out and about doing my stuff in the house and this and that. Got ready, looked at the clock. I said, "Oh, I gotta go." Walked out the door and I stopped. I was like, "Holy shit!" Like, really? It was rainy, but I didn't expect it to be as chilly as it was. So, yeah. I mean, it's warmer now than it was when I went. It was like 37 degrees when I went. I said, "Jesus, it smells like it's gonna snow." It's weird. So, it's 48 now. It's not much better, but it's still better than it was. It's cold. It is cold. Who we got in here with us today? Eddie's joining us as always. I appreciate that so very much. Mark Schumann, doing redacted. Meg P's in the house, the Megastar. Good to see you today. Fox Rooter, welcome back to you. Miss Jen 7, happy Hallows Eve to you. Let's see here. Miss Rowena's in the house. Great to see you, Ro. Moonlit, welcome. I think I already said that, but good to see you either way. Mary Holt, welcome back to you. Miss Teresa, great to see you today. Echo 444 is in the house. Welcome. Witchy's doing her thing in here. Welcome to you. Dagburn, Johnny Gobbles, Dead Floozy Mama, Miss Diane, welcome to you. Good to see you. In Stitches, welcome. Good to see you today. SLE, welcome back to you. Great to see you. Jackie Bushbull, dropping the first of the goals for the super chats. Thank you, Jackie. I appreciate you very much. Thank you. That's awesome. Holes is in the house. Good to see you today, Miss Paula, the positive one. WB, third turd. There you go. Great to see you, Jackie. Thank you again, and all of you. Thank you so much for joining us. Let's see, anybody else down here? 50 and 35 for low. Like I said, it's like half wintertime, half not. Yeah, my furnace kicked on today too, and I don't ever like for that to happen. So I'll tell you how cold it was. I have it set at 68 right now, which is off basically. And I was sitting on the couch drinking my first cup of coffee, and I heard that. I went, "Wait, what? That's weird." And then I went off doing my thing, didn't think about it. When I hit the door and went out, I realized why. Welcome back, Beaky. Good to see you. Moonbreaker, same to you. Thanks for joining us. Hope you guys are all having a great one. 47 peeps in the house, 34 likes. We're climbing. We're getting there. We can make it happen. I know we can. Miss JCJ, good to see you, dear. Great to have you here today. Again, guys, wide open discussion today. We're going to discuss what we discuss. Idaho 4, Jack and Lilly, whatever it is, you guys are going to pick it, and we're going to start there and give you guys the option to, you run the show. I'll just talk for you. That's it. SRBBB, I hope you're feeling good today, dear. It's good to see you here. Thank you for joining us. Gen 7. Thank you, SRB. Oh, wow. Oh, cool. That's really interesting. Huh. Good to know. Thank you. As you see, StreamYard decided to be giving and gave us some new background stuff to throw out because Halloween is tomorrow. So I grabbed I got a couple different ones, but see, that one's my favorite. I like that one, and I like, shoot, this one's okay. And I kind of like this one. These are all of the rest of them. It says cute, spooky patterns. Well, I'm not all about the cute stuff, but they're still kind of cool. And of course, the Halloween one, but this one was my favorite one out of every one of them because I like the sugar skulls. I have the adult. They're my stress relievers, I call them. So I have the adult coloring books. I don't know, Eddie, if you're familiar with them. They came out with them a few years back, and they're drawn out more for adults, obviously. And I have like 3,500 different types of markers and permanent markers and colored pencils and all my art supplies and stuff because I draw. I've always been into art and stuff. And
yeah, coloring is a good stress reliever for sure.
It is, yes. For me, it relaxes me, and I'll sit for hours, color a couple pages. Sometimes I'll draw things and then color them. You guys have seen some of the designs and stuff I draw. That was sit here doodling. But yeah, it's very relaxing. Do them coloring books. My wife got me one it's kind of cool. It's you have to figure out, you have to read through this book, and then you have to figure out what happens next, and you color each page as it goes. Sometimes it'll take you to the back and bring you back, but it's a color by situation. I think it's different. It's pretty interesting, but I love them. I got probably 45 different books. Really witchy. Ooh, I bet you got some good ones. I like the scary looking stuff. You know what I mean? Anything that's horror related. I'm a big, huge fan. You guys know that. So yeah, absolutely. But yeah, I didn't know. You've probably said it in chat before, but I didn't realize that you went through that. That's good. I had to do certain therapy after this. You know, I'm sure everybody's noticed my scar. For those of you that didn't already know, I had to do certain therapy after this happened, and this wasn't an injury; it was a surgery. For those of you that don't know, I had what is called an arterial ventricular malformation. Meg probably knows, being a nurse. It's called an AVM, and basically what it is all the veins and arteries that grow through our brain. They all go one direction, so the blood flows straight through. I was born with this and didn't know it until I was about 25. Yeah, I was about 25. And what happens is because I was growing and that was growing, and it ended up looking like this in the MRI, like a big ball of spaghetti, and the blood flow was slowing down. So I was doing, that's great, Medegostine. I love it. That's awesome, Meg. I was doing weird shit. I'd be sitting at work drinking coffee. One day I remember went like drinking and talking to somebody and just threw the cup over my shoulder. Involuntary muscle spasms, involuntary movements. I was walking through the store, my whole right side just kind of went goofy, and I started twitching, and my leg gave out and I fell over. Or the best one yet that most people got a kick out of is I'd be talking and like I had stroked out or something. All of a sudden I started doing this stuff and my mouth starts twisting up and my words, and everybody's like, what in God's name is wrong with you? So eventually I was like, okay. And I kept getting a shooting pain here, right here. I bent down to lift up the cot one time. We were taking a patient into the hospital and I squatted. lifted, and when it lifted, I had a sharp shooting pain in like my eye, like just went white. It was weird. So I finally went to the doctor. I started going to the doctors. They kept telling me there's nothing wrong with me. It's psychosomatic. Basically saying it's in your head, which it really was, but it was a real thing. It wasn't that bullshit. So welcome, Cat Lady. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. So I went, and to make a long story short, because this went on for 6 months before I got this figured out. I knew something was not right. And as you guys can see, the scar goes back here. The problem was right here. Which is why I guess I found out that brain pain redirects itself. Like if you're having issues and problems in one spot, the pain will redirect itself somewhere else, which is what was going on with me. So I had hurt my back. We all know that. And I had a series of MRIs and different things scheduled and done, figuring out what's going on with my back. And I had to skip one time, and I was supposed to reschedule it through a place called Advanced Radiology. I had to work one day or something. I couldn't go in. I couldn't get the day off, so I just had to reschedule it, and I just never did it. I had said, I'll call you back. I never did. Well, they wouldn't do, they did a CAT scan. They did an x-ray of my head, and I kept telling them there's something not right up here, okay? And they would not do an MRI. My understanding is it was because of my insurance. There was no necessity because they did everything else and couldn't find anything. Okay, fine. And I argued, and they wouldn't do it. So I called Advanced Radiology and rescheduled this MRI that I had. And I didn't think this was going to work. I truly didn't think it was going to work. And I told them, I said, listen, I need to have this MRI done. I canceled it a couple of weeks back, blah, blah, blah. Oh, yeah, Mr. Maywors, we see. So on and so forth. Do you remember what you were having? What was this for? So on and so forth. And it must not have been in the computer. This is the only way I got away with this. I said, yeah, it's for my head because I was having some issues. Okay, no problem. Can you come in tomorrow at 11? Yep, I'll be there at 11. I went in, and I wasn't excited about this. I don't like doing that kind of stuff. I hate MRIs. I'm very claustrophobic. All that. Hold on, guys. I'm getting hot already. All that crap. I don't like it at all. So anyway, I go in, did the MRI. That was an interesting situation. I threw up and everything. It was bad. But I got it done, and I went home. And about 5 o'clock that afternoon, my doctor's office called and said, "Joe, can you come in tomorrow before the office opens?" And I was like, "Okay, sure." And they were like, "Well, we just wanted to get to you before we got to the regular patients and stuff." And I'm like, "Okay, that's fine. What time?" They said, "Just be here at like 8:30. The office opened at 9. I'm like, "Okay, that's fine." So I go in, and I knew them personally. I'd been going there forever. First name basis with everybody, including the doctor. I go in, I did everything, sit down, and he comes walking in, and he throws up these things on what look like x-rays, the MRIs. And I'm like, "Oh, cool." I said, "I see you got my MRIs." He goes, "Yeah." And he goes, "And I'm very, very sorry." And I said, "Jesus Christ, what do you mean you're sorry?" He goes, "I'm very sorry that I didn't listen to what you had said. I'm very sorry that we didn't go forward with this before, but here we are, and we got it handled." And he explained it and showed it to me. He was truly, I guess, sorry, okay? And he explained what it was, and he referred me to a neurologist and a neurosurgeon. Or I went to the neurologist first, and the neurologist explained to me what it was, said people live with him their whole lives. Sometimes they never even know they have them. But there was it could cause like an aneurysm, okay? And so he goes, "It's up to you what you want to do. I can send you to a surgeon, or we can just let it go and watch it." I said, "Nope, I want it out because I have no idea what it is, what it's going to do, or what it won't do." So I go see this neurosurgeon locally, and he's like, "Oh yeah, I've seen these before." And it's a semi-rare thing. It's not like an every day, all day, like everybody has them thing, but it's not super rare. Like it is they knew what it was. So they sent me to Cleveland Clinic to a very well-renowned neurosurgeon. They're very well known for that, who does these every day. Um, so I go to see this guy. He was amazing. One of the most amazing doctors I ever met in my life. And he told me exactly what they would do, how they would do it, how long it would take, my recovery time, blah, 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 all that stuff. And then said, it's your choice. You don't have to do this, but I'm just letting you know, I can definitely do it. I have no problems with it. He goes, I've probably done 400 of these in the past 3 years. And I went, okay, that made me feel good. So I went in on November 30th. Is it 30, 31? Last day of November. And I had a procedure done where they go down through your carotid artery or come up through your carotid artery. And they put a little tiny bead of like glue up inside there. Because when they go in, you can bleed to death, like quickly. Because it's a main artery that they would be cutting. And it's very hard to stop the blood sometimes. So they put this glue in there to slow it down. The next morning I go in December 1st, and I was in there for 6 hours, I think. I came out with the whole turban on my head. I was all goofy. It felt like I had jello in my head. Moving it around, it was weird. And I went home within 5 days of this surgery. They said that the turnaround time on this is usually 7 to sometimes 14 days, depending on what it affects. There's a 20% chance that it's a very low chance that you make it through this because the odds of bleeding out are very big because of where it's at. But I did well with it, I guess. And I'm here. So it was interesting. It was an interesting situation. So and even better, here's a good one for you. Even better, at that point in time, the place I was working, I wasn't full time with the fire department at that point yet, and I worked for in finance for a place called JD Byrider, and they dropped my insurance on me the day that they paid for the procedure the 31st, but my insurance dropped on the December 1st. No lie. And I was supposed to go back to work after this, but no. They thought because of the type of surgery, I wasn't going to be able to function. Okay. Which was fine because that's when I ended up going part-time with the fire department and moving forward and all that stuff. But I thought I was screwed, that we were going to have to pay for it, all that kind of stuff. Guys, this was not a cheap surgery. Part of it was like the procedure before was paid for, and some other testing and pre-testing and stuff. All that stuff was paid for. Thank God. But what was left was like $235,000 after that. And I got a bill in the mail for $175,000 about 4 weeks after, when I could read and see again, because things were weird for a little while. And I called them and I'm like, listen, I don't know what to do. I have no idea what's going to happen with this. I no longer have this job, nor this insurance, so on and so forth. They explained everything and they're like, wow, that's horrible, blah, blah, blah. And I found out probably 6 months later, I got a letter in the mail from Cleveland Clinic that said what the hell did it say? It was a weird way it was written, was strange. It said, your, not restitution, it was something else, has been handled. If you have any questions, please contact Cleveland Clinic, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, I can't remember the word that was in there. I just, for some reason, it's not working right now. So I called, like, what the hell does this mean? I thought I was something I thought maybe they sent it off to like a court thing or something like that. That's when I found out Cleveland Clinic was a teaching hospital. I didn't know that. So they've categorized my surgery as a teaching experience. They used it to show to students that come in there. They teach all sorts of different doctors and stuff like that. Um, and there were multiple doctors that were seeing me, which I wondered why that was what it was, but they had never said anything. And she said, "All we need is your permission to share this as a teaching experience." And I said, "Sure." And for that, they paid it flat. It was gone. And I was like, "Oh my God." You can show it to the whole planet for all I care if you're going to do that. Yeah. So they took it all, they covered it all. It was awesome. It was awesome. And I was like, that was like God watching over me or something. You know what I mean? Yeah. University is another one, Lucy. That's right. Welcome, Lucy. Good to see you. The clinic is very good with like neurological stuff and certain other things. And UH is very good with other things in Cleveland is too. Like when I was at the clinic, the same floor I was on, the actual Prince of Egypt was there having a procedure done. They had armed guards on the floor and everything. It was pretty wild. But that's what I'm saying. There's there are people. I have no idea. SRB. That's an interesting question though. We didn't have YouTube in 2000, but maybe they did put it out there. That's interesting. I never thought of that. I'm going to look it up. Um, but yeah, I was just like, that was probably, with all the bad luck that I have, that's probably the best thing that could have ever happened to me. So that's my story why I had the scar, for those of you that didn't know. Oh, Miss JCJ. Hello.
Hi. I was just listening to what you were talking about.
How are ya?
I didn't know all that.
Oh, well, yeah. Look, here, I'll show you what it looks like in real life. What it looked like before they fixed it. 1 second. And it's exactly what it looks like too. It's like a ball of like spaghetti. It was weird, which explained all the weird shit that was going on with me for a while. Because you're not getting clear blood flow to your brain, and your brain controls everything. You know what I mean? So it's very interesting the things that I learned from it. I got to watch part of it. See that right there?
Oh my
That
gosh.
that's what it looked like before. But so what they do is they go in and they clip this and this, and they put it back together with these tiny little titanium like little clamps. And then
Mhm.
this happened in 2000, so it's been 25 years, and like eventually everything like the tissue grows over the clamps and all that, but I can't go back into an MRI machine because it'll rip my brain out of my head basically, because I have plates, because they have to go in, pull the skull out to get into that, and then put the skull back, and then they have titanium clamps and things on the plates on the skull, and then the clips that are inside on that. And so if I were to walk into an ABM machine or MRI room where they have the machine, it'll yank all that out of my head. Hello, Miss Kara. Welcome back again. Good to see you. So it's interesting.
So that's what it looked like before.
Yeah. What
So
and it the reason why it was causing all the weird things is because it was getting bigger and bigger, and
was it an aneurysm?
it could have been. It could have been.
Because
There's
my grandma had an aneurysm, and they went through her groin up to her brain, and he basically clamped it, and he literally did. He's amazing. Um,
mm-hmm.
she got hers done at the Swedish Medical Center in Colorado in
Oh yeah,
Inglewood.
right.
Um, but so they went through her groin up to her brain and like coiled it,
Mm-hmm.
and he was going through the spiel about how, I mean, he's done like a lot of these, I think, and
Right.
he said, I really don't know, because they were going to try to do it. And he said, Zelita, I really don't think that I can do it. I really don't think I can. And she looked at him and she was like, I was sent here because I was told that you guys are the best. And if the best can't do it, then nobody can. And so he said, if I can do it, it'll take me about 3 hours. If I
Mm-hmm.
cannot do it, it'll take me about 45 minutes.
He'll
And
go in,
so
open it up, and see that he can't. Yeah.
so then when she woke up, him and his staff were all, sitting around her or whatever, And he looked at her and he said, Zolita, it's 3 hours later.
That's awesome.
She said, I told you guys so.
Mhm. That's awesome. I love it.
Yeah.
And they do a little bit of radiation, okay, like this here to shrink it down a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
It's not so big.
Mm-hmm.
And all the hair fell out on the back corner of my head where they did the radiation at. It was just it was a lot, but for a very short period of time, it was like overnight or something. But it was an experience. I learned a lot from it. Because what happened was it was getting so big that it was pushing on the sensory
Yes.
in the other part of my brain. It was making me do all these weird things because of the push of it. You know what I mean? It's just weird. It was very strange, but it was very cool that they fixed it and how they covered it because of the teaching thing. And that blew my mind. I cried for like a day over that because I'm thinking, oh my God, I'll never be able to pay this.
Right. Well, and I was going to say too, UNMC is a teaching school too, so
yeah,
they do a lot of stuff like that.
yeah, it was
And
very.
I don't know if I know Creighton's like a school of dentistry. But UNMC is a teaching school because every time I go in, they're like, "Can we use your extra blood for teaching purposes or whatever?" And I'm like, "Yeah."
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, that's what it looks like on an X-ray
Mm-hmm.
or the
Yeah,
MRI.
yeah, he literally saved my grandma's life for 10 years.
Yeah, that's
She was a ticking time bomb.
and that's what he said to me is it could or it could not in your eyes, and I'm just like, well, let's take it out.
Yeah.
One way or another. You know what I mean? And there's people
Yeah.
that are affected negatively by it, and there's people that aren't. I got beyond super lucky. Okay. He told me that I may have issues talking. I may have all sorts of issues when it was over with, and I had nothing. And he goes, one of the main problems is your peripheral vision is probably going to go away. And you know what that is, where you can see this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Yeah. So I had to do all these after tests, checking everything when I was done. And the weird thing is no, it didn't go away. In fact, I can see clear back here now.
You can see better peripherally?
Yes, I can see here. It was like here before peripherally.
Mm-hmm.
I can see this far back, and he goes, that's the strangest thing he's ever seen in his life on both sides. Now my eyes are going bad now. I can't see to read, but like things like that, I can still see my hands right here. Normally it was like up here. It's very weird. It's very strange. Can you use your extra blood for cloning purposes? How about framing oh Jesus, Lucy. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. I love it. Hey Robert, good to see you. Fizzy's in the house, visiting around. Thank you, Truth Seeker. But that's why I have that scar for those of you that didn't know it. And for those of you that did, you know why. Mark Schumann, good to see you, sir. Well, one thing I do have an issue with, some of you already know this, that I was stuck with was my short-term memory is absolutely horrible. I forget more than I remember. That's why I write down notes. If we talk about something today, you can ask my mods. I'm sure they've been frustrated with me many a times because they tell me things and then I don't remember it. So if I don't write it down, it doesn't get remembered. Now, things that happen, I can remember shit back when I was 2 years old. No lie.
I was going to say, do you remember 25, 30 years ago?
I remember a nightmare I had when I was 2 years old in my crib, but I don't remember some things that happened yesterday. It's weird.
That is strange.
Mm-hmm.
But brain injuries can do stuff like that, though.
Well, and the coloring helps with stuff like that, they said. I do, like you see, there's a Rubik's Cube sitting over there to the left. I mess with stuff like that. I do a lot of different puzzles. I have games on my phone that are like bingo and the bubble burst thing, hand-eye coordination stuff that it helps with that stuff. And then I have things that I read that are supposed to help with your memory. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. So I try. Oh my God, Mark. Did you really? I did too, bro. In fact, my kids play now. They want me to play now. D&D is like one of my favorite games, and Magic, the card game. I still play that with my kids from time to time. I was a nerd. You still there, Eddie, or did I put you to sleep with my boring story?
I'm still here.
Gotcha. Sorry for
Lucy has arrived. I haven't heard the patented Desi Arnaz.
Okay. Hey, Lucy, you got some explaining to do. That was pretty loud. Sorry, guys. Everybody loves Lucy.
Now you're too quiet suddenly.
Did I blow my mic up? Is that better?
That's better.
Oh, I leaned down a little bit. I need a new microphone. That's all there is to it. Miss Girl, hello. Photographic memory. I scare people. I used to have one, like phone numbers and addresses. I could remember it. As soon as you say it to me once, I have it forever. Not no more.
Oh, I memorized the phone book for fun.
That's wild. Okay. We used to go in the phone book and pick names out and call them and prank them for fun. If that says anything.
Oh my gosh.
The
Well, I
jerky,
lived in a small town, so it wasn't hard to memorize the phone numbers, but
right?
I'm to this day, I mean, I've always been a name and number, like just able to remember names and numbers, names and numbers. So names, birthdays, and phone numbers, I'm really good. I mean, I don't know how good I'd be at phone numbers now just because of the cell phone, but
Uh-huh.
but my grandma went to call someone, one of our cousins one day, and she was looking it up in the phone book. I said, Grandma, who you calling? And she said, Donna. And I said, oh, I said, you don't need to look in the phone book. I said, her number is this. And she goes, she looked at me really funny. People look at me really
Like,
funny.
how the hell do you know that? Right.
Yeah.
I
Like
get
people like are always amazed at my
it.
name and number memory.
That is. That's pretty awesome, though. It is.
But
I
it
was like
also
that.
helps me do a good job at my job now because you do have to know a lot of numbers and
Yeah. Sure.
stuff for my
Absolutely.
job now.
Absolutely. Fizzy, no, I didn't even know there was a D&D podcast. You shouldn't have told me that because I probably will watch it now if I can find it. Thank you, SRB. Meanie's in the house. Good to see ya. Meanie Elizabeth Wagner, welcome to you. Used to read dictionaries. I read encyclopedias when I was younger.
I
Certain
love
ones.
encyclopedias.
They were really cool.
Hmm.
Hey, Kent, welcome. Good to see you. Thank you, sir. Dragonlance, I remember that. You guys are awesome. Talking about some cool stuff today. I had a dream like that one time where I when I was married to the creature, and I punched her in the face in my sleep. I felt so bad. Nowadays, it's like, well, you know, it is what it is. But back then, I felt horrible about it. The series on Amazon is The Legend of Vox Machina. Okay.
There you
He's
go. I have
gonna
a
write
question
it down.
for
What'd you say, Jay? Jace?
I said he's gonna write it down.
I did. I just did. What'd you say, Eddie?
you. I said, I have a question for you.
Yes, please.
Speaking of your patented Desi Arnaz impression,
Yeah. Yes.
have you seen Pavarotti's video yesterday?
I saw like a piece of it, but not like the whole thing. I didn't get to watch it all.
I swear he's sending a subliminal message to you.
Really?
It's requiring almost that we go over that video.
I'm pulling it up right now.
And
Just hang loose, Lucy. It won't be long, I promise.
and to add complexity to this, he has since dropped another video that would be this morning video.
3 hours
talk
ago.
about a showstopper.
Oh, really?
They're both showstoppers.
Okay.
On different subjects. But talk about nailing it out of the park. Both of them.
The one
yesterday
you're
is probably the one we should, you know, if you're inclined to go.
Oh, I don't mind. It's up to you
over
guys
it.
today. Is it the bombshell lie by Hitler exposed.
Oh my God.
And let's see. And he
Have you
relates.
seen that one, JC?
No.
Oh,
What is
wow.
your what was your reaction?
No, I haven't seen it.
No,
I think he's asking why
you
you
made a
said,
reaction. I was just curious. What?
I just can't wait.
Oh,
Fuck, I got you.
I
Can't
don't
wait.
know. We're gonna watch the. Hold on here. Busy. Thank you for that very much. And just don't get excited, Lucy. We won't be there long. I promise.
What?
See it?
I
I'm gonna
do-
time you out, Eddie. I'm gonna tie you out. I love
I'm
it.
dying to know though,
She just doesn't.
because,
She doesn't like him.
but it's not because of like his hairstyle or something simple like that. That's a lot of dislike, and we're all. It seems like I just want to know more about it because I'm intrigued. Because
That was great. I don't know
he
what
seems
hair
to
he
be on the
has,
same
Eddie.
side we all are. We're after the truth, and
There's a lot of people that don't like him. I've heard people tell me they can't stand his voice, that they can't handle.
But that's like the hairstyle. The voice is not.
Yeah.
There's
I
too
know
much,
that.
There's too much aggression there. There's a deeper rooted thing. I've got my theories, but I'm not going to throw them out there because it doesn't matter. What I theorize is not to the point. The point is what it truly is.
Yeah.
I
don't know.
I would understand more if Lucy would just say what it is, because he's after the truth and talk about bringing it every time with receipts. So it seems like we would all like embrace that and want to why be adversaries if we're all on the same team, so to speak? Why be so fractured out here? It seems counterintuitive, kind of counterproductive as well.
Could be. I think some people just don't like people sometimes, like just don't like the way they present themselves sometimes. You know what I mean? I know there's a couple. Oh, what are their names? What's the okay? So, do you guys remember that? Go ahead.
Like, he's got a volume of work, a deep volume of work. Is it something like just one particular thing? And if so, what is that thing? Because one thing he's quick to do is, if he's wrong, he's not afraid to correct himself and say he's wrong.
Right.
Now that's admirable quality. That's rare.
It is rare. I will say that.
But it shows that he's genuinely after, the facts of this case.
That's how from everything I've seen him do, I hope. I think some people had issues with him because in the beginning, he was all about Brian's being guilty, I guess. I didn't watch him way back then, but I had people send me clips of him that he was about Brian was guilty no matter what, blah, blah, blah. And then something happened, and which has happened to a lot of people. He flipped over and started doing the other side of things. So,
because to preface it every time, like every day, and I'm not here to promote one channel or to degrade another, but if we preface it every time, that, to qualify it, like, oh gosh, here we go, guys, bear with it, it's a Pavarotti video. Can you imagine if we did? I mean, you insert your other channels in there,
right,
in substitute of Pavarotti's, and just imagine a few. I won't fill in that blank right now, but imagine if we did that to others. That by doing that, we're giving it a total vote of a vote down.
Right.
So we shouldn't fall into that just because there's like one or two people that roll their eyes about it. Well, that's the case with any content creator, regardless if they're pro burgers or if they are guilters. People are gonna, if you're, so to speak, all about watching the pro burger channels, well, you're not gonna like jive with every single one of them. So when you see one of them, you're gonna roll your eyes, but you keep that bit to yourself. You don't go into the chat and announce that. So I guess my point is we shouldn't fall into that habit with him, because what if in the end he has it all right?
And
there's a lot of cleanup to do in the wake of what we're doing, the damage by discrediting him, so to speak, in a like a backhanded or a subtle what's the word, passive aggressive way.
Yeah. Most people that don't care for him, they don't say, like, they don't go out and, oh my God, blab it all over the place. They're just kind of quiet about it. You know what I mean? She says there on the one part that she's told him for over a year that he's wrong about how he's linking Farley, but he doesn't correct his minions come and attack whenever she says it. So that's a good point. Yeah, she said also Dago likes Pop, so I don't see, here's the thing, guys, with Pavarotti. I don't like everything he does. I don't agree with everything he does, but he does do some stuff that has made some sense to me. Tomboy and Tandy turned me on to him because I'd never really watched him, because I remembered one time I watched him, it fell into my what do you call that, guys, when all your stuff
your feed.
Feed, there we go. I can't think right now. And I was like, what the hell is this? I watched it and he was all like, Brian, guilty. I'm like, holy shit, bye. And I clicked out of it. So I never watched anything after that. And then I was turned back onto him and I was watching. I'm like, well, some of this stuff makes some sense, you know? Now, not everything he said made sense to me. And there's a few things that I would argue with him. But of course, you know me, I would do it respectfully. I still think that the man does put work in. He looks into things. He researches. And I again, of course, I don't agree with everything everybody says. You know, we all, like, there's things I've disagreed with Eddie. There's things that people disagreed with me, that Lana, I've disagreed with her, Miss Potts, all sorts of things. Very rare with Miss Potts or Eddie, but just saying, it happens from time to time. But there's a few things, you know, but some of the stuff he said more recently has made sense to me. Now, I don't know about the Farley thing, okay? Me personally.
Because to be fair, you know, when we theorize one thing or another, and it's just our thoughts, and those are baseless theories. There's no foundation to them, right?
Gotcha. Oh, speaking of which, Miss Potts is here. Hey. Absolutely. Yeah, I got what you're saying, Eddie.
But anyway, I gotta believe that if someone doesn't care to hear or disagrees with a content creator, more than likely, such as myself, they'll just unsubscribe and avoid. They're not gonna like be a lurker.
Yeah,
and watch religiously every single video and say, aha, wrong again. No, they're going to be tardy or late, or, you know, not at the party at all.
Sure. See,
so based on what they saw maybe once upon a time, then painting with such a broad brush their opinion. So if that be the case, then to have an opinion about his current work would be invalid.
Right.
You'd have to know what he's talking about. And if you disagree, be able to say why. And bring the receipts that show otherwise, because I'm sure he would embrace them.
Well, I think like Lucy's done some of that stuff, and I don't know that he watches her, so therefore he's not going to see it. So that would be a problem in that aspect. I know she has, because I've watched it recently, especially too. But you know, I watch, and I think most of you guys know this, I watch a little bit of everything. I watch him, I watch Lana, of course, and Jules. Those are my main. Okay, that's who I watch on a regular basis. I watch Harsh. I've even had people send me things recently that I've been watching. That is their name, Nicole Casey. There's a few other smaller channels that I watch. I will watch anything and listen to what you're saying if it's going to help me to look at things in a different way, possibly. Of course, I'm open-minded, folks. I'm down for that. But I understand Lucy to an extent with that. And, you know, she's very respectful about it. And so is Meg. Neither one of them care for him, but they said, they still love you. So, and that's awesome, because I know a lot of people that won't respect somebody that likes or follows another creator just because they don't follow that person and they don't like them, which is ridiculous to me. Everybody has their own minds, you know.
I do have a genuine question.
Yeah, of course.
Are there any other channels that have beat him to the punch, so to speak? Can we watch any others that are having the discussion about Hitler lying?
Not really. Other than the basic
Not
general
really
conversations.
that I know
No.
about either.
Right. No, I agree with you. I agree. Like I said, everybody has different thoughts on different things, the way they see it and the way they receive it, and I respect it. I truly do. Would you say if his current work is based on linking a person a year ago in a way that I know is false, his current work that's off the back end of that is okay? I see what she's saying. So she proved at some point that I remember that how he linked Farley to the situation. She showed in a document that it's not true, it's not possible. And so what she's believing, what she's stating here, from what I'm understanding, is that the stuff that he's working with now is based off the back end of what he did a year ago. It would still be considered inaccurate per se in her mind with what she's looking at. So I understand it. I do. But again, we all have different thoughts and the way we look at things. And she's here. She sits through it, even though she doesn't care for it. Out of respect, probably for me or for the channel or whatever. And I respect that very much, because there's shit I couldn't sit and watch at all, Eddie. There's certain people. Okay, let me give you an example. I know I'm sure you'll remember him too. If everybody remember Get a Clue?
Yeah, we do.
Okay. I couldn't hear 3 words from his mouth because I wanted to go like find him and like get into a fist fight with him. That's how angry he would make me. I couldn't listen to him at all, but I did because somebody else wanted to listen to him. I was in their channel one day and I'm like, oh my God. I mean, it was bad. It was bad for me. And I'm not saying he was wrong. It's just the way he approached it. Okay. I didn't like his approach, the arrogance, the cockiness. In a lot
he
of things,
attacked his viewer, but I don't want to get into all.
no, you're right though. He
I
did.
watched him and I respected him, but I didn't understand attacking the viewer.
No, you don't.
Even if it's positive comments, I made a positive comment and then he just torched me. I'm like, what?
That's exactly why I didn't like him. Eddie. Same reason. You're right. He was smart. You know, the guy was.
He's very smart,
and he was good. He was on point with some things. And then if you were to say something to him, even like you said, even it was a good comment, and that's what happened with me one time. I said, wow, that's really, how did I put this? I said, that's really interesting how you came to that or came to that inference or something I said. And he's like, well, the way he responded to me, he was like, you can use the big word and still be dumb. And I went, what? I just was like done right there. I'm like, look, motherfucker, we'll go to the street right now. That's where I went ghetto immediately. It was stupid. But I had been watching him for a while because I was trying to learn. You know what I mean? Yeah, and I thought because he was intelligent, I would learn.
Yeah, he had a lot of good points. But talk about, cutting your own nose off to spite your face.
Yes, thank you.
He did that.
He did. He really did. That day especially, it was like, you can use big words and still be stupid, folks. And I was like, dude, I'm not that guy. No, I might not. You might not see me, but I'm telling you, I'm not that guy. So anyway, moving on. I do, and it's weird. I'm with you, Lucy, because as much as I couldn't stand him, I would kind of watch him after that in the background. I would never talk or anything because I wanted to hear what he would talk about with certain things because he was so smart. And he did have certain things figured out. He did get mad at us one time, though. I remember this. Sarge, myself, I think it was Clue, of all people. We had figured out about the brass thing with the snap on the sheath, that the DNA didn't last on there, so on and so forth. And we did a show about it. He goes live the next day, going off, talking shit about all of us. Okay. I don't know how they got my information, blah, blah, blah. There's no way that those idiots, basically, is what he said, knew that, blah, blah, blah. They had to steal this somehow. What? Is it impossible for you to believe that other people could be as smart as you? And that was when we were all done. Sarge went off on him, and it was bad. So, but, I mean, I didn't even watch him in the background after that because of that statement. I'm like, are you really that? Are you a grown man or a child? Like, grow up, you know? And he did. He got super duper mad about stupid things, and it's like, okay, I need to step away. Him and Gray Hughes, another one. I can't deal with him.
But yeah, Lucy, I understand. I know you're not telling people to not watch him, but I think my point is, by being so passive aggressive against him, it kind of undermines his effort, delegitimizes him, I guess, maybe a bit.
I don't think she does
not
it
a vote
to him,
of
though.
confidence, you know. But I guess, I don't know. The most diplomatic way of saying it, maybe just keep it to ourselves if we disagree with someone or don't like someone's work, because it can be disruptive.
But here's
harmful,
the thing: I will say,
better
though,
word.
I will say, if you know that somebody's wrong about something, and you can prove that, and they, I'm not saying this is what he's
Absolutely
doing.
Bring it to their
And
attention.
you show it, and they don't catch
Broadcast
on
it.
to it. I think that's a problem. I do.
Be on each other's side. I mean, if someone corrects you, you know, be graceful enough to understand it, accept it, and
correct it.
change your position.
Yeah, absolutely. That should be done. And I know she's done that. And I don't know if he's either not seen it or just ignored it. That's the problem there. So if the fact that he didn't see it, I'll give you that. If he's ignoring it, though, and he's not trying to go forth to fix it, then that's where there's, like, in my mind, like, okay, we got to change that. That's all. So, probably. Lola, welcome. Good to see you. Gray, yeah, I agree with that one. Gray is a whole different thing. I don't care who hears me. I'll say what I think at that point.
Never heard of him.
Gray Hughes is disgusting. He's just not a good human being, in my opinion. And he's not a good person either. Period. Just that's it. He's not a good human being or a good person. There's a difference between the two things, people. I promise you.
I never heard of him, so there's no point spending time talking about him one way or the other.
You've never heard of Gray Hughes?
Yeah.
So be it.
Silly. I'm being silly.
I get it. That's why I said that.
Move forward as fast. You just, you know.
Let's not do that one.
Why say anything?
No, I got you. It doesn't. We don't need to put anybody in a bad mood. And yes, no,
he doesn't exist. He's dead to me.
There you go. That's the best way to put it. I got you. This one here that's a whole other story. I can't even get into that because it made no sense to me. But Terry, yeah, I'm definitely not a fan of his, and he's not a fan of mine, and that's okay. It's all good. So, how far in is this, Eddie, on this video that you were talking about? Do you know by chance?
I don't know. Definitely 1.5 speed. I think everyone can still grasp everything, grasp the message. So that'll condense it, put it into a shorter format.
Okay.
Yeah, his car video, the latest, is just.
Is this the one?
Amazing.
The bombshell lie by Hitler exposed. Okay.
I think it's worth starting there, though. Yeah, because I have something that.
You have something. What? You broke up.
That's right. There's an echo now. So we'll just watch the video and we can talk later.
Okay, got you. All right, on we go.
I don't know why that is. But for those of you that have followed me for a long time, you know that I have dove in on specific things in this case and events surrounding this case that I thought were odd. For example, when I began to look at all the criminals that I thought potentially had some culpability in this crime and charges that they were facing at the time, and circumstances around those charges seemed to not line up with reality. And there was something that was uniform in all the people that I looked at. And that was the fact that they got sweetheart deals with the court system. And in all of those sweetheart deals, there was something in common. This thing called a Rule 11 plea agreement. For those of you that have followed me, you know that I have invested a significant amount of time in researching and explaining the Rule 11 plea agreement in Idaho. And for those of you that haven't followed me for a long time, let me refresh you on some of the information that we discovered. And we went into local law firms there in Idaho to do some of this research about these Rule 11 plea agreements, and here's what we found. And sometimes to find the real information, it's best to go to the source of the people who is applying the real information. So local defense attorneys there in Idaho would have the down low on what a Rule 11 plea agreement is and how it's applied and not applied in Idaho. And a Rule 11 plea agreement, according to them, is a binding plea agreement. It's an agreement entered into by the parties for a certain sentence if the defendant pleads guilty to a specific criminal charge. A plea agreement under this rule binds the court to the terms of the agreement. In other words, the judge cannot add, subtract, or alter the terms of a Rule 11 agreement. This differs from a binding agreement where the parties would each argue for the sentence they feel is appropriate, and the judge would make the final determination. However, the court may be bound by the terms of a Rule 11 agreement, but is not bound to accept the agreement. Now, there are pros and cons to Rule 11 agreements. The most obvious benefit is having the ability to negotiate your sentence without the risk that a judge will sentence you to something more severe after you've already admitted to the crime. Now, for the most part, determining who is eligible for a Rule 11 agreement and who is not will depend upon the judge and the severity of the charges. More often than not, Rule 11 agreements are found in misdemeanor cases, not felony cases. Occasionally, a Rule 11 agreement will be accepted in a felony matter, but most district court judges, those who handle felony matters, will not accept Rule 11 cases, except in the rarest of instances, if at all. Some judges will not accept a Rule 11 agreement under any circumstances, and some prosecutors will not enter into a Rule 11 agreement. In fact, certain jurisdictions around Idaho have an unwritten standing rule that Rule 11 agreements are not to be accepted, even in misdemeanor cases. So if this is what all the attorneys in Idaho believe about this Rule 11 agreement and its unwritten rules, I would have to say that's probably the norm. Therefore, when I looked at things in this case around Rule 11s, Bill Thompson and these people that I'm talking about, it didn't really make sense, according to local attorneys there in Idaho. And y'all may remember that people surrounding this crime and potentially involved in aspects of it and in aspects of the investigation, in my humble opinion, began receiving these Rule 11 plea agreements on a consistent basis by prosecutor Bill Thompson there in Idaho, all accepted by John Judge, which I thought was very odd. People like Farley, who received what I refer to as the deal of the century, Rule 11 plea agreement. Tanya Rhodes, who was arrested with Farley, who's connected to a lot of people in this case, Rule 11 plea agreement. How about Michael Burrows, who is the direct connection to the Aryan Knights, Rule 11 plea agreement. And then there's James Curtis Leonard, who for no reason whatsoever received a Rule 11 plea agreement in his case. The agreement came through for Brian Kohberger. My first inclination was, is this going to be another Rule 11 plea agreement? And to my shock, when I heard the judge say this in court, I went, wow, this one's going to be a little different, I guess.
This is not a Rule 11 agreement?
Imagine my shock as I'm reading the new filings from prosecutor Bill Thompson in the Brian Kohberger saga of trying to get additional restitution money for the victims' families. And let me read it to you as well and see if we notice something that's quite odd and proves more lies in the case. So first of all, I went back to the July 2nd plea agreement that was written in the court record and checked it to see if it stated what type of agreement this actually was. And it does say that the Latah County Prosecuting Attorney's Office, the defendant Brian Kohberger, and the defendant's attorney Ann Taylor stipulate to the following plea agreement. And it says plea agreement. It says the defendant will enter guilty pleas to the following counts of burglary, unaliving in the first degree, unaliving in the second, unaliving in the third count, and unaliving in the fourth count, and unaliving in the fifth count, I guess. Let's see, count one, unaliving in the first degree, count two, unaliving in the first degree, count three, unaliving in the first degree, count four, unaliving in the first degree, and a felony in count five is stated in the indictment. Okay, so count five, I guess, is burglary. All right, defendant will be sentenced to 10 years for count one, fixed consecutive life sentences for counts 2 through 5. State may seek restitution orders regarding funeral expenses and crime victims' compensation reimbursement and the amount to be determined. So, crime victims' compensation reimbursement from the crime victims' compensation fund. So, we're looking to get the families more money actually refunded to them. And defendant understands the nature of the charge to which defendant agrees to plead guilty, acknowledges that he is not being coerced into entering this plea of guilty, consequences of pleading guilty, including maximum penalties that may be imposed and any mandatory minimum penalties. And that by pleading guilty, he waives his right to a jury trial, to confront his accusers, to refrain from incriminating himself. By pleading guilty, he waives his rights to a jury trial, to confront accusers, and to refrain from incriminating himself. Defendant further acknowledges he's satisfied with his legal representation, has reviewed with his attorney all possible defenses, and by his plea of guilty voluntarily waives those defenses and claims based upon his constitutional rights. Defendant understands that if we were to proceed to trial, he would have the right to an appeal, including but not limited to any issues decided by the court prior to defendant's guilty plea, including any rulings on the admissibility of evidence, the judgment, including the finding of guilt, and any issues regarding the guilty plea and the sentence. Further, defendant understands that if we're to proceed to trial, he'd have the right to file a motion under Idaho Criminal Rule 35, seeking a reduction of the sentence. The defendant hereby knowingly, voluntarily, and intelligently waives all rights to appeal any and all issues in this case, and waives the right to file a motion pursuant to Idaho Criminal Rule 35. This entire agreement and understanding between the parties is so stipulated this 30th day of June 2025, but it's actually signed on July 2nd, 2025. Brian Kohlberger and Ashley Jennings. Just says plea agreement. It never says anything about rule anything, right? So we have to defer to the judge's words in court and assume that's the truth.
This is not a Rule 11 agreement.
Now, y'all know in the last week or so, we've covered the saga of the G's and the Laramies trying to get additional funds refunded from the Victims Crime Compensation Program. But for that to happen, defendant Brian Kohlberger would have to stipulate to the additional restitution, which, doesn't seem like it would be that big of a deal to add another $27,000 on top of $250,000 that you'll never pay. But it is in contention regardless with Kohlberger's attorneys. And now the state has filed a response to the objection by the defense. And you'll see in this request for sealing the state's exhibit, which I imagine the state's exhibit is going to be receipts provided by those family members. But this is the request for these exhibits to be sealed. Judge Hippler is signing on the order to stipulate to sealing those exhibits. And then here was the motion by the state to have those exhibits sealed. But then when I read the actual objection by the prosecution to the defense's claims that they shouldn't receive that additional money, I find something peculiar. Maybe you will as well. Now you can see, filed October 24th, 2025, Latah County Prosecutor's Office, Billy B. Thompson. State's response to defendant's objection to request for restitution. Comes now, the state of Idaho, by and through the Latah County Prosecuting Attorney, and respectfully responds to defendant's objection to state's request for additional restitution filed on October 7th, 2025. The state acknowledges the Rule 11 plea agreement filed herein.
This is not a Rule 11 agreement.
Regarding restitution under the Section 4 of the agreement, state may seek restitution orders regarding funeral expenses and crime victims' compensation reimbursement in an amount to be determined. At the time of the plea agreement, the state was under the impression certain expenses incurred by the victims' families would be covered by crime victims' compensation. Whoa. Let's back up just a second. The state acknowledges the Rule 11 plea agreement filed herein. So Thompson's referring to the plea agreement that was filed herein. He refers to it as a Rule 11 agreement, and he specifically refers to the restitution under Section 4 of the agreement. So let's not get confused about what he's talking about, because when we go to Section 4 of the agreement that he's saying is a Rule 11 plea agreement, I believe I just read that to you. Remember? Plea agreement. Section 1, 2, 3, 4. The state may seek restitution orders regarding funeral expenses and crime victims' compensation reimbursement in an amount to be determined. So there's no confusing what agreement that he is referring to when he says it's a Rule 11 agreement.
This is not a Rule 11 agreement.
It was the plea agreement. The one we just heard Judge Hippler clearly state in court, this is not a Rule 11 plea agreement. So who's lying? Is it Hippler or is it Thompson in this? Let's see if maybe he just made a mistake and he won't bring up the Rule 11 part of this agreement again. Let's read the rest. Let's see. After the sentencing hearing, the state was informed that crime victims' compensation will not cover travel and lodging expenses for attendance of court proceedings. On behalf of the victims, the state submits the itemization of expenses that were incurred by the victims' families, including expenses not covered by the crime victim compensation, for the court's consideration. The state is affirmatively advocating for payment of funeral expenses as itemized by State's Exhibit 2 pursuant to the plea agreement. So what he's saying is they didn't realize that the travel expenses would not be refunded to the victims' families. So in lieu of them not getting that, they want to replace those with the funeral expenses that they incurred so that they can get those reimbursed on the back end. Defendant argues that the requested restitution should not qualify as direct economic loss since the victims' families receive third-party donations. Under Idaho code and controlling precedent, directly injured victims may receive full restitution despite third-party payments unless those third parties qualify as statutory victims through contractual obligations to pay. Applying the Cheney analysis to this case, charitable donations such as those received through GoFundMe arise from voluntary generosity rather than legal obligations. Since charitable donors lack contractual obligations to pay victims, they can't qualify as statutory victims under Idaho code. Therefore, their payments do not reduce the defendant's restitution obligation to directly injured victims. This is also supported by public policy, considering focusing on making the victims of crime whole for a defendant's criminal conduct rather than accounting for victims' good fortune and receiving community support. Lastly, defendant argues that the restitution should not be awarded based on defendant's ability to earn or pay money given his 4 consecutive life sentences plus 10 years. And defendant's objection provides clear authority for courts to order restitution from life sentence defendants. The statute mandates that courts shall order a defendant found guilty of any crime which results in economic loss to the victim to make the restitution to victims unless the court determines restitution be inappropriate or undesirable. The immediate inability to pay restitution shall not be in and of itself a reason to deny restitution. While Idaho law permits restitution orders for life sentence defendants, courts retain discretion to determine whether restitution is appropriate in individual cases. This discretion enables courts to consider the specific circumstances of life sentences, including the defendant's age, health, and realistic earning potential, In this case, there is a history of this defendant receiving financial compensation from family and third parties. By way of example, the state is attaching a summary of the financial contributions made to defendant while he was in custody at Ada County Jail and Latah County Jail. In the event the defendant is able to obtain financial compensation from third parties or family, the victim should have ready access to these assets for the satisfaction of their losses. In the event defendant is able to obtain financial compensation from third parties or family, so anything that they put on Kohberger's books, they're going to try to seize. Additionally, this case has and will continue to attract worldwide attention, which could result in the defendant prospectively receiving money subject to interception by the state treasurer pursuant to Idaho code. It's going to get even more worldwide attention since y'all lied all the way through it and we're now exposing you. Restitution orders may be recorded as civil judgments and should be collectible from any monies prospectively deposited in escrow with the state treasurer. So they're trying to mask the end of this as they're going after Kohberger's actual money that he's going to receive for restitution, ignoring the fact that he's already got almost over $300,000 that he already owes. This additional money has nothing to do with that. It all has to do with getting reimbursed from the Crime Victim Compensation Fund for money that they've already received 10 times over through public donations on GoFundMe. So all this gobbledygook for him to expose Judge Hippler's lie. Based on the above, the state hereby amends state's request for restitution filed on September 22nd, 2025, seeking outstanding funeral-related expenses per the Rule 11 agreement.
This is not a Rule 11 agreement.
And simply submits the balance of the victim's request for the court's consideration per the Rule 11 agreement.
This is not a Rule 11 agreement.
The state acknowledges the Rule 11 plea agreement filed herein.
This is not a Rule 11 agreement.
Under Section 4 of the Rule 11 plea agreement, the state seeks restitution from funeral expenses, crime victim compensation, reimbursement, in an amount to be determined. Plea agreement that we now know is a Rule 11 plea agreement. Just to verify, under Part 4, the state may seek restitution orders regarding funeral expenses, crime victims compensation reimbursement, in an amount to be determined.
Did I just lie out loud for the whole world to hear?
This is not a Rule 11 agreement.
Lucy, you got some splaining to do.
There it is.
Okay, so I've been following chat. Thank you, Dago.
Uh-huh.
I've been following chat. Was it over? I think it's over.
Yeah, it's over.
Okay. Our conversation could go in many directions from here, but I think it'd be wise if we limit it to the question of, did Pav not point out a lie?
He did.
I was watching chat and I understand what Lucy is saying. She's saying let me make sure I understand what she's saying. Is she saying that he cleverly edited it to cut out and to manipulate the effect that everyone was already under the impression, in other words, the whole world, including you and me, already knew that this was a Rule 11 and had the attention to detail to see that even though in truth it's a Rule 11, that the judge in court said in his own words that it's not a Rule 11. Is that clear as mud? I guess my question is everyone knew that this is common knowledge. Everyone knows that, but yet no content creator before this has pointed it out.
I see what you're saying. I don't think anybody paid enough attention to it. Maybe
nobody knew this before this video. And again, my question is did Pavarotti not just point out a lie?
He did, yeah. And I know what you're saying, that nobody else talked about it. I don't know if it's there's a reason why.
No one has ever talked about this before.
That part of it, right? No, I know what you're saying. I agree with that, but it is confusing to some people though that don't understand all of it. That's something I will say. She says, I'm saying if you listen to what he was actually talking about, that you'll see Hippler is specifically saying that there is no promise of the sentence, that they can still argue for it to be lessened. He did say that. I remember that. That was in the sentencing hearing, I believe. So I guess compared to what he was saying, I understand what you're saying, Lucy. Rule 11 includes, I can't pull the link, Lucy. And I remember her talking about that before more than once. I get it. I can be honest. I didn't understand any of the plea agreement stuff. I understood the basics of it, but not like the interior details of it, if that makes any sense.
Well, he starts out by saying, a Rule 11 agreement cannot be changed. Once it's done, it's finalized. And when what they're trying to do right now is change.
Now that's what I did argue about with this restitution thing. I did argue. Yeah.
Right.
And she's saying,
and we hear the judge saying that it's not a Rule 11, but yet on paper it is. So which is the lie, which is the truth? That's the conversation we should have, I think.
Understood.
Yeah.
Understood.
Does that make sense? Am I right? Am I trying?
I know what you're saying. Yeah, I know. I get what you're saying. I don't understand. I didn't understand that part of the agreement enough to understand the truth behind it. That's my problem, and I can admit to that with no problem. I just didn't, even though I read it. It's not my forte. That's why I watch certain other attorneys and stuff when they read over them. But okay, so that's what she was saying, is that was literally the next sentence after what Pavarotti showed that Hitler stated, that like the next thing that Hitler said was that after that, if we were to watch the hearing, I guess. Maybe that's what he didn't add to what Pav didn't add that to what he was saying, I guess.
But the takeaway, so I guess to conclude that thought, are you saying that the takeaway should be that Pav is deliberately manipulating and twisting?
I don't see it that way.
I
don't think that way. No, but the fact that he didn't continue on with what else was stated, I guess he just decided to leave that out. I don't know what you want to call it. The fact that Hitler couldn't sentence him to the death penalty is the binding part, and the thing that is Rule 11 in the case. Okay. See, I don't know the law that well. I'm learning it slowly, but it's hard. Some of it. There's a lot.
They both can't be true at the same time.
Oh, 1 second. You guys both talk real quick.
Go ahead, JC.
Go ahead, JC.
Does Rule 11 just apply to the death penalty?
I don't say that one more time, JC. My son just interrupted.
Does Rule 11 apply to the death penalty?
I don't know. And that's why I wanted to limit the conversation to just focusing on, did Pav not point out that we just witnessed a lie by the judge?
But then, I guess
I can't add to the conversation when it comes to legal matters. It's not my department.
That's my problem too. But like Ms. Potts says, but he left out the rest of what Hitler said. So I guess that's how you would have to look at it, Eddie, as he did say that part, but then he didn't allow what Hitler said after that into what he said. So therefore, I guess it wouldn't be considered a lie because Hitler did finish what he was saying, and it doesn't turn it to be a lie then. Does that make sense what I just said?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm trying, you guys. I'm trying. Because okay. The context that Hitler put out there, okay, the statement he made. Yes, he said that. Pavarotti's absolutely 100% about that. But then right after that, he finished the sentence, and it there in turn doesn't make it a lie then. That's what I was trying to say.
Okay. Interesting. Well, either way, there was a boom. Like David
to some extent, yeah.
Yeah, that was my point. David Bird said, this is not a boom. Well, it is either way. One way or the other, it's going to be.
One way or the other, it's something. Yeah, right. I got you. Yeah, Rule 11 is a plea, to answer your question, JC. And then anything that is included in a plea agreement, you need to have the context around what Hitler is even talking about. Right. That's what I understand. Well, a lie is a lie unless it's not a lie. Jesus, God, that sounds so bad. It really does. You guys know what I mean. What hearing was in the sentencing hearing, correct? Or it's in a document too. What document was that, Lucy? Did you drop it already? You probably did. Hold on. Critical rule. It started. Oh, thank you for that, Fizzy. Hold on a minute. I'll pull I know there's a document on it because I read it. Hold on. If you have the document, Lucy, throw it in the Discord for me. I'll pull it up real quick so that I can probably explain it a little bit better as I read it. Oh, yeah, I know that sounded bad. A lie is a lie until it's not a lie. So if Hitler would have made that statement that Pavarotti pointed out and never finished what he was saying, then it's absolutely a lie. But the fact is that he finished saying it, and then that there in turn does not make it a lie. So therefore, it turns it around. That's what I was trying to say. It still doesn't make sense, but
I'll take your word on it. I haven't. I have no way to feel one way or the other about that.
I get it, Eddie, and it's all right. I understand. I'm not very good at explaining certain things. I try. And how did you know I was going to say it? You probably did, Meg. That's me. Sorry.
Well, that just complicates things. If that's the case, then it certainly complicates things a little bit.
Right. It could. But he did say he used my little Lucy thing. I heard that at the end. I've never heard him do that before. That was interesting. But I get what he was doing it for. That's the best way to put it. I.e., he's cherry picking at what Hitler said. So that's a good point. And I get that. A lot of people, I've done that because there's things Hitler has said, and then he's basically, in a sense, contradicting what I've read from the thing he said that I didn't like, if that makes any sense, by making another statement. But I'm irritated about what he said in the first place still, because I don't like Hitler. So it's part of that. Hey, Gail. So I understand both of it. Half truth, half a thought or sentence. Yeah, that was kind of a half truth, half lie, I guess you could call it, for lack of better terms. I don't know. Either way, it's me too, 100%. That's probably why I didn't understand it, Meg. I can't stand to hear the man's voice because typically it's going to be a negative statement or something ignorant. And that's why I just I listen halfway. And if I hear something that seems important, then I focus on it. But if not, I just kind of like tuned out of him because I don't want to hear his damn voice. But yeah, that's a good point. I got to find it. I'm looking in there now, but I can't find the damn document. Too many. Oh, damn. Oh, wait a minute. Nope, of course, because she does that. She's very good at that. Here we go. Hold on. And she even has it, I think, at the point where we need it because she's awesome like that. Okay, so the time of the plea agreement, the state was under the impression certain expenses incurred. Is that the right spot to start, Lucy, or do I need to go down more?
See, yeah, you're right. Hitler is biased liar anyway, regardless.
100% biased. Yeah,
Murder. She's a witch.
No doubts on that. There's no. So the defendant argues that the requested restitution should not qualify as direct economic loss since the victim's families received third-party donations. And see, I'm gonna give you an argument on that point here in a minute from me too. Some of you might not like it, but I'm gonna ask you to hold that thought for once. I gotta be right back. Right at my front door.
Meg P, yes. Of course, I still like you all. As you know, I'm here on the side of whatever the truths are. That's what we're here to do, right? Just bet. So was it a Rule 11 plea agreement or not? I think the answer is yes. I mean, if it's in the paperwork, if it's in these documents, and it says it's a Rule 11, that would, I think, carry the day. That would supersede whatever the judge said. The judge, we heard him say that it's not a Rule 11. They would just dismiss that as, oh, he misspoke, in my opinion. It's in these papers. If it says it's a Rule 11 in these papers, then that's what it is. Not this isn't at all a rule. Listen, the clips say per Pavarotti that it's not a Rule 11 agreement. See, I guess I would just need to be educated on, I guess this is much deeper. It's just much more involved then. It's not cut and dry.
Okay, sorry about that. My son got a package. I had to help sign for and all that stuff.
Is this a deep dive? Is this a complex thing? If I knew that going into it, I'd have said, let's just jump into today's video with the cars that he proved.
We can. I guess this here says at the time of the plea, the state was under the impression certain expenses incurred by the victims' families would be covered by the crime victims' compensation. After the sentencing hearing, the state was informed that crime victims' compensation will not cover travel and lodging expenses for attendance of court proceedings. On behalf of the victims, the state submits the itemization of expenses that were incurred by the victims' families, including expenses not covered by crime victims' compensation for the court's consideration. You see State's Exhibit 1. The state is affirmatively advocating for payment of funeral expenses as itemized by State's Exhibit 2 pursuant to the plea agreement. The defendant argues that the requested restitution should not qualify as direct economic loss since the victims' families receive third-party donations. I'm going to tell you guys in a moment here that I do disagree with this, okay? Not this, the defensive side, believe it or not. And I'll explain why in a minute. Under Idaho Code 19-5304 and controlling precedent, directly injured victims may receive full restitution despite third-party payments unless those third parties qualify as statutory victims through contractual obligations. And there's case law there. Applying to the Cheney analysis to this case, charitable donations such as those received through GoFundMe arise from voluntary generosity rather than legal obligations, since charitable donors lack contractual obligations to pay victims. They cannot qualify as statutory victims under Idaho Code 19-53041 EIV. Therefore, their payments do not reduce the defendant's restitution obligation to the directly injured victims under IC 19-5304. This is also supported by public policy consideration, focusing on making the victims of crime whole for a defendant's criminal conduct rather than accounting for a victim's good fortune in receiving community support. State versus Schultz. Oh, shit. Lastly, the defendant argues that restitution should not be awarded based on defendant's ability to earn money or pay money, given his 4 consecutive life sentences plus 10 years. And that's the defendant's objection up by JC. Page 4, Idaho Code 19-5304 provides clear authority for courts to order restitution from life sentence defendants. So rather than going through the rest of all of this, unless I need to, is there more to this that I need to read, Lucy? But here's my understanding with this, okay? When this hearing first happened, I don't think that this was understood. I will tell you right here and now, Brian Koberger owes $250 some odd thousand. Okay, that was already stated. That was put out there. There was no trial. Some of this, I remember the GoFundMe stuff was put out there because it was supposed to help them to travel to the trial for living expenses during that trial, gas, food, all that kind of stuff. But then the trial didn't happen. But they still received all that. So in turn, okay, I get what defense is saying to some extent. but that was a gift. Those were gifts to the victim's family. So I don't think that the defense should be, if it wasn't added after, let me put it this way. If it wasn't added after sentencing, then it should be okay. But if it was something that was added after the deal was reached and everything was done, then no, I don't agree with that. You can't just come in and add something after you've already done this. That's my opinion on that. Okay. I agree with it, Lisser. I do. And not all the donors feel the same. I agree with that too, Redacted. I 100%. I get that. That's the issue with this. Oh, okay, Jace. No problem, hun. Let me see. I'm sorry. I don't mean to give anybody a headache. Any other disposition of the case, the court may participate in this discussion. Yeah. Wait, I should read that first. Understanding that the recommendation or request is not binding on the court. C, agree that a specific sentence is the appropriate disposition of the case. Or D, agree to any other disposition of the case. The court may participate in this discussion. Okay. No problem, JC. Which is what they're doing. Got you. Rule 11, please. See, I can't. Hold on. I have to go back into the other side here. Hold on. Did you drop another one, Heather? Yeah. Rule 11. Okay, hold on. And I think all of these should be looked at when they come out so people do understand them, because I don't always. I try to read them when I can, whenever they're thrown out there, but let me see the top of it here. Wait, where is it? Did I blow up too big? Probably. Hold on. Rule 11 for pleas. Alternatives. In general, a defendant may plead guilty or not guilty if the defendant refuses to plead, or if a defendant corporation fails to appear, the court must direct the entry of a plea or not guilty. I'm sorry. Conditional pleas. With the approval of the court and the consent of the prosecuting attorney, a defendant may enter a conditional plea of guilty, reserving in writing the right on appeal from the judgment to review any specified adverse ruling. If the defendant prevails on appeal, the defendant must be allowed to withdraw the defendant's plea. Okay. So let me see. Is there a number attached to that? I can't even remember. Other advisories of the acceptance judgments. Let me see. The advisory form, plea agreement procedure.
Lucy says, scroll down to F.
F, as in Frank?
Frank. Small f.
Right there. I see it now. Okay, thank you, Eddie. In general, the prosecuting attorney and the attorney for the defendant or the defendant, when acting without an attorney, may discuss an agreement that may include a waiver of the defendant's right to appeal the judgment and the sentence of the court, and that on the entering of a plea of guilty to a charged offense or to a lesser or related offense, the prosecuting attorney will do any of the following. A, move for dismissal of other charges. B, make a recommendation or agree not to oppose the defendant's request for a particular sentence, with the understanding that the recommendation or request is not binding on the court. There it is. Agree that a specific sentence is the appropriate disposition of the case, or agree to any other disposition of the case. The court may participate in this discussion. And then the notice of plea agreement for number 2 says, if a plea agreement is reached by the parties, the court must on the record require the disclosure of the agreement in open court or on a showing of a cause in camera at the time the plea is offered. If the agreement has the terms of subdivision F1A, C, or D, the court may accept or reject the agreement, or may defer its decision as to the acceptance or rejection until there has been an opportunity to consider the pre-sentence report. Which says, meaning that Rule 11 governs the plea itself. Right. Also says, may include, meaning some issues may or may not be agreed to. The sentence was not binding. Understood. Other than removing the... I get it now. Okay. I'm sorry. Yes, literally. So Ms. Pox simplified it. Thank you. It governs the plea by itself. Thank you. I get it. So that gives an answer if it does for you guys, I guess. I hope. I just want to know who's been putting money on Brian's books. Release that document, right? And how much? Because here's the thing with this whole thing. I think his family has been, and I'm sure there's other people that have been too, Annie. The thing that we found yesterday, we were talking, Lanny was pointing out, I guess they can take any monies that he were to receive up to a specific percent, of course. And they want it all, in essence. I'm just curious, you know what I mean? So anything he gets, they're going to get it to some aspect. If he were to do, like, write a book, which I don't see that happening, but if he were, and he brings in $500,000 from that book, they're going to get that. Well, up to what he owes. You know what I mean? All pre-sentence reports were not done and waived. Both parties stipulated to it. Okay. Thank you. And so, oh shit. Hold on a minute. You're going to have to drop it in Discord. Lucy, I'm sorry. The new one. I wish that we could do that from here. Being that we're the channel owner, I don't understand that. He can't profit though. He can't his. Well, I'm sure they could. They have nothing to do with it. Oh, here we go. This is all right. Thank you. That's what I wanted right there. Here we go, guys. 1 second.
This is not a Rule 11 agreement, meaning the court is not bound by the plea agreement and could impose a different lawful sentence at sentencing. The stipulated agreement between the parties is the maximum on each count. So theoretically, the only thing the court could do would be a lesser sentence at sentencing. But the defendant is not free to ask the court to do so under the plea agreement. Are there any other material terms of the plea agreement that the parties would like to make? Obviously, the plea agreement, the written plea agreement will speak for itself and be part of the court record.
Not from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, very well. And where by some for Taylor, Ms. Massoff, and Ms. Barlow, the state's present with Mr. to entertain a by some for the public to result in immediate removal and may result in an inability to attend further court proceedings in this case. I want to point out that there have been calls by some for the public to contact me and my office.
Right. So it means that the court is not bound to follow. Okay. Gotcha. Does everybody get that? Does it make sense? He's talking about the sentence, which I understood that now. Anything, Eddie, you good or no?
I'm good.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. I
But
don't want anybody
for the
anybody
record,
on misunderstanding. That's all.
it's clear as mud. So if everyone else is as confused as me, you're not alone.
You know, I get that part of it now. Like I said, I think when this was happening, I was kind of droning him out. Does that make sense? And I wasn't focusing on that at that point. I was too worried about the fact that this was happening to begin with and all that other stuff. Thank you, Lucy, Miss Potts, and thank you, Eddie. There we go. So She did some splaining. And this helped. This visual helped with the hearing to go back and watch that. I feel like I need to go back and watch them all again anyway, just because. I swear to God, I miss things now. Anyway, on we go. To let me get rid of this stuff. Okay, moving on to the other thing you brought up was where'd it go?
Yeah,
This
your
one.
choice. If you feel that's a good
Okay.
way to go, there, at least I can guarantee there will be a lot less confusion if we go there. But your show, you can you steer the ship. Go any way you want to go.
I got a couple things to discuss. Like I said, I was leaving it up to you guys. Wait a minute here. If there is a
So,
plea agreement ever, it is Idaho Criminal Rule 11. Please, literally every single plea is a Rule 11. What is covered in the agreement varies, and it could be the dismissal of a charge. Okay, thank you. Or lesser penalty, restitution. What isn't wrong with Idaho? That's true too. But it does not have to include these things. The only part of the sentence that the judge was bound by is the removal of the bingo. That's what I thought. Okay. That I understand now. All the plea agreements are in Idaho are 11. So whenever you hear that plea in Idaho, you think Rule 11. I get it. I think that's what he was saying too.
yeah, Dago, this next one, if you're going to play that most recent one of his, this has to do with the information that we've gleaned from the Molly, the DoorDash driver information that's come out recently.
Yeah, that was another thing I was going to discuss that. But go ahead with what you said again. My son talked over you again. I'm sorry. He keeps walking up back at me saying things.
In its own way, it has to do with what we've learned from Molly's information in her interview.
Yeah.
So it's current events. It's like whatever.
No.
It's the hot topic.
I was down to discuss some of that anyway because she lied a lot, and I have issue with it for sure. In this case, the only part of the sentence that he was bound by was the removal of the plea, which is what Hitler was specifically talking about when he said what it. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Again, very much appreciate it. You're explaining. And then Miss Potts says this is why it looks like Bill is handing out these Rule 11 pleas like candy because all pleas fall under 11. Which okay, that makes sense then. Thank you, Miss Annie and Miss Lucci. I appreciate you both. On we go.
Like you, be strong to hold the powers of the sun.
I show you how deep the rabbit hole goes.
Listen to Pavarotti. Can I be your superhero?
Okay, you can see what can only be described as a gentle slope, all the way from like this car right here, all the way up almost to the end of the King Road driveway. Now, where you see Gundy standing right here, he's not much higher than the black Ford right here, but he's significantly lower than this portion up here of the road that goes in between King and Queen. And you can see right here how much higher this elevation is than the top of this Ford Explorer. It goes uphill significantly right where Gundy's standing. Here's an even better example of how the road goes almost directly uphill right as you turn into the road in between King and Queen, right here, almost even with the dumpster. And then it continues to go uphill. You would need to be all the way up here before you appear in the third window of that house in the reflection. Michael Adario did the best drive-through to give you this example. You can see it's a gentle slope all the way up to the driveway here, and then it's going to go at a sharp angle up. You would be right here turning when you're on that rear reflector, and you're going to be right here when you hit the third window. And we're going to prove that because we've got video footage of vehicles hitting those spots and then hitting this spot right here. And we have several examples of it, so we can time it out, and I'm going to prove it this time. So you know the vehicles that you see that are making this loop, just like Rosendahl and Tisdale say in their police report. When you come around the Queen Road Apartments, there's this little extension right here. This is where the DoorDash driver parked the second time, as I'm going to show you. This is where Tisdale would have seen her parked. This is where she would have seen Tisdale right here. And it's now going to be proven through her statement to Gooch and Payne. Right here is where you see the vehicle coming through on the third window. And you can see as it turns here next to the dumpster, this is where you see the headlights. And then you're at the King Road driveway. Now you're passing 1112. Here is the house where you see the reflections of all the headlights and taillights that give everything away. So once again, when vehicles pull in, you can see them all the way up to about right here on that 1112 camera. Then in the windows of that house, you can pick up the reflections of those taillights right here. And as they turn right there, you can pick them up even better. But here's an example. All right, we got a vehicle pulling through here. This is the 330 car. And right here in this window, that's right before you turn in between King and Queen. So here's the house where that camera is located. What you just seen that car do was pass this house right here, and you see its reflections in that other window as it reaches right here. 1, 2, 3, there it goes. 3:30 and 47 seconds. Now, less than a second later, you can already see his headlights coming up around the Queen Road Apartments here. Then you see the vehicle coming around. That's how you know that that vehicle was topping that hill close to this point right here when its taillights show up in that third window. Then you see the vehicle continue around the Queen Road Apartments. And as it reaches the little dead end street right here and starts to turn to the right to go in between these King and Queen Road Apartments, this is where you're seeing headlights show up on the other house over there to let you know they're making this corner, which you see right here at 331.19. Here's a closer look. There's the headlights going around that corner. And then a short time later, you can see him coming down and hanging to the left and then driving out. We're going to zoom it in and slow it down. Right there, the extra light, you can see the vehicle coming through, turning left, and then it's going to come down back into view. Here's what you're seeing that car do. It's irrefutable. It does it every time. What you're seeing reflecting in that window is when that vehicle hits right here. You can see the lights start to reflect as soon as it comes out around 1112. And then it hangs a left and it goes down. Look at this line. Okay, this is the best way that I can explain what I'm saying right here and prove it using science. And I can't tell you how important it is because I'm about to prove by the end of this video that that was Tisdale's undercover cop car making that 356 pass. Therefore, it was not Brian Kohberger's. And this is irrefutable. If you follow me right here, this is the house that you see the reflections in. That's this house right here, 1119 King Road. Now, you see this little circle right here. This is a screenshot taken of that vehicle I just showed you pulling around, and this is the first shot that you can see the headlight reflecting in this window. And then you see it reflect and come around. What you're seeing is that headlight reflect right here as that vehicle comes around. And I can prove it because you never see headlights in these windows at all. And here's why you don't. Because this window right here, this area right here, is in this portion of the house right here. These two windows are further this way. You can see here is the front door where that goes in, and you have two windows, then the house. So here's the front door. You come over, here's those two windows, and then here's this window and this little extra reflecting spot. But 1112 right here, this house is actually as high as this elevation over here. So when the vehicle's coming through here, the reflection in these windows won't show because this house blocks them. So you would never see lights in these windows as cars come down because of this house right here blocking it. But as soon as this vehicle gets past this house that's blocking the lights right here, you see the reflection right here. And it's called line of sight. So when you take this window, which is this window right here, this area right here, and you draw a straight line to where this house no longer can block the reflection, and that straight line comes up right here. So when that vehicle passes this line of sight and it's no longer blocked by 1112, you see its reflection. So when you see vehicles come around this corner and a light shows right here, it's reflecting the vehicle coming around this way. At the same time, when you see a vehicle go this way and you see its tail lights reflect for the last time right here, it's because that vehicle has crossed this line of sight point. There is no refuting what I just showed you right here. That's science, baby. And this is where it becomes extremely important because here's the DoorDash driver. pulling in at 346.
Welcome, Mayhem and Miracle.
Pulls past 1112. You'll see the tail lights in the window and where they stop. They remain stopped there for a few seconds, and then she continues to turn in between king and queen. There's the reflection, and it just kind of hangs out right there. Here's what she did. She pulled up to about right here where she stopped for 3 or 4 seconds. Then she continued on around this corner to right here where she stops and she parks, and you see her parked. Watch again. As she comes in and comes around past 1112 here, we're going to zoom in on this window. And she gets up just past king, or 1122 king, and she parks for about 5 seconds. 3, 4, 5, 6. And then she turns in between king and queen. There's the reflection right at the line of sight, and she parks. Now, here is the screenshot I just took of the DoorDash's tail lights. And again, you can see it's in this window right here. And when you take your line of sight to the last place you could have seen that, it was right here. But she parks right here the first time. When she first parks, she stops here, pulls in, and then she parks right here for just a little bit. And I'm going to prove that because she turns her headlights off, but you can still see her parking lights are on because you'll see this reflection stay there. Watch, it gets bright, it stops, it dims, and then it goes out. She parks right there. Then we see her a few minutes later walking up the road here at 351-31. She's going to walk to the end of the street here, stand there for a second, do something on her phone. And then after a few seconds, she's going to turn around. She's going to signal with that flashlight. And then she's going to walk back to her car. There's her flashlight signal. Now she's walking back to her car. She's going to get in her car and then pull behind the King Road residence. So she's then going to walk to her car, get in, pull behind the King Road residence, park facing south. And then another vehicle pulls out up here and it drives down where its headlights are seen in that window until it pulls out of the King Road neighborhood right here. Watch this window. Headlights, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 before it pops up in that window, and then we see it pull out. 10 seconds when you first see his headlights in the top window. Let's count it down right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There he is. Now, Molly then exits this vehicle, leaving her lights on, and she walks down to right here.
See, this is what I have a lot of issues with, you guys. She lied so much when we watched that interview with her over at Atlanta's. She lied and just turned things so backwards. It was insane to me. So part of that is what he's talking about here, and I'm pointing that out now so you guys get it.
And she looks at the courtyard in the back of the house, and she contemplates on taking the food to the back door because that's what she said her app told her to do. As she's doing that, a vehicle drives through past her that she identifies as a tan sedan with a guy with blonde spiky hair in it. She then decides to take the food to the front door and snaps a picture on her app at 3:59:00, walks back to her car, gets in it, and then drives out of the King Road neighborhood.
She also makes a statement about how she drives out very quickly and fast to get out of there, which was interesting to me for a reason that we'll talk about here in a little bit.
And here is her taillights. And she backs up. You can see they fade away as she starts to pull out. Then seconds later, once she passes line of sight on 1112, right there, boom, boom, she pulls out.
Take it nice and easy, okay? So we have a map here if you need it. Okay? So just let us know what else you need. I'm going to take some notes, okay, but don't think I'm not paying attention to you. No, just, not ready. I got to write stuff down or I'll forget it, okay? So I guess the first thing we'll do today is just kind of start, if you wouldn't mind, by, when you got your first order that night and when you delivered your last one.
As far as that night went, I think I worked a total of like 18 hours that night. So but to focus on here,
just because I don't believe that either, that she worked 18 hours. I can't imagine her working 4 hours and completing anything, but that's my opinion, just saying.
The 3 calls that I got from there were all relatively around the same time. There was 2 calls to the apartment complex next to it, the Burke apartment complex. One was a big order, large. It's a weird name too. He put down a strange name. I can't even remember what it was, but it was. Some people like to play with the names when they make orders, and it was definitely one of those. Somebody's screwing around. Of course. Yeah. They were all checking the box orders too, because at that time nothing's open to checking the box around here. The other one that I did was I think I'm trying to remember, but same thing. That apartment, it was in the center section. By the time I got to that, the one that we're here for, it was my last last call for that night. or for that pretty much evening. In fact, when I got back from to check in the box that night, they thought I wasn't coming back and had thrown away the orders. They had to remake my orders so I could deliver them because they didn't think I was coming back. They thought I just wait for the night. Have you been there at night at that house?
Yes, I have. Yep.
Okay, so you know that the number light, and it's very hard to see at night.
Now, something I'm going to point out, and we can discuss this as well. She keeps going back to, they keep kind of asking her why this bothered her so bad that he didn't look at me. He wouldn't look at me. He wouldn't look at me. Of course, me in the chat yesterday, because I'm so irritated with her and her lies, said, well, I wouldn't look at you either, Molly. But somebody just made that statement, Annie did, that she was amazed that Tisdale wasn't staring at her, and it proves that he didn't want to be noticed. And that makes me wonder. That's a good point. She says that, but here's my problem with this is I don't believe 75% of what Molly says. There's the problem. But she said he was staring straight ahead and he didn't even glance over, like he was very set in what he was doing. Okay. Is it because he was trying not to be noticed? Is it because, but he had his dome light on, according to her. So is it because he was like focusing on something different, or was he literally trying not to be noticed? I don't know, but it's an interesting theory. And then this is a problem too. Christine's right. The 420 SUV, we never saw. There is no SUV, unless somebody wants to tell me where. Please, there's no SUV. So where the hell is little guy with the big head talking about SUV? There's no SUV. What now? What did I do now, Lucy? I swear she yells at me more than my wife does. What did I do this time? I'm so highly irritated with this interview after yesterday, you guys. I'm telling you, like, I couldn't even sleep right last night because I'm sitting here thinking about everything that she said. I'm like, why? He looks like an alien too. That's another thing that bothered me. But anyway, why did he just sit here and take all this and he didn't question anything she was saying? He didn't like re-ask anything or any of that. None of it. And I know what you're going to say, Eddie. I know it. I get it. And you're right. And I forget this all the time. But why? This is kind of important, in my opinion. Go ahead, bud. Sorry.
Don't ask dumb questions. You know better.
I knew it. Yeah, that was great. I can't help myself. I forget. But it drives me nuts. It drives me insane to watch him sit here gleaming and not like even stop her or say, whoa, wait a minute, or wait a minute, this, that, and everything else. Some of the shit she says, it's so far out there, you guys. It's like you're clearly lying. We know better. Oh no, I wouldn't look at her. I wouldn't, Lucy. I'm sorry. I thought you were yelling at me, but no, I'm being honest, folks. I can't handle her. She's a disaster. I think she is part of the problem that Brian is sitting in jail right now, prison. Let me clear that up. Truly, that's one of my big opinions, and I think it's all this here. This interview is a bowl full of lies. Okay. A bowl full of lies. That's another part too. Well, I have it sped up too, guys, but I could slow down the interview part. I'm just saying she lies through this in many different ways. And some of this shit, she has no idea. I'm telling you something Atlanta said yesterday clicked with me. And I believe that she was in the car with somebody else. 100%. I don't think she was even driving. And I agree fully with Lana with that one. Maybe her boyfriend was with her. She claims that the dog was sitting on the passenger seat, so on and so forth. I don't think I believe that either. If anything, the dog was in the back seat and she was on the passenger seat herself, which would explain why she explains certain angles she's sitting at. She doesn't see certain things. But then when she's not, then she sees the address all of a sudden. Bullshit. Oh, I'm so wired with this one, guys. I'm telling you. Oh, and then she said the backslider was already. Yes, exactly. And that's important. That's a boom. That's a bomb right there. Okay, that's a bomb. Here's why. That was at what? 3:58. The backslider's open already. What does that say to you guys? And Eddie, I know you know where I'm going with that. At 3:58, if that door's open already, what does that say? It definitely says that it's not Brian Koberger. Because in the PCA, I believe, or any of the documents, they state that he goes in at what time? Was it 4:08? I think.
Let's just go with that. Yeah.
Oh, I mean, just to be safe, 4:08, I believe, is what it was that he goes through that door. So if she's saying at 3:58 that door's already wide open, what are we talking about then? It's a lie. It's either a lie, or once again, it points to the fact that Brian was not there. And yes, she's absolutely with somebody else, folks, period. This, in my opinion, how was this even looked over? How did they go over this and still do what they did? And I'm telling you, this pisses me off. It does. That's a fact. That's a fact. And I'm telling you, I'm going to go with law enforcement on this one that's lying. That's why Payne didn't question anything she said, because they already knew the narrative would be changed for the PCA. Yeah, that's agreed upon. But we're seeing this now. So how is this okay? And they're letting us see this. So she parked in the back parking lot behind the house the second time, right?
That's a common theme, though. We've seen that in the other interviews. That same behavior, where they don't follow up with the tough questions.
Not even close. You're right.
That suggests that they've all been briefed prior to this interview, prior to their interview.
Well, somebody said yesterday in Lana's chat that they believe that she's sitting there reading off of a paper. I'm not saying all that, but proof that there were two people there, Molly.
That'd be a little too conspicuous, but it's possible.
Right.
It's a little, I don't know, risque.
I know it's a bit much, but I'll contemplate it. I'll tell you that much, more than I would certain other things.
A briefing beforehand, certainly.
Yes, thank you for dropping that link, by the way, Lucy, because that is a new link that I found. Thank you to Jules, the spiral index situation. I have that, actually. You know you can't drop anything in here, but scroll up for the blue, please. I'd like panic opinion in my comment. Oh, hold on. Payne, wait. This here stuff she said would have been proved false if Ellie took Molly to the scene and drove through every step. Yeah, I think Lana said that last night. They should have taken her to the spot and said, show me what happened. Walk through it. That whole close your eyes bullshit was a joke to me. Yeah, right. That's bingo right there. The whole fake Molly with the whole eyes closed, pretending like she went into. Yes, thank you. Exactly. The voice changed and all that shit, like she was hypnotized. It was so fucking ridiculous, you guys. Oh my God, I was dying. Oh God, thank you, SRB. You're right. I was sitting here screaming at the computer last night, like, "Are you kidding me?" And you can literally like just watch it happen. It's so stupid. Anyway, I'm gonna shut up and I'll let it play. I'm sorry. I have to go off and vent sometimes, and this one really got me. Yeah, roll your eyes. I had to have my wife punch me in the back of the head 3 times to get my eyes unstuck. I'll tell you right now, that's how bad it was. And I was yelling, so it was so ridiculous.
Dago, can you hear me? Dago.
Yeah, I hear you.
Nothing's happening.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I got stuck with it. My apologies.
Okay.
Was trying to fix something at the same time. All right, here we go. Sorry about that, you guys.
Good. And here is her tail lights. As she backs up, you can see they fade away as she starts to pull out. Then seconds later, Once she passes line of sight on 1112, right there, boom, boom, she pulls out.
Take it nice and easy, okay? So we have a map here if you need it, okay? So just let us know what else you need. I'm gonna take some notes,
Okay.
but don't think I'm not paying attention to you. We're just,
I'm not.
I gotta write stuff down or I'll forget it, okay? So,
I wouldn't be paying attention to her.
so I guess the first thing we'll do today is just kind of start, if you wouldn't mind, by, you know, when you got your first order that night and when you delivered your last one. Kind of just tell me about
As far as
that.
that night went, I think I worked a total of like 18 hours that night. So I mean, but to focus on here, I mean, the 3 calls that I got from there were all relatively around the same time. There was 2 calls to the apartment complex next to it, the Burke apartment complex. One was a big order, large. It's a weird name too. He put down a strange name. I can't even remember what it was, but it was. Some people like to play with the names when they make orders, and it was definitely one of those. Somebody screwed around being
Of course.
Yeah, they were all Jack in the Box orders too, because at that time nobody's opened the Jack in the Box around here. The other one that I did was, I think it was, I'm trying to remember, but it's the same thing. That apartment, it was in the center section. By the time I got to that, the one that we're here for, it was my last last call for that night, or for that pretty much evening. In fact, when I got back from.
And like Lana said last night, that's bullshit too. That wasn't her last call for the night, but okay.
To Jack in the Box that night, they thought I wasn't coming back and had thrown away the orders. They had to remake my orders so I could deliver them because I didn't think I was coming back. They thought I just quit for the night.
Gotcha.
Have you been there at night at that house?
Yes, I have. Yeah.
Okay, so you know that the number light, and it's very hard to see at night. That was probably my biggest problem, was trying to find the number. I didn't actually realize that I was there.
And I'm going to argue that point because I showed the front of the house right above that front door. If you turn the right way, if you got a flashlight, it's at nighttime. I'll give you this much, but they're big black letters and numbers. Okay. Big black numbers right there. You can see it. 1122. That's an excuse. She's lying.
Yeah. Which is why I was probably there for about 15 minutes. And my clock, or my map on my phone that tells me where to go, kept telling me to go up and around.
Yeah.
Instead of, I actually initially pulled and parked up right there, perfect, right in front, but I didn't see the numbers. I didn't know, and my map kept telling me to go up and around and in there.
All right, listen close to what she just said.
My map on my phone that tells me where to go kept telling me to go up and around.
The map on her phone telling her where to go kept telling her to go up and around, meaning up and around right here.
Yeah.
Instead of, I actually initially pulled and parked up right there, perfect, right in front, but I didn't see the numbers. I didn't know, and my map kept telling me to go up and around and in there.
She said she initially parked right here, but her map kept telling her to go up and around.
I kind of walked around with my flashlights on my phone trying to figure out where it was. I remember when I pulled up, I saw the girl in the window that he told you about. Up at that top window on the left.
Whoa, listen close right there. She didn't say that I already told you about. She said somebody's name that they told you about.
The window that he told you about.
She said that Timmy told you about.
The window that he told you about.
Right there, that proves she had somebody in the car with her that had already talked to Payne named Timmy.
I would swear that she was swinging on a hammock or something, but she could have just been on the top of the bed or something. It's not.
Did we or did we not? And somebody, I'm probably wrong because I'm so highly aggravated right now, but just as much as I was last night. Have we heard that name throughout this case anywhere else before? Somebody by the name of Tim or Timmy or Kim or Kimmy, anything like that? Anybody? Or Jimmy? Jimmy. Uh-oh, there it is. Whoops. Okay. Once again, he doesn't stop her to question her to nothing. Is it in the transcript? Because I don't see it. And hold on, let me double check that. All right, sorry, I'll shut up.
I remember when I pulled up, I saw the girl in the window that he told you about. Up at that top window on the left.
Whoa, listen close right there. She didn't say that I already told you about. She said somebody's name that they told you about.
The window that he told you about.
She said that Timmy told you about.
The window that he told you about.
Right there, that proves she had somebody in the car with her that had already talked to Payne named Timmy.
I would swear that she was singing.
We're going to go with Jimmy, Pav, just so you know. It's going to be Jimmy because Jimmy is her boyfriend. And yeah. Here, this shit with and this is another point I have to make. I'm sorry, I can't stop myself. She keeps talking about the girl that she saw in that window. I'm promising you, she didn't see that third floor window. And I said this to you guys, or maybe it was in the Discord. It's a while back, but I said that you can't see that third floor window unless you're backed far up away from that house because it's up so high. I promise you, because at some point she says the sisters is who she thinks she was seeing, one of the sisters. And I'm guessing she's imagining that Maddie and Kaylee are sisters because we've been told that. Okay. And they're blonde. They don't have dark hair. So there's a partial lie there. And I think what she's seeing is she's seeing somebody in that living room window right there dancing with the dog or whatever with each other, maybe. Not ducking in and out like the idiots here trying to say, but dancing around. It's bullshit. And I'm so pissed off about this, you guys, because they went with this. Okay.
On a hammock or something, but she could have just been on the top of a bed or something. It seemed odd because she was watching me. If somebody sees you, if that's where it's from, they see you, they come running down to the door, whether it's a no contact order or not. And she jumped right down as soon as she saw me and saw that I saw her. I noticed several times as I was walking around and trying to find.
Yes, Fox. Jimmy Mackey is James Mackey, whatever his name was the owner of that vehicle she was in that video we saw.
The place she would pop back up in the window.
If you guys remember that video, she's calling him on the phone with him. Get here now. Get here now. Get here now. I need you to be here. Jordan's doing something or whatever. I can't remember, but she was saying it to him. That's her boyfriend.
Again.
Right there, she's talking about seeing the girl in the window before she gets back in her car and pulls behind King Road.
I thought it was weird that she kept jumping in and out of the window.
And that's a lie because she couldn't see. There's no windows on that side. If she's walking up the road to get to that back area to get in her car, you can't see her. You can't see there because you're on the side of the house where there's no windows at. So explain that one. You're lying again.
Long brown hair, younger girl. There were parties going on all around lots of nights. I mean, they were everywhere.
And something Lana pointed out last night where she's talking, it might have been before this, about how everything was so dead quiet and all dark and blacked out. Every light in the fucking house was on. So how is that dark? She's lied through this entire interview. And he doesn't say a fucking word. Because he knows. This is what he wants.
And I actually drove up here to see because I thought maybe there was a road that's why my map kept trying to tell me to go up there. And I parked up there because it didn't go any further. And I stopped. And I parked out and I was walking around with my flashlight. And I was looking through the bushes and I could see the inside courtyard. And all the lights and everything was open. And that's where the map was trying to get me to go. But I didn't feel comfortable going in there because there was no path.
All right, listen to everything she just said one more time.
And I actually drove up here to see because I thought maybe there was a road that's why my map kept trying to tell me to go up there. And I parked up there because
understand something. She's lying right here for sure because she already knows this area. She had 2 other deliveries, folks. She knows already that these things aren't true. It's a blatant lie. A blatant lie. And he heard her say what she said earlier. So in turn, he's just going to sit and take it. Again, that's why I'm so pissed.
Didn't go any further. And I stopped. And I parked out and I was walking around with my flashlight. And I was looking through the bushes and I could see the inside courtyard. And all the lights and everything was open. And that's where the map was trying to get me to go. But I didn't feel comfortable going in there because there was no path.
Okay, so if you can actually follow what she's saying to this point, she's describing 2 different events. First, she said she had parked. She got out, she walked around, she seen the girl in the window, and that's when you see her walking past 1112 on her phone. Then she said she gets in her car and she pulls in the back where the road dead ends, right here. And she parks, and then she gets out and she walks and sees the courtyard right here, but there was no path to go down there. So there's 2 different events. Now she's right here.
It just seemed odd.
The problem is there actually kind of is. There's a sidewalk that runs behind the house. Okay, like under that kitchen window with the screen that was taken off. All she got to do is step down that hill. She could follow that sidewalk right to the door. So that's another lie. Yeah, the little guy with the big head, Terry. This freak right here.
Have walk in that way. It seemed like a back door. There was no apartment numbers on the order or anything. It was just the house number. To tell me to go that way. But I do remember that when I was walking with my flashlight on that road, there's nobody out there and it's dark. And I'm a girl and I've got a flashlight. A car came driving by. It was a sedan. It was tan. And the gentleman that was driving, I remember it because it was odd that he did not look at me. You see a girl out there walking around with a flashlight. You look, you see what's going on in your throat. Nothing, just completely zoned and out of it, almost. And that's why I thought it was odd that he just drove by me.
Now, remember where she's at in her statement. She's already said she had parked back here and she was looking in the back of the house at the courtyard, wondering how to get down there because there wasn't a path. And she's got her flashlight because it's dark. And that's when the car drives by her with the guy that had blonde, spiky hair.
There was no stopping or anything. And I eventually walked back up to my car, got my car down, and I was like, this has got to be the house, the way the numbers are going. And so I pulled into the light had been blocking the numbers. And so I jumped out of the car and I put the bag by the door because, I guess it is apartments now, it's coming out, but there was nothing to tell me that was apartments.
They're not apartments, though. You see what I'm saying? Now, that'll tell you right there. I think Lana said this last night, too, that Molly McMethy is watching YouTube. Okay? There's nothing that's ever stated that house was apartments. Nothing. We all know that it's not. It's a house that people lived in that had multiple bedrooms and more bathrooms. That's it. There's nothing that says so. That is from her watching YouTube, in my opinion.
I needed to left it at the door and snapped a picture, and then I left. And it was a while of me walking around trying to find it because I remember being stressed out.
So she then says she put the DoorDash at the door, snapped the picture, and then she left. We've got it nailed. But it's even more clear with her statement to the FBI lady.
This area here, as you're approaching into the neighborhood, close your eyes, take your time, and when you're ready, when you can see yourself there, you can go ahead and start.
I remember driving up the road before the turn and seeing on my phone that I was going back to that area again, being like, holy cow, another delivery here. Turning up King Road, taking the left onto King Road and then taking right onto Queen and trying to watch my phone. There we go, watching the map.
Listen really close one more time to what she just said.
Turning up King Road, taking the left onto King Road and then taking right onto Queen.
She's not confused.
She's wrong. She has everything backwards. Okay, everything she just stated. She has. You can't make a right onto King Road. You'll turn into a house. So that's bullshit too. And you know what? Lana made a point last night. She's wrong. And she don't know it because she wasn't driving, and I have to agree with her.
What she's describing is taking a left right here and then taking a right here, and then she's going to park.
Then I keep on the satellites.
No. I thought she was talking about, or maybe this isn't the spot. I'm so wrapped up on this. I'm so.
I can see the buildings because it's easier to find places on the buildings. The addresses on the satellite mode, and all of a sudden my phone saying you are there, and I pulled over to the right, right there by the garbage, the dumpsters right there next to me as I turned my head.
Again, she's saying she parked right here, and the dumpsters are right here as she turned her head. It's not that hard, folks.
I remember sitting back and taking a breath for a few seconds because I was very tired and very exhausted, and started looking around for the numbers and not being able to see them. And my lights on my car seemed so bright. They seemed really, really bright of where I was sitting because it was so dark out. And then looking over to my right and looking at the house and seeing the blue white house and the light shining so bright. And as I'm looking at the windows, I see movement in the top left hand, and there's a girl up there with her hair just hanging down. It's not put up in a ponytail. It's kind of snarly. It's not done up. It's almost like pajamas or just end of the day wear, just kind of hanging out in the window. And her head kind of tilted and kind of looking around, and it seemed odd. And I remember leaning forward in my car and went to the steering wheel to look to see her better. And when she was looking at her, she jumped down very quickly and kind of disappeared. And I was like, okay, that was strange. Waited a moment, looking around still to find the numbers. Realizing that must not have been it because the girl didn't come down and I didn't see numbers. I'm trying to remember what number the apartment buildings were. Looking again at my phone to see if there was an apartment complex unit. And seeing again there wasn't. Telling Nike to stay. He was sleeping in his I keep a dog bed in the passenger seat that goes into. I take a leash and I tie it around the passenger side because if I have to slam on my brakes too hard on the car, then Nike goes flying. And he's not happy when he goes flying into the floor, so he stays in his little bed and stays warm. I told him to stay. He couldn't come out this time to this delivery because I didn't know where I was going. And I left the food and I left the car running extra light to see. As I was walking around, I didn't turn it off because I wanted the headlights to stay on. I wanted the extra light to see.
Now, she's talking about when she's parked right here, but she specifically says that she leaves her headlights on because she wants her dog to be able to see. So we can assume she left her headlights on when she parked back here as well.
As I was walking around, and I remember getting out of the car, cold, closing the car door and walking, and realizing it looked like walking up the road. I'm looking at my map. Garbage all over the road. As I'm walking up the road, I'm looking at my map on my phone, and then seeing what looked like dirty underwear in the road. I remember shaking my head and thinking, geez, I'm on campus.
That's how you know she's watching YouTube, because she couldn't have seen those from where she was at that point. I'm sorry, but she couldn't have.
Now, we know that the dirty underwear was in the road right here, so keep it close attention. She's describing when she walks down to right here and turns around before she gets in her car and drives behind the King Road residence.
I was pretty sure that I think he's wrong about that. The underwear was down this way more. Wait a minute, where's the house at? Oh, maybe not. Okay, I thought it was like right here, and I only seen her go to here. And it's dark. How can you tell there's underwear in the middle of the road? How can you tell they're underwear, I should say? It could have been anything. But that's just my opinion. I'm just saying. On we go.
Walks down to right here and turns around before she gets in her car and drives behind the King Road residence.
Thank you so much for that. Witchy, let's ask a Ouija board where the sheath is hiding. Probably the only way we're going to get an answer here.
And I kept walking, turning my flashlight on, and looking. I'm thinking that's got to be the house. Looking up at the window again, the girl's still not there. She didn't come down. I can't be right. Walking up to the other apartments and seeing that the number isn't correct. The map is telling me to walk up that road. I kind of walk up there, and I'm looking with my flashlight, and I'm seeing that there's a little courtyard in between the bushes, but I'm not seeing a pathway, a walkway, or anything to get through. No movement in the house, no movement outside, nobody talking, but not up there. It was noisy down at the street by the car, but not up there. It's quiet, it's dark. I'm getting really nervous because it's dark and it's quiet. And my map is just still telling me to keep walking up there, and I see that there's a road, but I'm not sure if it's the parking lot or there's an actual road that goes up and around. And so I turn around and I start walking back down to my car. Because I'm going to get in my car and drive up it. Because I don't want to end up walking blocks and blocks away from my car again in the dark. And then it's cold and I'm flashing my flashlight and I'm trying to walk and I'm trying to look and I'm not seeing anything. And I get back down my car and I look back up and the girl's up in the window again. And she's just sitting there looking out the window. And the only thing you can really see in the window is her. And again, she makes eye contact with me and she disappears again. She jumps down. She's gone. I'm like, okay. So I keep walking down to my car. And I'm looking for numbers. And the noises are starting to come with the college kids and the radios and the music. I can't make them out. Any noises. Still looking around for numbers. I finally get in my car, out the door, get in, put my phone up on the stand, which takes forever because it's new. The pop socket doesn't want to fit into the stupid thing. I finally get it all situated up there, and I take my car and I put it in drive. And I remember kind of racing up there because I was trying to hurry, but then slowing down because I was trying to look at the same time to where my phone was telling me to turn and walk. And my car went vroom up the hill very quickly. And then realizing that I was at a dead end and I needed to find a place to park the car.
Okay, just like I've been saying for months and having to argue with Mark B and everybody else, she pulled back here and she parked right here. This is before she ever seen the car that drove past her, which was Tisdale.
I can tell Nicky it was okay because he was starting to make noises. He wanted to get out and go with me, but I didn't want to carry him around. It was cold and I think he was really cold. And I was walking down the hill, and it's so dark and looking through in between the bushes and see the light and the glow from in between and going out in the courtyard. That would actually be kind of a cool place to live. And the things being open, I remember glass doors open, I think. And it just seemed warm and inviting, but I didn't feel comfortable walking through the bushes. And all of a sudden I hear a car coming up from behind me, from my right.
And I don't know if you guys noticed that, but that right there, Lena pointed that out last night. I thought that was pretty interesting. Watch this.
I wanted to carry him around. It was cold and I think he was really cold. And I was walking down the hill, and it's so dark and looking through in between the bushes and see the light and the glow from in between and going out in the courtyard. That would actually be kind of a cool place to live. And the things being open, I remember glass doors open, I think.
Right there, when she talks about the glass doors being open, she turns and looks at Payne real quick. See? 358, she says that was.
It just seemed warm and inviting, but I didn't feel comfortable walking through the bushes. And all of a sudden I hear a car coming up from behind me, from my right.
And then this proves right here that the vehicle that she heard and saw was the 358 car.
I hear the car slow. And I turn to my side to look at it because I know I don't want to get hit. There's not a lot of room. And it's at night. I'm with a flashlight. I'm expecting somebody to be sitting there gawking at me, wondering what the heck I'm doing because that's kind of crazy. And turning around, and it's a tan light colored car driving by me. It's not going fast. It's not.
All right. I'm going to stop it for a minute. And we're going to talk about that real quick. Yes, busted is the word of the day when it comes to that right there. They're all caught at this point, okay? Every damn one of them. You care about the dog? Not her dog. I hope that dog ran away and she's never seen it since. And it's safe now. I'm petrified for her to own anything that she has to take care of. But anyway. So at that time, we said this a little bit ago, 358. And like Lana said, she saw the 358 car. The doors open at that time. That proves, folks, unequivocally, in my opinion, that it was not Brian Koberger. How has this been let go? Did the judge had to see this? I don't understand this. What'd you say, Eddie?
Yes, you do understand it.
I mean, I understand it, but how is this has to be, somebody has to look at this and say, wait a minute, this doesn't match, and make a deal out of this, make a big deal about this. Pink wink. Yeah, I got you, Eddie.
Yeah, with the slider being open, the FBI lady looks at Payne.
Right, and she looked at him like, oh shit. In my opinion, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's how I said it. Like, uh-oh.
That's why I put that in there. Like,
yeah, that doesn't match up with the fucking thing. Fiddlesticks.
Yeah, he probably just sat there with a smile, with a wink and a nod to
His
suggest.
big old gleaming bald head. Mm-hmm. He looked like a little 10-year-old.
It's a minor fix. It's a minor fix. We can.
Well, that's why they weren't gonna. I don't think they weren't gonna use her. She's so unreliable. Okay, and if everything she just said here, they couldn't have used her. She doesn't go along with anything that has happened. There's so many different. Ann would have ripped her in pieces. You know that, Eddie.
Well, the length of this interview for just a basic DoorDash driver that's dropping off a bag is it's too detailed. Like, what is the purpose of this?
She's over explaining it. Yes.
Yeah. Well, and the reason is obvious, because her reason for being there is much different than being a DoorDash driver. And they need to explain every action that she had there. And that is the purpose of the interview, is to get that on the record. She was briefed or debriefed.
She had to have been.
Prior to this.
She had to have been, yes.
And the lies that he's not alerting to or responding to is because he's expecting those lies.
That's a good point. That would make perfect sense.
He was coached to say.
That's probably, yeah. That's probably why he shined his head up as much as he did, so that the light could reflect off it. He would move his head, and that would tell her what to say, when to say it, or something. And he looked like a 10-year-old sitting there in the chair with his legs dangling, watching cartoons on Saturday morning, not saying a damn word, challenging anything. And that tells us right there what it is, folks. That's exactly what it told me. You didn't say a word, you little pipsqueak dork. I'm so irritated with him. And all of them at this point. God, yeah, he does look like a Lego man, Fizzy.
But Pav does eventually. I mean, the focus is not on this interview or to focus on all the lies. It's pretty much, to focus on that would kind of detract from how he, the purpose of Pav having us watch the interview is so that he can show with the state's own evidence and place Molly's vehicle and illustrate it with these overhead, the way he does with his editing.
Yeah.
It's,
no, I got that.
Second to none. But to make it easy to follow along and understand, his purpose is to scrutinize her words that the state has accepted. So it's on the record, regardless if it's a truth or a lie. It is what they're running with and what the defense would have had to also accept as, how they're going to litigate. So it would have been what each side was using as the truth.
Here's my question, and it's a serious question. It probably doesn't make sense, but it's a serious question. And anybody that has any ideas, who could watch this and make a difference? Knowing what we know, what's been put out, what's in the documents, what's in the reports, who could watch this and make a difference? Because I'm promising you, there's things that's in his report. I think it's ISP number 104, which is based off of this supposedly, that don't even match up with this. So they've lied, both of them. Okay. Clearly, Timmy. Yeah, where's that report? Of course, it's not listed here. There's never been a report where they've talked to him. Who could look at this and make a difference? And prove Brian's innocence help to prove Brian's innocence with this. There's got to be somebody.
There was never, SRB, there is never that report. If that discussion happened, it is not on the record. It was not recorded.
No, there's nothing I remember reading to you guys. I read every damn report. There is not anything about Timmy, Simmy, Bimmy, whoever it is with Emmy in it. No, nothing.
So the state's position was that Molly was all by herself when she wasn't.
We know she wasn't. 100% she wasn't.
What is the purpose of the others there?
Thank you. She wasn't even supposed to be driving, you guys. So in turn, that explains why she would have somebody else with her. She was on the passenger side. The dog was in the back seat. Simmy, Jimmy, Bimmy, Himmy, Timmy is driving. She's getting out and dropping the order off, so on and so forth. And that person stayed in the car, and whoever else may have been with her, who we don't know. Janelle could have been with her for all we know. But again, he sure would if it already hasn't, David. That's a good one too. That's already been stated. Was she even there? Well, we see that video from 11/12 of her or somebody that looks like they could be her walk down the road and then back up. Is Jimmy Timmy the crazy guy who said he broke in living with his sister and has said no. This is her boyfriend that she's in the video we first watched when we first met her. She gets pulled over in the white truck and she's calling on the phone asking him to hurry up and get there because Jordan's not treating her right. That's who Jimmy is. Timmy, whatever. What is even more troubling is Hitler had access to everything that we're seeing and did nothing. That's okay, right.
Yes.
That's the point, but we know why. That tells that answers everybody's question. Was Hitler on board? There you go. There's your answer, Hemisphere. She admitted right there that she wasn't alone, or that she would have said, remember where Jimmy Timmy told you, blah, blah, blah. Yes, thank you. I'm still giggling and hearing the Jaws theme. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, yeah. That's funny. Do we think the white truck is the same caught on the walk from the corner club? No. 2 different trucks, KP. The one that was on there had a 6-inch lift. This one is just standard lift, and it's a piece of shit, mind you. The other truck was nicer. Different truck, but still. You're confusing people on Jimmy Timmy. You meant Jimmy Timmy. Oh, better, Cessobry. Thank you. I lost my marbles somewhere in this chat. You're good, Meg. The rest of us did too. That's not his name. That's not his last name. No. We just don't know which first name it is. I think we know who it is, but she's trying to. Picturing the Jaws music and Molly running around with a dog and Taco. Oh, God. That's too funny. On we go. Like I said, there's got to be somebody that can watch this and add this to a list of other things that we've seen and looked at and talked about, and take this to some and say, hey, look, this man didn't do this, and here's why. It's I wish I knew an attorney that would really want to do this. I truly do. I don't think he did either at this point, Fizzy. Look, he couldn't have seen this, because if even if he's on board, seeing this and say, he would have known, like, oh no, this can't go out. They'll figure it out then. You know what I'm saying? I know that sounds dumb, but I'm being honest. Donnie Riesling. Welcome, Donnie. Anyway, is Jimmy her boyfriend? Yes, Kat.
The dash light is on. It's very easy to see inside. But he's very into what he's doing. He doesn't look at me, and he seems very just not paying attention to anything else going on. But the light's on in the car for some reason, and it's very light inside the car. I don't see anything, bags or anything in the seats. I remember seeing the seats, and nothing like a bag or anything hanging around. He had a light colored dress shirt on, short hair, almost pokey. I want to say spiky, pokey hair, and a beard that was not a long beard, very short.
Where's the beard come from, by the way? I was saying that last night. Welcome, Walt.
Not that like he hasn't shaved in a couple days, but it's been a while. But not like he was, I don't know, purposely or not. But older. Not a college student. Didn't seem like he should.
Hey, Happy, hasn't it all become more difficult because he stood up and said he was guilty with no coercion from anybody to say he was guilty to each? Nah, not really, because it happens every day, Happy. I still feel the same way I have. I still believe the same thing I believed. And I think he was cornered into this. Without whether coercion or not, you don't have to be coerced to be cornered into something. So it's not more difficult for me to understand it. For him, probably not. There's a way around this. Truly, there is. It's just when.
Should have been right there. And the fact that he didn't even look at me was very strange.
Now, why is what she just finally confirmed in that statement so important? It's because I've been spot on since these reports came out. When you go to this report by Brett Payne, when he talks about taking the MPD school car, a silver Ford Fusion, and drove the route of the suspect vehicle. I drove 2 separate routes in front of the camera located at Ridge Road. Once westbound on Louder and then twice on Ridge, southbound, northbound. I advised the command post of the times of these runs, requested video from the point of contact of Ridge Road in order to compare the color of the test vehicle to that of the suspect vehicle. Once I completed these runs, I drove to 1122 King Road and walked the route Molly McMichael stated she took while on foot near the house on 1130.
So he absolutely did the same thing. We know he already did this, but I'm reiterating something. He did the whole car test and he did this, did that, and still knows. He knows that his officers were there. Once again, the man said nothing. Fucking cretin.
13. Also parked the MPD school car on Queen Road immediately to the east of 1122 King Road in order to observe the effects of the orange tinted street lights located in the area. The lights appeared to make the silver vehicle look tanner in color than it would under white street lights. What did Molly describe seeing? A tan 4-door sedan, which Payne himself says the MPD undercover car looks tan under those same very lights that she was describing, which then leads to the Tisdale statement on November 15th, talking about what they did.
I understood by your second comment, Happy. It's okay. Thank you. I understand.
On November the 12th. And from 11 p.m. until, according to him, 3:52 a.m., they began an overtime shift for a plainclothes detail to University of Idaho campus and related areas. This patrol was for minors in possession, consumption of alcohol, along with other alcohol and drug offenses. During this patrol, I and the other officer with me, Officer Rosendahl, only had our body-worn cameras. We were operating out of the Moscow Police Department.
Where was Rosenthal when she saw him then go by? Where was he at? Let's ask that question. Let's get an answer on that, which we won't. But there again, where was he at? I hate this case. I hate this case.
Ford Fusion, which I drove throughout the entire detail. This particular department vehicle did not have a dash camera or any other recording device. My street time conducting the plainclothes detail concluded at, according to him, 3:52 hours on November 13th. During this detail, Officer Rosendahl and I made several patrols through the area of King Street and Queen Road. During each patrol of the area, we traveled on the north side of 500 Queen Road, heading east. We wrapped around the building, heading south on the east side, then west on the south side of the complex. We then traveled north on the west side, turned west onto Queen Road, and proceeded to King Street. Now, during one of the patrols in this area, while approaching the southwest corner of 500 Queen Road, I recall seeing a darker colored vehicle with the taillights on. This vehicle was parked facing south on the south side of the parking lot towards the west end. There was a short section of the parking lot, which extended to the west of 500 Queen Road, south of 1122 King Street, which was where the vehicle was. Now, all that was left to determine was the rest of Tisdale's statement, which says that he observed individuals during one of these passes that they made. And since they made several passes, they can't say with 100% confidence that they saw the vehicle on the same pass as the individuals. But upon reviewing his radio history, he contacted 3 individuals at Taylor Avenue at 2:55. To the best of his recollection, this was after exiting King Street after seeing the individuals on King Street. We cleared that contact at 3:32. Well, only thing that he had to lie about in his whole statement.
Eddie, do you think that Ann got to interview her? Or somebody from the defense team? Do you think it went that far? I struggle with it because of this, but
I'll have to give that thought. I'm not sure.
It is an interesting thought, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. I just was curious your thought on that.
was just these three things right here. Because we all know that that contact with those individuals happened at 3:55, which that's where the 1 hour, 7 minute and 47 second delta comes into play. That this was not the correct time. This was likely 4:32. And the proof in the pudding is the time that he said he made those passes between 2 a.m. and 3 a.m. And only somebody very familiar with Linda Lane.
I don't remember. Is she on the state's witness list or the defense? Well, the defense could have cross-examined her if she's on the state's witness list. That would have been interesting. I'll tell you that much. I know she's on one of the lists. I saw her name, but I can't remember which one it was.
Could even verify what time these passes could have only been made. And considering the only vehicles that pass is this one going the wrong way at 12:34, so that can't be them. This one at 12:38, which is nowhere near 2 to 3, and it's apparently a very dark colored vehicle, so we can assume that's not them. At 1:05, we've got one going the wrong direction again, so that's not them. Huh. I guess the only vehicles that could have been them were the ones that they call a suspect vehicle. And that's this one at 3:30 that, they say is suspect vehicle 1, which is strange. And then there's this one at 3:39 that they say is suspect vehicle 1, which we can bet is Rosie and Tisdale based on their own report. And then there is no doubt now that this one at 3:56 is at the very least Tisdale, because according to Molly, she's parked back there with her lights on. He's pulling through. He's going to see her parked with her lights on, and she's going to see him and describe him. So that means that 1112 footage has been tampered with. And considering right in their police report, they explain how much later than the arrest of Brian Koberger, they did some stitching to these 5-minute.
We know that the 112 footage was tampered with, period. Christy showed that more than once, so that's true. No matter what anybody says at this point, I've seen many reasons to believe that. So
clips on the 1112 video in light of the testimony Molly just gave, the police reports written by Tisdale, we can now fairly be certain that there was manipulation done with this camera. Now, I'm not a defense attorney, but if I was, I would probably be filing a 60B motion for ineffective assistance of counsel, because
I've seen Kane Francis' name. I don't know about Sage, but I remember seeing Kane's name, Meg. I don't know about Sage though.
Okay, this is the best way that I can explain what I'm saying.
Oh shit, did I go back? I'm sorry. Where are we at here? Where the hell was I? Hold on, you guys. I'm sorry. I bumped something on accident. Right here. Or is it up further? We went through that. Okay. Sorry about that.
Officer Rosendahl only had our body-worn cameras. We were operating out of the Moscow Police Department Ford Fusion, which I drove throughout the entire detail. This particular department vehicle did not have a dash camera or any other recording device. My street time conducting the plainclothes detail concluded at, according to him, 3:52 hours on November 13th. During this detail, Officer Rosendahl and I made several patrols through the area of King Street and Queen Road of 1122 King Street, which was where the vehicle was. Now, all that was left to determine was the rest of Tisdale's statement, which says that he observed individuals during one of these passes that they made. And since they made several passes, they can't say with 100% confidence that they saw the vehicle on the same pass as the individuals. But upon reviewing his radio history, he contacted 3 individuals at Taylor Avenue at 2:55. To the best of his recollection, this was after exiting King Street after seeing the individuals on King Street. We cleared that contact at 3:32. Well, only thing that he had to lie about in his whole statement was just these 3 things right here. Because we all know that that contact with those individuals happened at 3:55, which that's where the 1 hour, 7 minute and 47 second delta comes into play. that this was not the correct time. This was likely 4:32. And the proof in the pudding is the time that he said he made those passes between 2 a.m. and 3 a.m. And only somebody very familiar with Linda Lane could even verify what time these passes could have only been made. And considering the only vehicles that pass is this one going the wrong way at 12:34, so that can't be them. This one at 12:38, which is nowhere near 2 to 3, and it's apparently a very dark colored vehicle, so we can assume that's not them. At 1:05, we've got one going the wrong direction again, so that's not them. Huh. I guess the only vehicles that could have been them were the ones that they call a suspect vehicle. And that's this one at 3:30 that, they say is suspect vehicle 1, which is strange. And then there's this one at 3:39 that they say is suspect vehicle 1, which we can bet is Rosie and Tisdale based on their own report. And then there is no doubt now that this one at 3:56 is at the very least Tisdale, because according to Molly, she's parked back there with her lights on. He's pulling through. He's going to see her parked with her lights on, and she's going to see him and describe him. So that means that 1112 footage has been tampered with. And considering right in their police report, they explain how much later than the arrest of Brian Koberger, they did some stitching to these 5-minute clips on the 1112 video in light of the testimony Molly just gave, the police reports written by Tisdale. We can now fairly be certain that there was manipulation done with this camera. Now, I'm not a defense attorney, but if I was, I would probably be filing a 60B motion for ineffective assistance of counsel, because I never, ever saw a motion in limine to exclude the 1112 video. And knowing that it has likely been manipulated, not getting an expert to verify if that video was manipulated or not based on this new evidence would absolutely be ineffective assistance of counsel, and I think should get everything overturned and a new hearing issued immediately. What do you think?
Oh, sorry. I do. I agree with him. 1 second. I hit the wrong button. My apologies.
Does it affect your ability to drive? No. Mind if I check your eyes real quick? Okay. See the tip of my pen? Yeah, you can pull your glasses off real quick.
Here, look at my glasses.
I just want to look at your eyes.
Okay.
You haven't used any drugs?
No.
Okay. By looking at your eyes, it's telling me something different than that. Just in talking to you, you're displaying signs of somebody that's used drugs recently. Okay? I work drug interdiction, and it's one of those things that I've been trained to recognize. First test I want to do is just take a look at your eyes. So, you said this afternoon was the last time that you used drugs. Are you sure it wasn't more recent than that? Okay. When's the last time you used something like methamphetamine? Methamphetamine.
When's the last time that you used something like, I don't know, methamphetamine?
Yeah, drugs in the car. Search my truck. Okay.
What drugs?
No, I was just clarifying.
What drugs?
They're not yours, right? Drugs in the car. Search my truck. Drugs in the car. Search my truck. So
okay,
the
Mom.
drugs are not yours. Just clarify.
It's not my truck. God damn it.
I'm looking for you, Jimmy. I just want to see if people are going to cooperate and take ownership. That's my. As far as I know you gotta get some help, girl. You gotta get some help, girl. You gotta get some help, girl. Drug. You gotta get help with drugs.
Well, one of the officers also expressed that they believed you're under the influence of stimulants.
Okay. When's the last time you used something like methamphetamine?
Ladies and gentlemen, meet the Easter Bunny.
From the racks and the stacks, it's the best on wax. Welcome to Pavarotti's music with his new hit single going out to all the guilters out there that keep bringing.
There it is. There it is. There it is. Just saying. Anyway, let's talk.
Yeah, if anyone doesn't understand what the takeaway on that one is, watch it again. He clearly lays out using science that the car that they're claiming was Brian Koberger's is
not
NPD's own unmarked vehicle.
Yeah, and I've been talking about that for a couple months and kind of bitching about that how the detective himself performed the experiment to prove it. He did the experiment to prove it. Okay? It's not very, like, you don't have to be a rocket scientist to understand that this is absolution, 100% absolutely insane that this is where we're sitting where we're at right now with this. Watching her interview, knowing what he did, I don't understand this at all. I mean, I understand it. Don't get me wrong. It's just, it's a problem.
Well, although I didn't expect when we watched his first video to turn out the way it did, it kind of transitioned into a little bit of a deep dive there with the legalese talk. Wasn't expecting that, but
that's all good.
We can,
I learned
nonetheless,
something.
regardless, we can use that as a kind of a learning point, which is, it's an example of how we are stronger together. With everyone examining the work product of others, we can become more accurate and hold ourselves to the highest standard. And that'll give us the strongest position and the loudest voice. You know, iron sharpens iron, in other words.
Yeah, I agree.
And again,
go ahead.
I'm confident that if he makes a mistake, I'm just confident in saying this, he would quickly say as much. He's not here to discredit himself by putting out misinformation, I don't believe. I've never seen that yet, although I have seen him correct himself on many occasions.
I'm just flabbergasted, to be truly honest with you, that I'm lost. I understand why and how this happened, but I'm lost. Somebody sent me an email last night. It's a late one too, and I didn't see it till this morning, by the way.
Real quick, Dago, can I finish my point?
Yes, please. I thought you were done.
Well, I'm almost done. I think I can sum it up quickly.
No problem. Take your time.
That regardless if Pavarotti was successful in pointing out a lie in the first video, or if by watching that second video about that car not being Brian's, which, by the way, is also a lie on the state's part, regardless of which lie you decide to use as your example of how the state has conducted themselves, that's called being impeached, right? If this was at trial and you can impeach the other and show that they are liars, that discredits themselves. It undermines their credibility.
Right.
Either way, with either video we watch today, it has become clear that the state has lied. If you understand that,
absolutely.
The simple point is this. The point that I've been trying to make all along these many months and years is that the way the state has conducted themselves is proof enough that Brian Koberger is innocent. They would, in a world that is not reversed, like we're observing here in this case, the prosecutor would build an airtight case. They would make sure that everything is ready to go for trial.
Oh, 100. Yeah. In a right side up world, as we like to say.
Yes.
Brian Koberger would be a free man.
Yeah. Because you don't want to make a fool out of yourself in the courtroom during trial. So, you know, the state can't even place him at the scene.
Mm-hmm.
That's the state's position. They said that.
Yes, you are absolutely correct.
If people are yet waiting to see something that proves that he did it or proves that he had something to do with it,
you're not going to.
Yeah, it's not going to happen. And I'll
No.
have to be a little bit more blunt and direct than I usually am.
Right. Yeah, it's not going to happen. We are never going to see any Okay, Chris. We're never going to see any proof given that shows that Brian Koberger committed these murders, period. That's never going to happen.
Yeah. And to be more blunt and direct than I usually am, I would then say that if you're waiting for more, you're being a bit naive and overly patient. I just want to borrow some money from you.
Yeah, it's never going to happen, right? It can't.
Because when you ask, do you have my money yet? I will answer, yeah, of course. I'm just waiting for my next paycheck, sucker.
There you go. There you go. And that's see, there's the point, folks. It will never happen. No matter what happens in this case, they will never come forth with any proof, any real evidence of any sort that shows Brian Christopher Koberger went inside that house and committed these murders. Period. That's all. That's it. And I will stand by that statement until one person, any person, 5 people can prove me wrong, because I know you won't. You can't. It's not there. It doesn't exist.
We have
They
seen
would have. Go ahead.
We have seen already that the state has impeached themselves. Their credibility is compromised. You must understand that they're lying alone.
Absolutely.
Is what confirms he is innocent.
Yeah,
you got to understand that simple point. It's very basic. Don't overcomplicate things for yourself. That's as easy as it gets to understand right there.
Yeah, I won't even, Kathy, I'm not, I respect what you're saying, hon, and I understand why you might say it, but at this point, and juncture in that, I don't believe he was there at all. And I think it's going to be proven that he wasn't even in that area. And that well, we're looking at the facts right now that his car wasn't there already. Does that mean he couldn't have driven somebody else's car? Of course it doesn't. But I'm telling you, the man, I'm sorry, folks, but I can tell you in my heart, in my soul, this kid had nothing to do with any of this. There's no connection whatsoever to him or anybody else with this crime or the victims. He didn't do anything. Driver, nothing. That's my opinion, of course. And like I said, Cass, I appreciate and respect what you feel on this, but no, I don't feel that way. You couldn't make me feel that way. Not at all. There's zero connection. And I know the people that are even there's still people that are on this side of things where we're at with this that are saying, but I still wonder about this sheath, Dago. It's all part of it, folks. It's all part of how this was set up. It's all part of why it's going on the way it did. Every bit of it, period. So it's a damn shame. It's a wholehearted damn shame. Good God. Insane. I have one other thing somebody sent me this morning that I thought it was pretty wild, you guys, and I appreciate you for sending this to me. I think it was Annie. Not Annie. Oh shit, who is this? Hold on. Give me a minute. This is, I followed some of this stuff from this. This is interesting. And I know I've said before that there's audio and video from different places that I think has been messed with. For some reason, this one caught my attention. Okay. I want to go through this real quick and review this with you guys. I'm going to skip through parts of it, of course, but I want your guys' opinion truly on this. And I'm not saying you have to take it as fact. None of that. I just want to listen to it with you because I listened to it by myself and I was kind of like, wow. And it could be absolutely false. It could be garbage. I don't know. But something about this caught my attention a little bit more than normal. So I want you guys to, did Eddie see the blood on the White's apartment's wall? I think, were you here for that when we looked at that picture, Eddie?
No, I wasn't.
Okay. Now, what's up, Buddy Bear?
But Dago, you did ask me during Pavarotti's video if I thought that, has anyone from the defense team interviewed the DoorDash driver, Molly? That's a good question. And then I have since thought of this question. I wonder when the defense became aware that she is on the witness list.
That's a good point. I think Lucy knows the answer to that to some extent. She threw some dates out about that situation a while back to explain other things. So, and I hate asking her to explain things, so I'm just going to leave that go. But I think she does know, and she knew shortly before. Oh, well, there's part of an answer. Molly's listed as a witness when the state OG filed. It was not a shock that she was testifying, right? Okay. The dates, she threw some dates out, Eddie. It was not. Oh, Jesus. It was in the chat a little while ago. Was it in May? Lucy? Wait, what was a shock was that her newest footage from 4th of September of 24, right? Her story saying that she saw Brian is not what the reports state. Very true. April 21st. Thank you. There we go, Eddie.
When you asked me the question, I had a long pause because the fact that you were asking me the question caused me to think.
Oh, sure.
Like, this might be even difficult to explain. Okay, so we became aware of a DoorDash driver through the PCA. That's the first time we heard about one, right? Daigle must be away from his microphone. We became aware of a DoorDash driver through the PCA. So that being the case, well, of course, the defense, through discovery, knows that too. They know of a DoorDash driver.
Can you not hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Say that again, because I was trying to answer.
Okay.
But it went real fuzzy for a minute. I'm sorry.
The fact that you asked me that question, do I think that the defense has interviewed Molly, the DoorDash driver? And there was a long pause. I'm like, the fact that you even asked me the question kind of like manipulated what I was thinking. Like, well, I would assume, okay, if there's a witness, right, that's going to be on the witness list, then I would assume the way it works is, if, for example, in the case of the DoorDash driver, that'd be a state's witness, but the defense would also, before trial, be able to talk to that witness so that they're not ambushed, so to speak, at trial. Do I have that right? Or, the fact that you even asked me that question now leads me to tend to believe that is not the case. If the state's witness can be secret and then suddenly at trial they're saying things that the defense is not prepared for, I don't know. Is that clear as mud? I'm confused. Do you all understand what I'm saying, what I'm asking?
Yeah, I do. It's interesting too.
In other words, if the defense knew that there's a DoorDash driver in the case and it's going to be part of the trial, it's going to be a witness.
They have to know.
They would have to be able to talk to that witness before the trial. Okay.
But did she get to that? Did she get to that point? Was there a one-on-one interview between her and Molly before the plea dropped? That's what I'm saying. You know what I mean? That's what I was wondering.
Click to link to read more of the legalese. I don't know. This case gets so deep. I'm like the general public. Take the path of least resistance. Hopefully, ask a question that gets a simple answer and then get to go to bed early at night. Rather than trouble your mind with such a deep subject.
Well, what part of this, one link that she did drop for me was the geofence warrant that proves that there were two people. Okay. That's the one thing you dropped for me, Lucy. The which is remember when Ann said she wanted to impeach Nick Balance, and she wanted to talk to him, and Hitler said, well, yeah, you can talk to him, but off the record. Remember that, Eddie?
Yeah.
That's exactly what I think. That's what I think was going on with that, was this whole situation. Wait, I literally made a video about this entire situation. Yes, you did. I know.
But we didn't review it together.
No, I didn't get to, you weren't here, I don't think, when we talked about some of the stuff. And I didn't actually discuss it. And I wish you would have been for that one. I think I covered, yeah, I ran that one. Anything Lucy puts out, I try to run it.
I'm sorry, I missed it.
No, it's not your fault. It was one of the days you were not here. Which is quite fine, sir. Yeah, the geofence warrant, like I said, it explained that it without a doubt that Molly had somebody with her in the car, blah blah blah, so on and so forth. But I just wondered, as I was watching that, my only thought was, did Ann get to talk to her at that point? And if she did, which I'm sitting here thinking as I'm thinking the thought, and I asked the question, she probably didn't, because everything happened so fast when all this went down like this. God, this is really driving me nuts now. Can we do a plea off? Let's do it. Not today, but David Bird said it goes back to the alibi stuff under Jay. I don't know. There's a lot of, hey, Aggie. Hi, as you know, but don't believe for whatever reason. Wait, hi, Dago. As you know, but don't believe. Oh, you know, Molly. Oh, I didn't say I didn't believe you, Aggie. I didn't truly know that. What people do not seem to understand is that Molly never said she saw Brian in her interview. She never had a friend that contacted DTS to say Molly knows Brian and can identify him. Okay. So then, okay, let me ask you, Aggie. You say you know her, and I believe you. I have no reason not to. What are your thoughts on this then? Honestly, if you know her, what do you know? What do you know? No one seems to see that this whole news story has been pushed by a group of creators that are close with the family. That's a lot of people have been going that direction now. So here, okay. Let's go in that direction for a quick second then.
Yeah, let's do that.
Let me, yeah, it's a good conversation, because let's go backwards a little bit. We remember when a certain person, which Steve Gonsalves, put a statement out to the world on one of his world tour that he was taking. And he said that we know this already because we read it in the damn document or report, okay? And he said that he was going to meet up with a CI, an informant. I'm sorry, I'll say informant. And he was threatened by the FBI that if he does, that he would be arrested. To leave it alone and to leave that person alone. We all remember that. Eddie, I know you remember. We've all remember that, okay? So, and then we read in the document that there was information that Gonsalves had, that they wanted to talk to the prosecution about her or something like that. I read it. I can't think of the exact wording on it, but we all know that too. So that tells me that there was an interaction, at least one, if not more than one, between those two. Okay. And he also made a statement before and admitted to asking people to spread information that's not true and to leaking things. Word for words, his own words. Am I right, Eddie?
I think you got that right. Yeah.
Okay. So let's take that into account with what we know with this other shit. So That tells me that he did speak to her, that he was going to go meet with her, but he already had spoken to her, in my opinion, and then maybe said, I don't know this. It's an assumption, which I probably shouldn't do, or speculation, but maybe was pushing that theory up with Molly. And maybe that's what came into effect with this. Maybe he's the one that was saying, hey, you need to say you saw him. I know that sounds ridiculous, you guys, but does it really? When the man himself admitted to pushing and spreading misinformation, asking other people, remember how I'm saying that, to spread information to run a specific narrative. No, I know that, Aggie, and it's okay. I have no issue. You know that already, but Molly told her group of, it doesn't matter. We have discussed this, and I have nothing to say about Molly. I know that. But I will say that Molly told her group of DD that she saw a car that was white while she dropped off DD. But then she turned around and changed that, though. Remember that, Aggie? That's what I'm saying. She changed that story herself. Nobody else did. That's what I struggle. That's where I struggle with it, Aggie. That's the problem. I'm going to tell you, 18, they can vote. They can do that here too, Nana. We just can't drink or buy cigarettes until they're 21. I'm just being as real as I can, Meg. I know that, but I'm just telling you. That's what I'm asking, though. Why would she change that? She said that she didn't. She saw the tan car. Okay. And probably saw the 358 car, but never described that car. They changed that story, Aggie. They're the ones that played that card about the white card, not her. I mean, she may have, but then she turned it around. It was a simple statement. She did not change the story until Ellie got involved. This is why I hate this case. Oh, thank you. Yes. Warning, speculation warning. There, let me do this real quick for you guys. Let me find it first. And honestly, Aggie, I'm just trying to make sense of something in this case. I don't care. I'm not trying to be nasty towards Molly or attack Molly or any of this. I believe that there were some lies told in that interview, and I don't like that. But I don't have anything personally against her. But I think it affected what happened in this case, and I think that's important.
She's going to do what she's told to do.
And
that's what we're witnessing by watching that interview.
And Aggie says the same. Basically, it's what she said, that was her story until law enforcement got involved. So what does that say, Eddie? That she had a specific story until law enforcement got involved. And things changed. Now, I'm going to tell you right now, there's no way in hell that she would say that she saw the white Elantra and law enforcement would tell her not to say that. No. Okay? And I know there's lies that we're told, Circus. I agree with that. That's what my issue is. But I'm not trying to like hate on the woman. There's, like Eddie just said, she did what she was told. I truly believe that at this point. That goes into what Aggie said. She made a statement and it didn't change until after law enforcement got involved. That clearly makes its own statement, folks. Truly.
And like I said before, that is consistent with what we've observed with the others' statements.
Yeah.
That's happening all across the board in this case.
No, I know that. Lucy, you're fine, honey. It's happened in more, not just this. Yeah, that's a good point. Oh, wow. That's really? People taking on the identities of the people named in the case, like Emily Allen's mom is leaving people. Really? I know that Mackie has gone and looked for people, and yeah, I know that too. That shouldn't happen. But I get it. I get it, Lucy. I just don't understand. That's wild. That is wild. But there we go. There's my warning, Meg. Everything we talk about with this is purely speculative and alleged, based on speculative theory. Period. Yeah, I didn't know that about Emily Alon's mom. That's just insane. Like, the people that shouldn't be in this should stay the fuck out of it in that aspect. There's enough confusion and bullshit. It is not as it has been represented. Good point. And there's a lot of games being played. I agree. And there's a lot of people that are playing games that beyond the people that we already thought were. Okay, as I'm finding out more, I've heard other stories too. I agree with this scenario. It is all big lies. She is lying. She is scared. Lots of okay. Well, see, there you go. And that's what I was trying to say, Aggie. Is I don't care why she's doing it. Okay, it's noticed that she did it, and I think it truly affected the end result in this case. I think if this wouldn't have came out the way it did, then things would be different right now. That's what I'm saying, you know? So I respect what you're saying. I truly do. And thank you for that statement. There are scared people. That's what we need to understand, and what we, I guess, not understand, but that's what needs to be seen from everybody. That sure, they're scared people, but what is the reason for it? Why? There shouldn't be anybody scared. Based on what we've been told, what we've seen for 3 years now, they have the man. They have their guy. What is anybody afraid of at this point if this is the man that committed this crime?
Dago, you, I, anyone here would do the same thing. We would be scared. We would know to be scared.
Sure.
You testify to whatever they needed you to testify to. Plain and simple. Prove me wrong.
That's a good point. I mean, everybody
Can they get at you? Can they get at your kids? I mean, anyone that can't see this,
it's
not seeing. I don't know. They're not looking at this for what it is. They're maybe looking at it like taking it at face value, not thinking outside the box. I don't know how to describe.
I know what you're saying, Eddie. I get it, and that's
what they may, how they're approaching this. But it's easy for me to see it.
Absolutely, and yes, that's another point, Aggie. That's a problem. That's a problem with this. He's leaving people messages. I know this has happened for a fact. I know for a fact. I'm telling you. I know one of the people that he's done that to. After his extensive chemo. Well, you know, that kind of stuff shouldn't be happening. And here, in turn, law enforcement should be handling stuff like that, but they're not. Which says something else to me. This is bad. Who helped Molly's story change from what was said on November 23rd? It's always on my birthday. Of 22 until her arrest in Pullman on September 4th of 24. Was it the people that leaked her identity? And we know who that is, folks. I'm almost positive I know who that is. I'm pretty sure you do too, Eddie. You're familiar.
Sure.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we know. And see, that's another problem in this case. The person that leaked her identity. Why would you do something like that in this case when your child is one of the victims? You see what I'm saying? Like, that does not mark anything of normalcy for me at all. I do, Aggie. I do truly understand. It's not just Moscow. I get that. We've all said that for a while now.
Yep.
Well, truly, we know how big it is, okay? And that's the problem. That's the problem. There's a man sitting in prison right now that has lost his life. When in all reality, the people that did this are walking around.
Probably not Rachel.
That's a big problem for me. Did Rach say something? Or Rachel? Wait, did I miss something?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Rach.
Where's she at? Let me find her. Hold on. Let me back up a little bit. WV, by the way, welcome. I didn't see you. Do you think that he? I don't. Rach. Not in the aspect that you're saying. I think he was with Molly that night, possibly. I think they were doing what they were doing, possibly. And I think that they got intertwined in this mix and were used possibly again.
It was a different question from Rach.
Oh, I'm sorry, Eddie. Hold on.
Can you ask Aggie who she thinks did it? And the answer would be no. If she wouldn't know, number one. Number two, if she did know, we wouldn't want her to say.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. Truly, I wouldn't want her to put herself out there like that. That's fact.
She would know.
But I know what you're saying, Rach. Considering her position in this and who she does know and things like that, I wouldn't expect that. No. Welcome, Jen. And thank you, Rach. I'm sorry I didn't see your other question, hun. And yeah, damage control. Eddie said that many times. That's pretty much the only involvement with law enforcement, in my opinion, is for damage control. Am I wrong, Eddie?
Could you ask that again?
Oh, the law enforcement's involvement is basically at this point, or not at this point, but up to this point, was damage control. To make sure everybody's on the same page, make sure nobody says the wrong thing, nobody goes off script, whatever you want to call it. You know what I mean? That's what I mean by damage control.
Cover up. Well, there's a cover up.
That's the damage control side
and
to
the,
it. Yeah.
And the reason the question is why? Who would they cover for?
Who are they covering for? Yeah.
And it has to make sense.
I think a lot of us have a feeling that we do know what that is, Eddie, but there's no way to prove that.
I mean, I don't want to burst the bubble of anyone who thinks the frats did it, but that's it. I mean, I don't want to ridicule anyone for their thoughts, but I mean, it has to make sense.
It does, but
okay.
Defense new things.
No matter who you are, you don't have that much power influence. It doesn't work that way. There's something else, more.
Well, let me ask you this then. We talk about these things. We talk around these things. In essence, Eddie, like, just break it down. What do you think? You know what I mean? I've heard what you don't think. We've talked about it many times. Like, what do you think could be, or who, or both could be being covered up, and why? Which are just a generalized opinion, if you have one, of course. If you don't, I understand. Real quick, hold on. Let me say this real quick. Lucy said the issue is 3 parts: the actual perps, the hiding facts by the state actors, and the people pushing false narratives about the case. Okay, good point, Lucy. Go ahead, bud. Sorry, I didn't mean to like step on you right after.
No, I needed time to gather my thoughts, but
go for it.
I mean, it has to be a reasonable theory. I mean, if you're going to have a theory, it's got to make sense in the end.
Yes.
So frats doesn't make sense. Like, there's a group of kids. I mean, I try to avoid using that term, but I'll use it for this. I mean, because after all, the judge uses it. A group of students did this, and the state effort is going to cover for them. And you know how good kids are at keeping secrets, right? So the kids, like, wow, can you believe that? They're letting us, they know we did it, and they're letting us off. Wow, we really got away with one. That's amazing. And no one will ever say a word. They're not gonna. I mean, as soon as one says a word, then that unravels the whole thing, and then who looks bad? But every authority that had a hand in this cover-up. It doesn't make sense, because secrets cannot be kept. And that's just one reason why frats doesn't make sense in this. One of many.
So you don't think, I'm not saying that they're like the leader of the pack. Shit, hang on. Hold that thought. I'll be right back. Keep talking though.
Like, for example, I've heard people say, well, the Showalters are powerful. I mean, it doesn't work that way, because someone has money and a lot of power and influence. Then if their kid commits a quadruple homicide, the state is going to cover for that? No, it doesn't even work, even in that situation. Plus, he wouldn't have been by himself. And again, when there's multiple people involved in something like this, a secret cannot be kept. So the truth will get out sooner or later. It's not about who they're covering for. The reason why they're covering would have to do with the state's own involvement in some direct or indirect way, I would think.
Okay, so the way I see this, do I think that the fraternities or sororities are the masterminds that did this? No, I don't. Do I think that the fraternities or the sororities are or could be involved? Yes, I do. Involved, not the ones that did the that created the, you know what I'm saying? Okay. Yeah. I feel that they could be involved, more fraternity than sorority, but there could be an involvement. There's something way bigger that is controlling the whole situation. Yes. Okay. I cannot give you what that is. I cannot give an explanation to that as of this point. Wait, hold on. Solution says it's not a cover because someone is important. It's something that is important. See, that's kind of where I was going a little bit, Lucy, but I don't know how to explain it without saying certain things. And I know SRB, and that's the problem. I like straight talk too. And I can't, on a live stream, I can't put certain things out and say certain things without proof. Okay. Cause you just can't do that. You can be sued for shit. So that's why I'm not saying anything, but I feel like, yes, the fraternity is involved. That's straight fact. That's a feeling I've had for a long time. But I think there's something more important, a higher, bigger group of people or something that is leading this. That's my opinion, just to say that. Sorry for the ads, folks.
Why would the state put themselves out there like this? This is a cover-up. Why would they do that? And the reason would have to all come down to motive. What is the motive? If you find out who did this for real, it's not that they're covering for someone. It's that they don't want the motive.
Well, and
understood.
That's the problem. That's the problem. The state would have obviously the local government. Let me put it that way. The local government would have to have an involvement for a reason, to an extreme, I should say, or an extent, not an extreme. I'm sorry, to some extent, because they wouldn't be involved if they weren't part of the issue. Okay. Does that make sense how I said that or no? I don't believe they would be involved unless they were part of the situation. Let me put it that way. That's what I'm trying to say, if that makes sense. It does not matter who did it. It's always had to be put on it. Yeah, that we've known that for a long time. Yes, I agree with that. I don't know how to explain what I'm trying to think. I don't know how to try to explain what I'm thinking.
Dang, think about this. This just dawned on me. We kind of had that conversation a little bit the other day. Just like, did they pick Brian because he was out driving a white car? Imagine if he was like at the party with a dozen others and had alibis in that way, in the traditional way, or if he had company over, whatever the case is. But because he was out driving with a white sedan, and that's how they got to him. But then this thought just occurred to me. So one might say, well, yeah, if he was at home sleeping and he wasn't out driving, then it couldn't have been him. It would have been some other fool that fell into their trap. And the answer is no. If they can put a guy that's never driven to the east of the Moscow-Pullman Highway during the time of the crime, he was out driving, yes, but he was in a whole different, state at the time.
Right.
Then what's the difference if he's driving or if he is sleeping? Just learn out. They could have just learned who had a white car that fit that description, and then maybe figured out whether or not that person was alone. That might not be too difficult to do. And once they do that, then that's their patsy. You just suggest that white car was here and here, and this is the person who did it. So even if you're home by yourself sleeping, and you own a car of that same description, if they have a mind to do it to you, they can do it, is what this case proves.
Right. Yeah.
Does that make sense?
It does. It does. But
in other words, the fact that he was out driving with the white car is immaterial. They could have still fixed him.
Well, there's how many other people that had a white car in that area that could have been pinned on for the car? It's not the car, but yeah, I know what you're saying.
Yeah, it's scary. It could happen to any one of us.
As with most investigators on this case, we know that by following the arrests in jail and prison in Idaho collaborate with dates of Brian's arrest and continued till plea deal. Wait. Hold on a minute. Let me make sure I understand this. Sorry, Aggie. Sometimes it takes me a minute. As with most investigators on this case, we know that by following the arrests in the jail and prison in Idaho collaborate with the dates of Brian's arrest and continued plea deal. What do you think on that?
I was both reading chat and examining my thoughts during that. I'm not sure where you are. Could you ask that again?
As with most investigators on this case, period, we know that by following the arrests and the jails and prison in Ohio that collaborate with the dates of Brian's arrest and continued till plea deal.
I think I understand.
Yeah. That's what I was just making sure I was reading it and kind of getting the understanding. Thank you, Aggie. I appreciate your input today. Did you know that Sigma Chi is formerly known as Sigma Phi Pi? Motto is Esto Perpetua, same as the great state of Idaho. Oh yeah. So let me see here.
Think about this too. Concerning the discussion we had moments ago about, could it be the frats? And I said, in the end, it has to work. It has to make sense, right? And then add to that this, which is, because people are going to talk. If there's more than one person in a conspiracy, then, we've watched enough movies, all of us, where they slowly turn on each other and kill the other off so that,
yes, nobody can talk.
Nobody can. Yeah, right. Exactly. I don't want you talking, Dago. You and I collaborated to do this thing. And when you're not looking and your back is turned, I'm going to, do you in. Because I don't want, you to have a misstep and myself get discovered as a result. Plus, I want it all. I don't want to share 50-50, right?
No, I get it.
Yeah, but we've all seen enough of them. So think about this. Whoever did it may not even be here anymore.
That's possible, yes. That's a thought. It is.
Because think of the risk. The state is, that's really putting your neck out in the line.
Well, I mean, it is. It's happened before. It's been in the news where it's happened, where, governmental entities have been involved in conspiracies and they've gotten caught, blah, 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 so on and so forth. So it's not out of the realm of reality, but you're right. The cost, Hitler said it himself. Jobs can be lost. These are people's jobs, Miss Taylor, things like that. Okay. So yeah, He himself knows, and was protecting that as well. So,
yeah, if it was hired, if it was hired, it that fits. Could someone have been hired? Yeah, and then the fools that pulled it off end up getting knocked off one by one because they're the bottom feeders, you know, the muscle, the brutes. They're no longer here.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I know what you mean. Like,
they
because
got hired, they were expecting a payoff. They did the job, and this is such a big conspiracy that they're no longer here, guaranteed.
Right. So my okay, with my thought on the involvement of the fraternity, let me say it this way. I think it's they're the bottom of the totem pole. Let me put it there to start with. Okay, that's what I think. If their involvement is, it's the very least involvement. I think, for instance, the fraternity is very important to the university. Period. Okay, especially that one, the one that I was pointing at, the Sigma Chi one. It's the big university there, or I'm sorry, big fraternity on campus, and it is with a lot of campuses, but that one in particular. There's a lot of people that were in that fraternity that are important people in the state of Idaho and in the area there, period. So if they're involved, it's a very minimal involvement, but I do believe they're involved to some aspect, whether it be you're part of this university and you're going to do this because we're telling you to do this type of thing, possibly. Okay. Not that they went in and committed the crime, but there's a like a little hook on the side that they're connected with. That sounds so dumb. I don't know how to explain how I'm saying it, but that's all I'm saying. That's how I feel that there's a connection with that. Okay. But it's definitely a much bigger to have law enforcement involved in a situation, including a fraternity in that situation on a college campus. When you look at the situation that has happened, for instance, hold on, with Brett Payne, this all went down, and then Brett Payne is now working for this university and oversees the absolute situation that he has control over. And the thing that he's controlling is very important in the background of this case. Does that make sense, Eddie, or did that come out way dumb?
I think I understood it.
So the lead investigator on this case, we go through the whole situation. Brian's in prison. Now, conveniently, the man works for the university that the crimes happened on. They were fully involved throughout the entire investigation, or their lack of, okay? And what Brett Payne is in charge of at the university, he now has total control over, I guess you could say, a narrative. Kind of, I guess, damage control on the campus and in the community. That's what I'm trying to say. But still, I hope that sounded better. But anyway,
or maybe it's just like a financial benefit.
Yeah, but okay, that's a good point, and that's true. I agree with that.
I mean, he was rewarded. He's a team player. He did his part and did it well. Can't deny that.
It's almost like, yeah, rewarded is a good way to put it. Like, okay, you did what you were supposed to do. You did what you needed to do. Here you go. Thank you. Okay, I agree with that. What are we doing with the ghosts? Spooks.
We've had that discussion before. He probably had the traits, the right characteristics to be able to do that.
Mm-hmm.
To play his part. And he agreed to do it. He was willing to do it.
He's a yes man. We've said that before. We all agree.
Imperturbable on the stand.
Right.
You can't shake him.
Right. Well,
not everybody has that quality.
His military background proves that those guys are made for that kind of shit. You know what I mean? So that's a good point.
Yeah, he's got that metal.
Yeah.
TTLE.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Just like everyone thinks that the attempt to purchase University of Phoenix is the big deal. No, I don't think it is. I never did. It's not. It's the Idaho Super Agreement that is the big deal. And they used the Phoenix to keep INL shadowed. There you go. That's the bigger picture. I understand. And that's a good point, Lucy. That's an absolute good point. Very good point, to be honest with you. It's hard to believe that something like this would happen in this area because it is that big. So be it. No, I don't think it was that witchy. I think it was Jimmy with a J. Didn't they start an updated version of campus security and he was put in charge of? That's my understanding. Yeah. That he's the big boss over all that oversees it all now. Wait. What did you at, Eddie? I think they chose him because he pissed off and scared the powers when he applied for LE Digital Forensics. Remember SG repetitively saying an outsider came to our town and thought we are stupid.
Yeah.
That's a good point. I have a comment from Kim, and she said the real informants are Steve G and the No. I remember that. That was stated to me before. And that's it right there. So what does that lead back to, you guys? It leads back to a victim's family. So what could that possibly mean? And that's what everybody is struggling with. To respond, Happy, I can't say his business, but he often talks about someone staying with him. He bragged about knowing FBI. Well, there you go. Well, that is a good point, Aggie. Thank you. I can see our email. Gray Pubes wrote to my email and then said my name. Oh, wow. That's pretty shitty. You're welcome, Wishy.
Yeah, to Happy Hounds I'm still thinking about that. Eddie, I think they chose him because he pissed off and scared the powers when he applied for LE Digital Forensics. Remember SG repeatedly saying an outsider came to our town and thought we were stupid. Yeah. So the question is, do they choose him because of that, or because that is the case, they use that against him? There'd be a distinction there. It's an interesting thought either way. In other words, if they chose him because of that, it's like, oh, this guy, this is the one we're going to fit it to. Or did they choose him for other reasons and then discover that part and then just use that, just twist that and use it against him, like they can do with any of us. If they choose you, and I mean all of you, plural.
Just so everybody knows.
Then
right.
They can look 5 years, 10 years, 15 years back through your digital footprint. And then, you made a friend with this person, or we're talking on Facebook with that person. They can use anything you did that was good. Yeah. Nothing nefarious. You just live in your daily life. They can take anything you did and twist it and use it against you, make it sound bad. You shopped at this store, you bought these items, you talked to that person, whatever it is. So, yeah, interesting thought.
It is. And real quick, everybody, what Lucy was talking about, that's stuff that has come from Kim from a long time ago. She hasn't spoke to Kim recently. Nobody has. Kim's kind of put herself away, okay, for lack of better terms. She has the option to come in here anytime she wants. She's welcome.
Yeah, thumbs up any photo. Yeah. Think of it.
What's that? What'd you say?
Don't Be Hating says thumbs up a photo, for example. If you ever thumbs up a photo.
Oh yeah. Right.
Wow.
I'm just trying to come to an understanding of what I was saying a few minutes ago about what this leads back to, about who leaked Molly, who leaked the Linda Lane footage, who leaked so many different things.
Mm-hmm.
And it's somebody that in a normal right side up world, as we say, you would never expect to leak that type of information in this situation. And that's what I struggle with every day, because I know that. We know that. It's been admitted to. Okay. That's a problem, and people it's almost like taboo. You can't You can't talk about it. You cannot acknowledge it. You can't. Well, okay, you can, but you're not supposed to acknowledge or talk about it or confront that situation because it's a victim's family. Okay, but I'm sorry. I think most of us as creators, I know myself, Lana, Jules, a couple other creators are just like, forget that. At this point, it's I'm not going to hide that anymore. You know what I mean? Because it is bullshit. So that's another thing. That's one thing I'm talking about. But she says, Lucy says again, laugh out loud, just like the January 6th to 21 stuff where AT&T data for the 5th and 6th is corrupt. Yeah, I understand. And then, hold on, I'm trying to keep everything up. She says the Secret Service. So there you go. That's interesting. And then back to this, Annie, I have several different names, but I'm talking now on the one that I was threatened on. It's been 6 months after I had spat with a member on this podcast. I forgot. I'm sorry that you did, Aggie. I've talked to you already about that and told you you're welcome here. And I don't even remember it happening, but a lot of people aren't here anymore, so it was probably one of those people. So it is funded by the White House. Okay. DAS, formerly the Hemisphere program, is the program that provided the timing advance. Yes, I've heard that too. In this case, thank you, Annie. Hemisphere program has zero oversight. You're so smart, Lucy. Say it again. I don't know shit. Whatever. I find it weird that Hurwitz works for a firm now that represents the U of I Foundation, and Green is the chair of the audit committee. Something about that. Wow. Are you truly surprised, though, Fizzy?
Yeah, and add to that, he's a partner in that firm.
Yes, there we go. I was get out of my head, dude. I was gonna say, from my understanding, he's a partner. That's kind of important, I think. It kind of points to something. Okay. The powers that be, power versus the people, folks.
He got rewarded, didn't he?
Absolutely, he did. He was degraded, fired, and now has been rewarded. How about that? Yes, you do. Stop saying that. I know you. I know why you say it, but yes, you do. You're one of the smartest people I know. Between you and Eddie, it's like the dream team. You guys should go to law school and become attorneys. I think it'd be amazing. But anyway, you could do the arguing, and Eddie could do all the book, the notating, and all that. Eddie's the best note taker I've ever seen in my life, and he's the greatest thinker in the world. And you're just you could scare people away, Lucy, into believing things. So it's absolutely wild to me that no one of all these creators has shown how the defense knows the state is lying about the timing advance. It's mind blowing. Evil Eddie.
I want to know what the pink monsters are.
That's her screaming and yelling. That's her.
Thank you.
She yells at us. So, you know what, Lucy? That's an interesting statement. Why don't you go a little further with that? I wish I would get her up here to talk. I really would. I would love it. It's absolutely wild that no one of all these creators has shown how the defense knows that the state is lying about the timing advance. I mean, I think we have talked about that, though, haven't we, at some point? It's literally right there in the things that we can see. Or maybe we haven't then. Explain it. You got some explaining to do. Yeah, I thought we did touch on it before. I just didn't go into it in detail. But I thought we did a long time ago. Maybe I'm wrong. She'll never come on, Penny, you guys. I've begged her before. She won't do it. So she has to go on with Twiz or somebody first. And that ain't happening, so I don't know. Detail that a little bit, Lucy, so I can understand what I've screwed up on then, or what I might be missing. Miss Bonnie Bailey, my love, wonderful to see you. It's great to have you here. I hope you're feeling good. Always thinking about you, dear, and you're always in our thoughts and prayers. Thank you for joining us. Are you talking about the Delta, Terry said? I'm so tired of hearing about, not you, Terry, but that Delta shit is driving me nuts. I thought that's what Psy was for. Yeah, but to that extent, or to what extent though? Don't be hating. He can only go so far with what he has. I'm pretty sure it goes beyond that, though. And so we have talked about that. Unless Lucy's talking about something else. She's not going to come up here, you guys. There's no point. Hello, Siggy and Mike. Hello, Siggy and Mike. And hello, Siggy and Mike. To catch up for 3 days. I swore I said hi to you, but maybe I didn't. I'm so sorry because you know I will. Lucy belongs on the panel. She's very knowledgeable and intelligent. Yes, I agree. What's up, bud?
So, not to belabor the point of the frats, because they really don't have any direct participation in this. I think we can both agree on that. But if they did, what would their motive be, right? Because again, this all has to make sense, and it has to be logical, and it has to work. So for anyone of that opinion, like, okay, the frats did it. Okay, fine. But what happened? What's their motive? Because obviously the state knows it. They're aware of whatever happened that night. Because they are. Would you agree?
I absolutely do.
So
I do agree on that.
So in order for the state, because again, they're putting their neck on the line. If they're going to cover for something, it's got to be good reason.
Right.
So what happened that night? Frat guys did. I mean, what did Maddie do? What did Kaylee do? What did Xana do? Right.
Right. See, that's one of the things I do want to know is what went on.
So it doesn't work. Hopefully, saying it like that shows that it just doesn't make sense.
I get that part of it. And I, like you said, the first part I agree with. There's an involvement. There's definitely no direct involvement. No, that's not what I was meaning. And as far as like, they're not the big bosses in this by any means. No.
Right. Exactly. But what about, because we talked about this before, what about, okay, let's say that there are drugs being sold and it's big business in that community.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that's not a stretch. I think we'd all agree on that. Right?
Absolutely. I know you are, Siggy and Mike. You're okay. Yeah, no, absolutely.
Are people constantly getting arrested and put in jail and convicted and put in prison when they get caught doing it? I mean, after all, and I like to chide and say, Walnut Grove police, furthest thing from it, they are very intelligent. They are up to date. They are not backwoods police officers. Anyone thinking that is misguided. So, to my point, they absolutely know that drugs are being sold, and it's big, probably big business. Would I be fair to say that?
100%. And then some. Yes, sir.
And if they're aware of it and no one's getting arrested for it, what does that suggest?
That tells it right there, what you just said.
They got to be in on it. They're allowing it.
They're part of it.
Yeah. A kickback? Or are they getting a portion?
Well, maybe they're doing it, guys. It's not a far stretch to believe these things at all.
Right.
Okay?
I mean, that's not a grandiose theory.
No, not at all.
That would be a reason for covering up, though, right? If something, I don't know what happened, but
yeah,
not suggesting law enforcement had a direct role in the events, the act that night. But if something did happen, and it happened, so to speak, under their watch, right? And the motive got out, and the motive would have obviously led to all these questions and paper trail and financial trails and every other kind of connection, right? That would possibly be enough reason to cover up, wouldn't it?
Yes.
I mean, whatever our theory is, it's got to work. So I'm just kicking out one theory, trying my best, to suppose what it might be.
Right. Bonnie, I'm so sorry, hon. I'm in the hospital about a week from now. I go into palliative care. I will jump on when I can. You're always in my thoughts, dear. Nothing but the best wishes to you, and you're always praying for you and thinking about you. Please take care of yourself, my dear. We love you. Sorry, Eddie, go ahead.
No, I think I completed the thought. I mean, it could be something like that.
No, absolutely. Absolutely. And then Lucy backs it up or back up says, like I said, the content of the timing advance is not the issue. The problem is the problem, not who it helps or hurts. That's a good point. That's a good point. So, oh, I just lost. I had a thought there for a minute and I lost it. So it'll come back. Hey Tandy, good to see you, hon.
Well,
Thank
it would
you.
answer the question of why the cover up, not necessarily who did it.
But why? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good point. It is.
It's got to be a very solid reason, because we see who, this effort, this state sanctioned effort is what this is. It is a serious reason.
It's definitely a big issue, a very large issue for it to go to this extent. Yes, there's no doubt in my mind. This includes all the AT&T customers and anyone interacting with an AT&T customer. Since 1987, they have it all. Of course they would.
And think about this.
Play it off.
This is a two-parter. The first part is this is a cover-up, certainly, but it's also framing a guy. There's an innocent person. This is so serious that they've taken the extra extraordinary step of taking someone who's completely innocent.
See, and then yes, and that's the part that I have struggled with on this, Eddie. Is it done on purpose, or is it just an innocent sacrifice? You see what I'm saying? Is there a reason that this person is being put in the box, or is this just an innocent sacrifice that happened to be? He was unfortunate. Do you know what I'm saying? That's the one part that I have not been able to comfortably level out in my mind, if that makes any sense.
Mm-hmm.
I still struggle. I think about that every day. Like, is there a specific reason that Brian Koberger was put into the box for this?
Mm-hmm.
Or is this just the luck of the draw, the unluck of the draw, I should say? And, this incident, poor guy got locked into the situation. Unfortunately, it was him. You know what I mean? He drew the short straw.
Yeah, the ugly duckling, the black sheep, whatever.
Yeah.
It's not that difficult to go into a community and find the
But no,
awkward one.
That's true.
The outlier, the ugly duckling.
He's the outsider from out of town, knows nobody, has no ties to nothing. He's different. And it's just odd that somebody, this is one thing I've struggled with too, Eddie, that they would choose somebody such as him with the background that he has and the education that he has. That's the part that kind of kicks me sideways on that with him. Here's my expectation, and that's why I said it before. Brent Kopacka, for instance, you know what I'm saying? Somebody like him would make perfect sense in this situation to frame somebody that in that way. Okay. And maybe they tried and it did be that, something went down and they couldn't, but I'm just saying.
Maybe he has knowledge. Maybe he did do it. Maybe he has knowledge of who did it.
Right.
Either way, between either one of those, he's got to go. You understand what I'm saying?
It makes perfect sense. Yes. Either one of them situations, 100%. He can't, if he knows who did it and can tell the truth, that can't happen. Or if he did it and could tell the truth, it can't happen either. So, right. There you go. I get it. And understand, folks.
It's either that. It's either that, or you believe the narrative that he went cuckoo and
nobody believes that.
They couldn't talk him down and they had to snipe him out of there. Whatever.
That story is beyond sad and absolute bullshit.
Ridiculous.
It's really
ridiculous. So you're either reduced to believing that, or considering he knew something at a minimum, or he did have involvement.
And I think I do say there's some. I think, okay, let me put it this way. I don't mean involvement in the crime, but I do believe that Brent is attached to this. Brent Kopacka is attached to this. I'm not denying that by any means. I truly believe that at this point.
Well, if someone was hired, what better person?
Right. That's exactly my point. And something happened. Something went wrong. Okay. Something went wrong. let's say, for instance, he did have involvement in this. He was part of what happened. One of the conspirators or one of the suspects. Okay. And then, whoa, something snapped. Something went wrong. Oh shit, he's a loose cannon. We can't let that happen. What the hell? And boom, he's gone. You know what I mean? That's what I see could be a possibility with this. Or he knows somebody else and got some knowledge of something and was like, wait a minute, no. I know what happened to those kids, and they saw something or heard something was said, and they said, nope, we got to shut them down now.
Yeah, he went to authorities and reported, hey, I got information. Oh, yeah? What is that? What do you tell us what you know? And
There
he
you
tells
go.
what he knows, and they say, cool story, bro.
Yeah.
We'll,
we'll talk to you later.
What's
right?
your address again?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah,
and
we'll be looking you up and following up with you.
Yeah, and see, that's
good info.
Thank you. We'll call you soon, right?
Yeah, we'll be there.
And that's a good point, Crime Solver. A lot of people, including me at the beginning, kind of blew that off. But I'm thinking, the more it went on, I thought about it, I'm like, there's no way that was an accident that his name was said. There's no way. This is a completely different situation, but there's no way that his name could have or should have been said. And it was. Okay. So that is my issue with that, Crime Solver. So thank you, SRB. It's just, that's my issue with that. And I know what you're saying, Annie. And that's where this all derives from what happened, you guys. It wasn't. I don't believe that this happened to create this situation. Don't misunderstand me. The situation derived from what happened, is in my opinion. I don't think this all happened so that this situation would be where it is. No, by no means. They had to deal with this situation some way, and this is what it has turned into. But because there's people that think that the entire thing is all linked together, and that the murders and everything happened as part of all of this, and I don't believe that. I think the murders happened, and then we jumped into full speed into this situation, and it had to be fixed. So thank you so much, Social. I appreciate that very much. Grateful to see you here tonight. I don't know if that's the case. Then why were the alt perps not those people, or wait, what do you mean with that, SRB? Which part are you talking about, hon? Or are you talking to somebody else? BK's connection to this was LE. You know, somebody said, that's what I was going to tell you guys a little bit ago, and I forgot. That's what I was going to say. Somebody sent me an email a few days ago. It's actually a week ago. I can't remember what show it was after, and that's what I was trying to guess earlier, is a person that sent me the email, and I know the person's name, and I can't think of it. That's not important. You know who you are. Said, what if Brian is supposed to be in prison? And it said, hey, Dago, love your show. I loved the show today, and it made me think, what if Brian is supposed to be in prison? And I was like, eh? And I sent back, I said, what do you mean? And they said, what if the entire point to this and plan with this is that Brian was supposed to be put in prison? And I was like, what you mean? You know, I'm trying to put that together as if in like it's the whole plan the whole time outside of the murders. The murders happened, and then this happened because they stated that, yes, we know this, that Brian's hold on. Hello, Mama Bear.
Hello.
Good to see you. I've missed you.
Yep, missed you guys too.
It's good to hear your voice. It's been like 34 years.
Yeah, I was gonna hop up earlier, but then my girls wanted to go to Disc Replay and find some old video games.
Disc Replay. Oh, got you. Okay, no problem. I'm glad you're here now. But hey, Daniela, welcome to Diffused. And well, I don't maybe Rach, but yeah, his college professor recommended him go to Pullman to that school. She sent over a recommendation. From my understanding, she made a phone call and sent some kind of letterhead or something to them as well, or whatever. and then got him there. Okay. I said, okay. And then on, they said, so what if he was supposed to go to prison for some whatever? And it's been talked about before, guys, that he could be involved with the feds, so on and so forth. Okay. So forth. It is what it is. And I'm not saying that that's crazy out of
To
hand.
create the illusion of justice.
Sure.
Yeah.
Anything. You know what I'm saying? Good
Yeah.
point, Candy. So if that's the point, the whole point, then okay, you know, I had to think then. And I'm really thinking like, wow, what if?
Bonnie.
I know. I wish you wouldn't do that, Bonnie. Hold on, you guys. I love you so much. Breaks my heart. Bonnie just gifted 10 new memberships, you guys. Hold on. Let me move some things around here so I can get to this and see them. 1 second, everybody. Oh, shoot. What did I just do? Bear with me. I'm all emotional now. 1 second. Come on. Load. Okay. Thank you so much, Bonnie. It looks like 10 new memberships, Miss Bonnie. Dropped for the channel Flaming
Flaminigans, I think.
There we go. I think, yeah, I didn't. Okay, there we go. Yvette Clifton, Sayin, Summer Jade, Jane Bosch, Glenda SD, Christine Robertson, Marty Fodrell, Melissa, Jane Kendall. I think that's it. All of you guys, welcome to the sauce, and thank you again. So generous, Bonnie, and we love you so much. We really do. I hope you know that. God bless, hon. That is so very generous and so wonderful of you. Thank you so very much. And welcome to all the new meatballs for jumping in the sauce.
Thank you, Bonnie. Very kind.
Yes. That's very interesting. So both could be true. He may be innocent of this, and his dad, right, claiming his son was framed, but he should still be in prison. Now I'm intrigued. I am too. I was very intrigued by that, and it made my brain start turning like the hamster. You know what I mean? What's left of it. It feels like it's a worn down eraser at this point, to be honest with you. But
if you think it all the way through, though, does it work? I mean, it's interesting. It's an intriguing theory.
It's very, very interesting. And the problem that I keep running into, and I know that high-end law enforcement agencies do things that are out of range, that people would be like, there's no way that they would do that, and he's sitting in prison, blah blah blah. But there is. Okay, there's things that have been done for years, folks. The mafia has done stuff like this. But the Donnie Brasco movie, that's true story. Okay, that happened in real life. They do things like that, and people will go to prison and sit there as part of what they're supposed to do. It happens. Okay. And we don't always know what goes on either. So there's that. Understand that. I'm not saying that that's what truly has happened. And like Eddie said, if you think it all the way through, it kind of teeters. You know what I mean? It's right. Like it's unbalanced.
Not only, does the world hate him, but they hate his family too.
Right. And there's sacrifice.
His sisters lost their
they both lost their jobs. Yeah, that's a lot of sacrifice to put on to people that have absolute innocence in a situation just for this one goal, in my opinion. That's the hard part to deal with. Rach says, see my theory in my last comment to Warbird. I want to know y'all. Oh, hold on. I didn't know Warbird was in here.
I think it's supposed to be Wadebird.
Wadebird. Sorry. I'm like, who's Warbird? Let me find you, Rach. Do you see it, Bear? I'm looking.
And hello, everybody.
Yes. See, now they're all perk up because you're here. They come to see you. They come here to see you and Eddie. They don't come for me. They know it. They all have been admitted to me before.
I don't know if that's it or not.
See? Oh, yay, Mama Bear. I'm looking for. Where did you just throw a thing up, or did I took it down? Maybe.
Yeah, that's okay.
Put it
It's
back.
right there.
Put it. Oh, I thought of that, but also thought of this went deeper. And maybe his role was to be caught for whatever reason. My guess would be to investigate the FBI and local and state LA and prisons or something inside the prison. Yes. That was part of the statement that was made to me, that he was meant to be put in there. But it like Eddie said, though, that's so hard to come to a yes with because of the sacrifice that it has caused. Oh. Oh, wow. Okay. That's interesting. Did you see that?
Mm-mm.
No,
What?
but the moderator thing. They just gave the managing moderators more, like, you guys can get rid of me or something, I guess. I don't know. It is very interesting, Rach. I love your mind. And it's something I've been thinking about. Like, if he was supposed to be put in there, which is why he took the plea, they would explain the plea. It would explain 75% of what happened. Okay, and that's why it started chewing on my mind. It's very interesting. It's very interesting, but it's very hard to come to a close on because of like stuff like Eddie said. You're gonna time me out. Oh, I know you are. I know you are.
I was gonna say, now Cassie's like, wait, we can do what?
I was. Look, here they come. They're all coming out of the woodwork now. Look, they're all falling asleep till I said that. Yes, the moderators can get rid of me now, and they're like, "What? Okay, hold on. No,
Yeah, you don't have to text me anymore.
Just do it yourself." Now it said something about the managing mods have new something. I have to look into it. I didn't have time to look right now, but I'll let you know. We'll talk about it in the Discord. Yes, I know. They'll be bouncing me all over the place like a basketball. Especially Alicia. I'm surprised Alicia didn't pop in here and go, "Say what?" But anyway, it just told me, it popped up in the chat. Lucy, really, she's really getting off that much on it. That shows how much you guys think. It would be interesting, in my opinion. This is too big if even the FBI is crooked. Well, listen, that's always been a thing. Hold on. That they've always done whatever they want to do. Okay, the FBI does what they want, when they want, how they want, and with who they want. So that's not an issue. It never has been. Welcome, Social Glow. Good to have you here. Welcome to the sauce. Awesome. I love it. Yes, you can block me, I think. Yes. You don't need to, though. It doesn't let you block. Oh, sorry to get you guys all excited. Ha ha. Wait, I am proud of you. Your open mind has advanced so much since the beginning of this. Oh, I absolutely have. And thank you, Aggie. I appreciate that. Things take time sometimes, and you have to see things for what they are, and you have to see what you don't see, I guess, for lack of better terms, Aggie. But thank you. I appreciate the compliment very much.
Yeah, and along the way, people can have their minds poisoned by listening to misinformation.
And yeah, and I'll be honest with you, Eddie took a big part in straightening my head out. I'll put it that way. It took a long time, but he did. Lots of conversations, lots of things for me to look that he pointed out. A couple of you guys did. So it wasn't just me. And I appreciate that too. So welcome, Donna. I completely lost something I was going to say. It's gone. Shit. Hold on. Oh, yes, that's it. 1 second, y'all. That's what I was doing. This always happens to me the same damn way every time. And if there is, I'm going to be pissed because they do this to me all the time. It's like they're watching me and they're like, well, we're going to drop documents right at the end of his show.
Oh, did they?
I'm looking right now. Hold on. I won't be surprised because they do this to me all the time. Or right after I've already made a different show, and I'll start talking, and there's new documents, and yes, they sure as hell did.
Hi, you, James.
I think these ones are new. Let me read these real quick. Just a minute. We have the order sealing the state's Exhibit 1-3, state's response to objection for. Oh, wait, no, these are the same ones, unless there's something I'm missing. State's response to defendant's objection to request for restitution and motion to seal state. No, these aren't new. I mean, they're new, but they're not new. Let me look at the case summary to see if there's something new coming, though. Hold on. Oh, wow. They did.
Like my thought would be if he's supposed to be undercover, so to speak, and they're still going on about the restitution, they're trying to keep it as realistic as possible.
Of course. But yeah, you see the number now changed. Balance due as of October 28th is $300,184.38. So
that's ridiculously stupid.
That's insane.
That is the dumbest thing I've ever seen.
It is, but okay. Anyway, I don't know. What did Christy say about the docs? Because I don't, unless there's something coming that I don't know of, unless she's talking about those three about the restitution.
Thank you.
What did she said? Well, that answer to that WB is always the sheath that we've never seen. That's how they place them at the house, the sheath. And I don't believe it. I want to see the damn thing, and I want you to show it all to me. If you want me to believe this, then you need to show it to me. That's all I'm going to say. I want to see it. I want to see how you got the DNA off of it. I want to see where you got the DNA step by step. I know that sounds stupid, but at this point, that's what I need. Welcome, James. Good to see you, my friend. Donna, you as well. Yvonne Poole. If Brian was supposed to go in as an operative, they better get him out. Too many have been talking about that. Well, okay. This is so offhanded, but if it were true, okay, they won't let nobody hurt him. That's not going to happen, okay? If he was an operative, he was in undercover, whatever, there's not going to let anybody touch that kid, period. He'll be being watched in deeper ways than he would as a normal prisoner. So yeah, that's not anything I'm worried about at this point. I talked to Sarge a while back. He's doing good, Siggy. A couple days ago, he's just chilling and enjoying his retirement, he said. So I guess he retired. What is this?
Peanut butter.
That's peanut butter?
Yep.
Why'd you give it? Oh, well, that's a good point. Thank you. Anyway, I love my wife. She's so awesome. Yeah, he's just living and enjoying life. That's it. So, Ifler said at sentencing that this was not a rule. We went over this. You must not have been here. We went over this at the beginning, Yvonne. Said this is not a Rule 11 plea agreement, and Thompson is now calling it a Rule 11 plea agreement, which is it. Watch the beginning of the show. That would be so much to go back to that. I agree, Social. I do. And I know we're all trying so hard to get. Look at Lucy. No. Just watch the beginning of the show, Yvonne. It's okay. Don't worry about it, Ben. No worries. You'll get your answer though.
Will she?
Well, to some extent, you'll get your answer, but yes. Lucy explained it. She had some explaining to do, and she did it. If you understand it, that's a different situation. But I want to know why the DNA sample grew to it. I don't believe that it did, Annie. I think that is a complete and total misconstruity and misunderstanding with that right there. That is definitely not what happened. Quiz is in the house. What's up, buddy? Honey buns. Uh-oh.
There's trouble.
Somebody's stalking Mama Bear.
Uh-oh. Yep. And I'm out of honey buns, believe it or not.
I had 3 of them here the other day, and I was just sitting because I don't like them. They're gross. Lucy's favorite Kool-Aid flavor is drink. So she's drinking the Kool-Aid twist. Is that what you're saying? And your favorite crayon is yellow. Oh, I love you guys. It's great. Anyway, stop spatially trapping Lucy. You guys are awesome. I love it. Yeah, right, Aggie. What sheath? Thank you. What sheath? Stop spatially trapping me. You guys are a mess. I love it.
See, Tandy, that's why we get along so well.
Love honey buns. Nope. I can't do it. If they were homemade, probably, but the ones in those plastic baggies, I can't. I swear to you, every time I get one, it's kind of slimy or something. I don't know. It's weird.
Ew.
And they're not bad because everyone I've ever touched does that. So
You're getting the wrong kind.
I have proof that you drew a yellow bube. It's different. Definitely. Oh God, you guys are truly a mess. Bavarian honey buns. Never heard of it. Okay. Anyway, I'm getting way off track. So at this point, Eddie, do you have any other thoughts on this?
Well, where did we leave off? We kind of transitioned. We were going talking about Molly, then we kind of went to like possible theories of what happened, who may have been involved, why is there a cover up, and then you had an email. Did we ever get to that? To that?
Yeah,
we did.
That's what it was the about the fact that was Brian supposed to be in jail, or he maybe
right. Yep.
Maybe he was supposed to be in jail.
Thanks for refreshing.
That's okay. We've talked about so much today. But that was the email I received, and it was just what do you think, Dago? Do you think maybe Brian was supposed to be put in prison, so on and so forth? It's an interesting thought. It truly is. Did you hear?
Yeah, it's a question that's worth looking at and examining. I don't think it works though. When you think it through, the damage that has, come upon his family too.
I mean, that's a good point. I mean, you have to truly think about the whole of it, not just the top surface part. You got to go deep into that and think about how everything worked itself out, and what the outcome would be.
I mean, his family would have to have a death wish, because
yeah.
Look at what they've done to him. I mean, you got to add to the fact that they've for 3 years had this media smear campaign against him.
Yeah.
Good and point. They haven't done his family any favors. They were at the most recent hearing.
Yeah.
And they didn't do anything, but yet they take, they select a moment of a video, and they select the least flattering portion of that, and then they post that picture of a family member and do their worst to someone that has nothing to do with this.
Good point. Yep. Good point. Yes, sir. Trying to write out. I'm going to put a poll up real quick for those pollers that love these polls.
Like SRB.
Yes, SRB loves polls. That never sounds good when I say that. Whenever I say it, I always get it. SRB loves polls. Yes.
I'd have to ask her husband about that.
Oh, see, Cassie says it. Mom loves her polls.
At least she didn't spell it the other way.
I'm sorry, SRB, if she's even in here. Oh, she spelled it polls. You're so bad, Cassie. Poor SRB. I hope she's not in here right now. Honestly. And his twins talking about saving horses and riding cowboys. What the hell are you guys talking about?
You probably don't want to know.
I fixed it. Oh, she fixed it. Polls. Oh, there she is. Whoop, whoop, a poll. See? She is in here. Whoop whoop a poll. I love it. Poll pusher. Oh my god. There it is, folks. Will Brian Koberger have this case overturned? Yes, no, or I don't know. She's no saint. Yeah, but in my mind she is. So leave it alone, Cassie. I hate when you guys do that, and then I get this weird ass visualization in my mind. I can't deal with it. So leave it go. Mama Bear and SRB are like nuns to me, so leave it be. I believe he is working to take something bigger, take down something big. Well, here's the thing: if that does happen, it's gonna obviously have to get out of this court system. And I think there is something coming. I truly do. And it would have to go into a higher court setting, in my opinion, and get the hell away from the people and the government that has been involved in this per se. And then even then, I have doubts on it. Back to you. You guys are dirty. Dirty people.
Hello, cat lady.
Is she still here? Yes, she is. Good to see you.
Horse and ride a cowboy. There you go, Bonnie.
All right, now she's talking about it. Good Lord. But yeah, for this to happen, of course, it would have to get out of this court system and move to a higher system, away from this altogether, and get away from these people. Definitely away from, hey, typically, good to see you. And oh my God, you guys, I can't even think straight looking at your comments.
Jeez, social.
Christ. And no, like the prosecution, the judge, none of these people can have it. But here's the thing: does anybody even trust that at this point, that it would make a difference?
No, they would all cover for each other.
That's what seems to happen. It really does. Oh my God, you guys, stop it. Molly. There's our lovely Molly Drake.
Molly Drake, the troublemaker.
Yeah, see, that's what I worry about too, Eddie, is that it would all just overlap. Do you know what I mean? I would have to imagine a federal setting, and even then, I would question that too. You're fine, Robert. What the hell?
Oh, Kathy.
I can't with her.
Did you see what James said?
I'm looking. Welcome in, Jeff H. said. Not many ever. That's a good point there, James. On point, my friend. Yes, Big and Rich. I remember that song. I liked it. Why is that in there?
Where's what and where? It kind of sounds wrong, but what?
It sure does. Jesus. Everything went sideways. Why do you keep doing that? Popping in and surprising people. Been here the whole time, just loiking. Well, anyway, I think
I didn't do anything with.
That's my whistle.
There is a wiener emoji in there because you wanted it, Cass.
Oh my God, you guys. There's a wiener emoji. That's wonderful.
I think if.
Why are they trying to steal our thunder?
It's because you guys wanted them.
I walked right in there. Sure did. I do all the time. Well, anyway, I'm going to guess that the conversation is probably done for the day. We're almost at 5 hours. So anything else to add, Eddie, or anything else you want to put in as far as...
No, I forgot where we left off.
Well, I know we were talking about the
you don't remember
the email that I got. That was the last thing we talked about. So
right.
But we
no, I guess if I just reminder for everybody, kind of what we went over today. It's really pretty simple. If we can identify any one of their lies, which there are many, and prove them, because you don't want to be absolutely sure. You don't want to be accusing the state for lying when they're not. You got to call the balls and the strikes, as they say, right? But if you can identify a lie, then they've impeached themselves. Their credibility is compromised. That alone is what confirms he is innocent in this. It's that basic.
Good
You don't have
point.
to overcomplicate this for yourself. That's what it comes down to. If I'm wrong, say so.
There
Say
you
it in
go.
chat, right? I mean, if I'm wrong in that, let me know.
Sorry.
Does that make sense though, doesn't it?
It does. It does. And I don't think you'll get anybody that will tell you you're wrong at all.
And to this point, we just continue to uncover lie after lie. We've seen many of them, all the inconsistencies in their investigation.
They lead into each other in a lot of ways. Yes.
And again, that is not normalcy. That is not what happens in everyday cases. So
nope, not even close.
Those are my thoughts.
And I appreciate that very much, sir. It's been a great conversation. We went a couple different directions today. But I learned a couple things, as I always do, between you and Lucy. Oh, you guys.
Yeah, thanks for going over those videos too. I wasn't expecting the outcome to be what it was on that first one.
No, it's all good, Eddie.
Quite
That's how we learn.
complicated, the legalese that's going on there. I honestly, I still don't have a grasp. I get the gist of it, but
it's understood.
It's a deep. It seems like it's a deep dive, and I don't
is.
think that the average person is gonna be able to understand it. If you can't answer the simple question, is there a lie? Is that an ideal place to focus for trying to dig up or uncover any of the lies in this case?
Right.
Is that a lie or not? Because if it's not, then we shouldn't spend too much time there as using that as one of the lies to cite as evidence of what's going on here in this case against Brian Kohlberger. People just want the simple answer. I thought there was a simple answer there. I don't know. If I don't understand it still, I think I'm reasonable in saying that most people don't either. I'm going away tonight not quite understanding it all on that. And I'm not really, going to spend a whole lot of time going into it deeper, right? I mean, that's reasonable. Because tomorrow we're going to be at a different place, and in the conversation and other things will
exactly, and it's not worth.
And we'll be
it's not
talking.
worth.
Exactly.
If there's a plea at all, it is a Rule 11. That's in Idaho. Yes, that's that. Just take that for what it is, I guess, and it's not worth the head trauma to go any deeper, truly, and keep going round and round in your mind about it. That's the biggest part of it. When you don't understand something like that, 100%.
Yeah.
Bonnie, thank you so much, my love. I appreciate that. You're so sweet, so very generous, and God bless, hon. We really appreciate you. Wait, what did Lucy say after that? If there's that, of course, and then what the plea can include in binding varies from plea to plea, and then from case to case. Thank you very much, and that part's understood. Thank you so much. Yeah, we do. We love you very much, Bonnie, and appreciate all. You don't have to do this, you know that. But we appreciate you so much.
But thank you for having me up on the panel, as always, Dago.
Oh, dude, you don't ever have to thank me. Your spot, you belong here. That's how I feel. I told you they come to see you and Mama Bear, not me. They look for you two when they come in here, and then they see me, and they're like, "Oh, it's him again." Jeez.
Lucy got to see the what'd she say? The evil side of me today.
Evil Eddie, she calls it. That's hilarious. She saw it one other time.
That.
It's all a joke, but yeah.
I'm gonna sometimes surprise you guys. You never know which side of me you're gonna get.
A lot of people have been commenting on how they love your sarcasm lately and how you've been spicy Eddie too. And I said,
spicy.
Yes.
I continue to try to throw as much sarcasm in there as possible.
It's always fun. You know what gets people that they don't get it is because of the tone of your voice. Nobody quite will get it until after you put it down. Sometimes I've even missed it, and then it's like, wait a minute. Ding, ding, ding. You know what I mean? But that's awesome.
Yeah, that's part of my method. I try to do it like that.
That's the method behind his madness.
But I'll hop down now.
All right, brother.
Enjoy.
Oh, to answer questions, everybody had asked. Quite a few people asked if that was your photograph there, of that picture there.
No.
I didn't think so, but I wanted it for you.
Lana had asked me if I would play the part.
Yes.
Of
Nunez.
Mitch Nunez. So I figured if I'm going to do that, then I better look the part.
There you go. There you go.
So I'm getting everyone accustomed to, if and when she does that mock trial.
She said, we're doing it. She said around the holidays probably. So
yeah, so that everyone will be, by that time, everyone will be acclimated, adjusted to, when I'm on that panel.
Yes, and all I have to do is this, and I'll be good. I'll be the judge.
And when that day comes, my little thing, it won't say Eddie. It'll be, I'll adjust that too. So I play the part of.
Absolutely.
I'll make the name fit to, closely fit.
Yes, absolutely.
Not exactly fit.
I know what you mean. That'll be funny too. You missed that too, Mama Bear. That was a lot of fun. Lana joined us and we did like a mini mock hearing.
Oh, cool.
And she was questioning Eddie as Nunez. And of course I had to just throw myself into the mix as the judge, and nothing half-assed was Ashley Jennings, and typically Unique was up. It was a lot of fun. We enjoyed it. So
I don't want to give out too much information, so I
of course
don't spoil what you can expect, but
I have
I'm gonna throw a little, because we did that, brief, mock-up of what questions, Miss Taylor would ask Officer Nunez, right?
Yes.
And it took a while. I settled into, kind of the rhythm and what, because my part was to help Lana achieve her part.
Yes.
I'm working with her. I'm trying to understand, to make it successful for her. So she's asking me these questions and I'm responding, and I'm trying to, and plus on top of that, my mind is busy with trying to recall it accurately. So like, what did I see in the body cam? And I'm trying to be accurate and get it right.
Yes.
So when I reflected, I'm like, I'm going to bring a little different side, and I don't want to, again, give too much away, but it'll be interesting. I'm kind of preparing for it. There's some thought going into this.
I'm actually kind of excited for this because we didn't get the trial that we all wanted, every one of us. So we're going to have our own trial, folks. And I think it's going to be a blast. I truly do. And it's going to be, and I felt bad because I think Lana was really trying to be serious to prove a point, and I couldn't help myself but to slide that in there. But when we do it, we're going to do it the right way. It'll be worth it. It really will. So.
No, I really, and that kind of helped too. The part you were playing and Nothing Have Asked. You guys are doing awesome.
It was good. Part. It was good. Like I said, I didn't have to do anything but this, because that's all he did through the whole thing. Or when he was challenging everything that the defense said, or ignoring or interrupting. So I did that a few times,
Yeah, all you have to do is be biased and look disinterested.
Yes,
pretty much.
Rude and be not interested. 100%.
There you go.
So, all right, brother. I appreciate you as always. I'm looking forward to maybe seeing you very soon. So I hope you have a great.
Mama
Yes, sir.
Bear. Talk to you guys
Hi,
later.
Eddie.
Bye-bye.
Good night, bud. Talk to you
Good night.
soon. Bye-bye. She did. But she was trying to get a point across, Angel, and I got it, but I couldn't help myself. I had to throw it in. Too much seriousness within this stuff. Too much. It would be a good segment to make a video of. Probably will. I probably will. If I can figure out how to edit and all that, I'll throw it up there on this well, I can make a video of it somehow. Sorry, guys. I had a lot of coffee today.
I need to get some fun ones on here.
We need to get more. There's yes. I can add. I was adding them throughout the Molly thing because it's such bullshit. Most of what I wanted to hit was that right there because that's all it made me want to do. And it says you can add more, but I think we have to find some more.
Sorry, SRB, I was playing. It wasn't directed at you.
I didn't know that you could see those and use those. I forgot.
Oh, yeah.
That is very cool.
I can get into everything, dude. I told you.
I know that, but I forgot that you could get in that. That's pretty cool. I like that you can. So I hope. Did you see the new things that StreamYard gave us too with the backgrounds? All these new backgrounds.
Yeah, I was looking at that. I put up the dancing skeleton in the corner.
I seen that. How'd you do that? I didn't see that. Where did you grab that at?
It's under overlays.
No shit. See, shows how much I know and what I pay attention to. Oh wow, that is very cool. I did not know that. Look at this. Oh, this is too much fun. I like the dancing skeleton the best, though. That is very cool.
He's cute.
Very cool. I did not even look that far up. I just grabbed the one down here and threw the background in. That's neat. Oh, I'm glad. At least they're giving us stuff now for what they charge for this. Jesus.
Seriously.
Finally.
Eddie Nunez.
Eddie Nunez, right? Officer Edward Nunez. Do you like that one, Denise? That's one of my favorites. I have to throw that in as often as I can because there's so much of it in this case.
A bullshit. A bullshit. A bullshit.
A bullshit. A bullshit. A bullshit.
Yes, there's so much of it. So much of the BS. They're coming for you. All right. So, does anybody else have anything to add to any of what we talked about? By the way, welcome, Pro B. Good to see you. Of course, Angel, my favorite Aussie. Ellison White. I didn't see you guys, so I'm gonna see you now. Hello again, Siggy and Mike. That way I don't forget it. It's Lucy still. It is not at all a Rule 11. The sentence is not included. Promised in the plea. All plea agreements in Idaho are Rule 11. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. And this is why you have to listen to the context of what Hitler is actually specifically talking about. And agreed. I think a lot of us drown him out, Lucy, or did. I'm thinking about going back and covering the hearings again.
Oh.
Just to see well, I don't know. Maybe not. I have been watching watching some of them little by little to catch up on things. So why no visits? Is there media coverage of that? I doubt it highly. Wait, are you talking about visits with Brian? I doubt that there would be. If he has any. I will. I promise you I will remember, Siggy. I posted the information DoorDash gives to probable cause warrants on my channel. Oh, I didn't know you had a channel, Witchy. Jesus, you guys are coming up and right with channels now. I guess we should put that link out for, what is it? Witchy, at Witchy was. That's cute.
Lucy said, in caps, I highly suggest rewatching all the hearings in order, every single one.
She's right. She's absolutely right, because it'll tell it. I think it will explain a lot of things that people didn't understand, and it would be a good point. You know what I mean? Some of them aren't very long, okay, but some of them are kind of long. I get it, but I think it is a good point and a good idea. I've been thinking about it. Let me ask. Let's see how this goes. First off, let me end this poll. I hope you guys all voted, and I'll start you another. I'm going to give you another poll, SRB. Still doesn't sound good. Will Bryan have this case overturned? 50% of you said yes. 18 said no, and 32% said I don't know, Dago. Thank you, Fizzy. There's Witchy's channel, guys. Go check it out. If we could drop all these links in here for these awesome creators. Miss Lucy, I want her link dropped in here. If we can drop Robert's link in here. Let me see. Who do we have? Sorry, mods. I don't mean to make you do this. Robert, Lucy, we got Witchies. Christy's link. She was in here. Mama Bear's link. There's Miss Lucy's channel. Please go check it out. Subscribe if you have not yet. And if you have not yet done it, what are you doing with your life? You learned so much there. I want to drop Miss Potts link in here. She teaches us a lot of stuff. That blood thing was amazing. I loved it. She was in here. Typically unique as well. Nothing half-assed. There's Miss Christie's link. Thank you, Miss Tandy. Christie's Chaos. Please go subscribe to her channel as well. Very insightful. Very, very hardworking. All of these creators. I love it. It's okay, Witchy. It still counts. We need to subscribe, though. Thank you so much for that. Witchy's channel is just post only for now. No worries. Of course, Molly Drake's channel, because if we didn't have Molly, we wouldn't have all the awesome songs and videos that we have. So I want everybody subscribing to Molly Drake as well. There's Mama Bear's link. And of course, I typoed super chat. It's fine. Don't you worry about it. I like how you said it. I would say it that way anyway. For now. That's Molly writing. There's Miss Annie Potts. There's her channel, guys. Please subscribe. Please, please, please. There's our Molly's channel. The hearing with Triple J. The day Emma and Demetrius were released. I do remember that. They asked Triple J if he heard from EB and DJ, and she said yes. I do remember. I don't know about that, but I remember the hearing. That's when we found out. We were in the middle of watching the hearing when we found out they got released. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
I think you were here. There's Typically Unique. Again, very talented creator. She's doing amazing things. Please subscribe, hit the notification bell, and make sure you hit the like on everything these people do, folks. It might take you some time. Oh, Miss Tandy's on point. Look at this. Mr. Docket Decoder. Yes. You guys need to subscribe to Docket. I love the dude. He does great things. I also want you guys subscribing to Andrew Myers, please. Supporting him because he supports us. Yes, Miss Kathy. Damn, Tandy, she's on point tonight. She's getting things up I'm forgetting. Miss Kathy over at Kathy's Indie Zone. These are all our supporting channel. Yeah, for good stuff. Check her out one after another. These are all our supporting creators and channels that we support, and they support us. Miss Lana Oriani herself, Mr. Unfiltered Lucky. Wonder if she's gonna catch. I bet you the next one's AR Hayes. I see you, Miss Julia. Thank you for being here. There's our Molly right there. Yes, and for those of you that didn't know, the intro and outro songs Molly created fully and completely all on her own. 2 polls in one night. Oh God. Oh, SRB. Obviously, she's feeling better. I love that. I was worried about her one day. She didn't sound good. Hold on. Let me put the second poll up for you, SRB.
Is AR doing okay?
Last I talked, he was. We're supposed to be getting together and doing more things. And Outcast, thank you. Very good job. Damn, she's really doing it. You're earning your keep tonight, Miss Tandy. Yeah, Witchy, absolutely.
I asked because I think it was. I think I watched. I think it was Unfiltered Lucky. Said something about him not doing so well or something. So I was like,
Oh no, really?
So you might check on him.
That might be why I haven't heard from him then, because I think one of SRB asked me if he was okay because he did a live somewhere and he didn't look good or something. You need to prep it. Oh Jesus, stop it. There's Miss Leah. Leah joined us yesterday on panel. You missed that.
I saw that.
Awesome.
I did briefly. I checked in and I was like, oh, Leah's up there. Oh my goodness.
Witchy, I don't know, hun. We stopped socializing and talking to each other, so I don't know where he is.
He may have got copyright strikes again or something.
I don't know what happened or if he decided
I don't know.
done. I don't know. No, we always and you're gonna have to do it again, Leah. I enjoyed having you here and getting your input on things. Absolutely, Witchy. You're so welcome. Micro Blue, great to see you. All you guys, go check out all these links to all these awesome creators, please. I'm begging you. There's AR's link there as well, and Outcast. Oh, Tandy, drop Scully's link in here too if you can, hun. There's Jules, Miss Jules of all trades.
Scully.
Yeah, we love Scully. Scully does awesome things.
He checks in on me every once in a while. He'll send me a message in Discord.
He is
like,
he's a great guy. He really is.
He is.
And there's Mr. Andrew Myers, folks. Please make sure you're subscribed to Andrew Myers, the law offices of Andrew Myers. He just put out a show recently that was very good as well. Him and I think it was Yoli was with him, of course. But he is definitely a supporter, and we support him as well and his thoughts and feelings on this situation because he just makes sense. Okay. There's Scully's. Thank you, Tanny. I'm so sorry. After working all day, I having you doing all that. But I appreciate you, hun, very much. Good to see you, Micro. He is. He really is. He's a really great person. I love Scully. Echo 444 is in the house. It is definitely Halloween in here now, ain't it? I wonder if they're gonna. I bet you they give us Christmas stuff too. That'd be cool, huh?
Mm-hmm. I bet they do.
It would be very cool. Rewatching, we see things that become. Yeah, I agree with that. So I put a poll up. Should we rewatch all the hearings? Of course, because I know if I don't do it, Lucy will scream at me. In order, first to last. So yeah, I agree with that. What are we doing tomorrow? I'm thinking on it, Echo. I'm gonna have a little meeting with my peeps if they'll join me after this show, and we're gonna talk about it. And I have an idea or two, but I think it might be a little more, well, for me at least, and Mama Bear. What's your schedule tomorrow?
I have to go in for a little bit to do my e-learning stuff, but I'm off because we don't have a pharmacist to work after 3.
Oh, well, cool.
So I end up with the night off.
That might be. Then Mama might be able to join us then.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you right now.
Early, since you tend to be going later in the afternoon, evening-ish than what you used to. I'll try and go in the morning.
To explain that to everybody, by the way, I decided to start going a little later because, for one, Tandy works late usually, and I want her to be able to be here with us. I truly do. So I figured if I went later, that means I would be on here later, and we might be able to get her to join us. And then there's a lot of other people that work, and a lot of people that I don't normally see because they're working. So I thought if I would put it midway through the afternoon, maybe, that I might get those people as well. So, and they would get to be with us, and that they don't get to see all the time. So that was the reason why I did it.
That makes sense to me.
Yeah. Just trying something different to see. Well, of course. You know I love you to death, dear. And we don't get to see you very often, only at lunch. For like that hour, and then she's gone. So
now my schedule's all over the place, so you can't.
That's why
me.
we get lucky when you get to pop in. It's like Christmas when you're here. See, that's what I thought. Rach, I know Rach works in the mornings, and a few other people do, and it's like, well, let me try going later in the afternoon. They may not be there for the start of it, but they get to come in at some point. So that's why I did it. And I like having Tandy here. And I feel bad because she misses out on a lot of the stuff that we do. So maybe I'll do a couple. I'm gonna go back to doing more than one show a day if I can at some point, but I've had a lot of things going on, so it's been hard. We do miss Tandy and Mama Bear all the time.
Yeah. And Steve, I was upset because it was going to be the first year I couldn't go or be home with my family for.
Yeah.
I mean, they're teenagers, but still, it was just the thought. I was like, oh. And
It
they're
is.
like, well, we can't find a pharmacist. I was like, okay, I don't have a problem missing a day.
Right.
So.
Amen to that one, Witchy. Let me see here. Oh, well, I didn't even know you worked, Busy. I got you. Like I said, some of them I'll be able to back and forth add another one here or there, but Emily D. Baker has motions in order also. Oh, really? Interesting. Let's see. We got 95 people in here. I know we had more than that earlier. And we're at 134 likes, so you guys got us in the algorithm. Thank you. At least that's what I believe. I seen what you said earlier, by the way, Witchy. Don't think I missed it. You said you got I was talking about how I do the adult coloring books, Mom Bear, for like relaxation and stress relief and stuff. I love them, and we've talked about it before. You know what I have and stuff like that. But Witchy said that she sells the like the Edgar Allan Poe ones. I like those. I like Poe a lot. My whole family is a big Poe fan, so we might have to figure out a way for me to buy some of them off you, ma'am. I would love to see them.
Worked on eBay stuff while waiting.
That's awesome. So if you heard me, Witchy, I would be interested in checking out some of your inventory possibly and seeing what they run and how much do they sell for. I love those. That would be really cool. Let's see what else happened. Walt stopped in again.
Oh, really?
And then one of his other account names.
I thought he gave up by now. Jeez.
No. Him and Jeff are running head to head on that.
Oh boy.
Again, make sure you subscribe to Mr. Scully there, folks, too. Thank you, Molly. Very talented gentleman. He does he's the one that did the Baby Dago thing that's on the shirt now and all that. Did you see that, Bear?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I think.
Last words, I bet, cut, but maybe someone downloaded Triple J saying that he heard from Evie and DJ. I'll have to look. That's very interesting. I'd like to see that.
No, Twiz. I don't think losers will give up.
There's Twiz.
I just thought maybe they got bored. I don't know.
It's a good point, though. When are you going to start a channel, Twiz? I wish I could. I need to talk to him. No, I need to talk to you. Are you?
Who?
Are you?
Me?
You? When we get off here shortly, are you available to jump into Discord and maybe walk me and help me through something when we're talking about the stuff we're going to talk about? Or no?
Yeah.
Okay. Start one. Do you have a channel, Twiz? If you do, I'm sorry, dude. I didn't know. Nancy Pecoraro. Hello. He is. He's and he's got a great tone to his voice to do that with too. He doesn't get angry. Bookstall prices are $2.10 on 70% off of stock, 30% high value. Internet inventory is 20. Oh, cool.
Twiz is
I didn't know he had.
Kind of like mine. We have channels. They just kind of sit there.
Well, we need to link that one too, guys, because I want people to subscribe to him as well. He's part of the team, 100%. Team Truth. I did not know, so we will get people subscribed to him too that aren't. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look that up. If you have a link or something, which if you want to email to me or something, I would definitely look into that for real. Anyways, I think that's it for today, y'all. Thank you, Busy. Make sure you guys subscribe to this. I have to do it my damn self, but make sure you guys subscribe to Twizzle Sticks, Fiddle Sticks, Twizzle Fizz, Fizzle Fizz, Fizzle. Yeah, Twizzle.
Be careful with what you say.
I know. I stopped myself right there. Subscribe to Twizzle's channel, please, and thank you. Hit the notification bell because you never know when he's going to do something, because I don't. And that way we will. So there we go. Anything to say before that, Miss Bayer? Before we get out of here? Nope. All right, guys. Moderators that can, if you will, please jump into the mod voice chat. I would like to have some discussion with you. And
Mikey,
I think that'll do it, guys. Nothing but love for you all. I appreciate you guys spending your time with us today very much. I hope you guys have an amazing rest of your night. Don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. And don't change a thing. You guys are the beautiful people. Yes. I will see you all very soon. Bye-bye, y'all.
Bye, guys. Hopefully I'll see you tomorrow.
I hope so. That would be awesome.
I'll try.
It'll be. It's not Idaho, so don't get excited, folks. But it'll be worth it. It'll be worth it to be here. I promise you that much. See everybody later. Have a great night, folks. Bye-bye.
The coffee's cold.
Sorry, I forgot to end the poll. And yes, or should we rewatch all of the hearings? I'm sorry about this, you guys. I hate when I do something like this. And 74% of you said yes, 17 said no, and 9% said I don't know. So that's a whole lot of yeses. Guess what, everybody? Bye-bye.
The coffee's cold, the final stain. We laid the map out in the pouring rain. No hidden corners left to creep. The dark truth woke while the city was asleep. The evidence lines up straight and true. A perfect picture of what they chose to do. The quiet street erupts in flashing light. A reckoning delivered in the night. SWAT serves the warrant, loud and clear. The sound of justice, the only thing we hear. into the light. We'll wipe the counter, set the empty chair, and wait right here for the next secret laid bare. Until the next one.